This time for the next 3 days. I hope you will enjoy it. And a couple of reminders for these 3 days. First, as a participant, you agree to abide by the code of conduct of the NBER. So remember that. Couple of other announcements. ITM is tomorrow afternoon. We have lunch here, and then we can move to the Sonesta. The last day, we have the panel on geoeconomics. And 2 other things that the NBER told us to tell you is, like, tomorrow there is a breakfast that Jim Potterberg is offering for the new members. And I think it's at 8 at the Sonesta. And then every day there's going to be a happy hour at the end of the day for all the sessions, again at the Sonesta. The other thing is, like, John Romalis is organizing as usual, the dinner tomorrow. John, you want to say some about the logistics? You can see there.
So we currently have 25 people signed up, which is precisely 5 tables of 5. And if anybody else wants to join us, let me know by the end of lunch. I can put together a 6th table, but probably no more than 6 tables. But let me know by the end of lunch, and I'll communicate to the restaurant. But here's some wines from my cellar. There's only some from my cellar, and I'll be getting some from local stores, and it should be ready. And the cuisine is Eastern Mediterranean.
Okay, thank you so much for organizing. And okay, we're going to go around for introductions. So I'm Natalia Ramondo from Boston University.
Treb Allen, Dartmouth College.
Diana Patton, Yale.
Steve Redding, Princeton. Steve Redding, Stanford.
Elena Aguilar, Princeton. I'll be at Dartmouth next year.
Mike Waugh, Minneapolis Fed.
Ferdinando Monte, Georgetown.
Monica Morlaco, USC.
Rafael Dix Carnero, Duke.
Brian Graney, Dallas Fed.
Ken Kikawa, UBC Sauder.
Benny Clement, Stanford.
Jonathan Dingle, Columbia University.
Teresa Fort, Dartmouth.
Wanfeng Wong, Oregon.
Kalina Manova, University College London.
Yuto Watabe from Institute of Developing Economies.
Olga Timoshenko, Temple University.
Dave Donaldson, MIT.
John Vogel, UCLA.
Andy Bernard, Dartmouth.
Pablo Fachelbaum, UCLA.
Joaquin Blaum, Boston University.
John Romalis, Macquarie University and Total Wine Store.
Peter Schott at Yale.
Taiji Furusawa, University of Tokyo.
Arno Costino, MIT.
Torsten Jackard, British Columbia.
Vincent Trulli, MIT.
Farid Farroukhi, Boston College.
Simon Fox, Atlanta Fed.
Fernando Legovici, San Luis Fed.
Theodore Papageorgiou, Boston College.
Wennan Luo from Tsinghua University.
Jingting Fan from Changchun Graduate School of Business.
John McLaren, University of Virginia.
William Tan, Claremont McKenna College.
Charlie Porcher, Georgetown.
Christina Chu, University of Miami.
Xiaolong Kong, Chicago.
Levi Cruz, UCLA.
Andrew Greenland, North Carolina State.
Thibaut Falli, UC Berkeley.
Daniel O'Connor, Michigan.
Ezra Oberfield, Cornell.
Yenbai, Rochester.
Fernando Parro, Rochester. Lorenzo Caliendo, Yale.
Hei Wei Tang, Hong Kong University.
John Becko, Princeton.
Rodrigo Adao, Chicago Booth.
Colin Hotman, Federal Reserve Board.
Joan Montres, UPF, CREI, and BSc.
Sangmin Lee, University of South Carolina.
Anmol Agarwal, University of Virginia.
Edward Wiles, Harvard University.
Shinkikuchi, UC San Diego.
Kazatsu Shimizu, MIT.
Keelan Byrne, MIT.
Okay. Well, thank you very much to the organizers for putting our paper in the program. And we just introduced ourselves, so it's particularly intimidating. Great people in the room. I'm going to present this paper, which is joined with David from Yale and Esteban Mendez from the Central Bank of Costa Rica. All right, the big picture motivation behind the paper is how trade policy works through more than border prices and marginal costs. It can also change the competition faced by domestic firms. So that if a policy weakens the foreign outside option, domestic firms might gain market power. So as an example, consider retail markets. A consumer might choose to buy from domestic retailers, or she might choose to go online and buy from sellers that are abroad. Now suppose that there is a tariff that makes this outside option more expensive. Domestic retailers are going to then face less competitive pressure from the foreigners, and they might increase markups and consumer prices. So this motivates the question we'll be asking in the paper: does access to foreign sellers discipline local firms' market power, and who bears the cost when that outside option becomes more expensive? To answer this question, we're going to exploit the exogenous elimination of Costa Rica's de minimis exemption as an import competition shock that is going to make buying from foreign sellers more expensive, thereby increasing domestic retailers' effective market power. This is going to happen while leaving the cost structure of domestic retailers unchanged. This is what makes this shock particularly keen to isolate the role of market power and strategic competition. We're going to study this in a data-rich setting in which we're going to have individual level data on de minimis imports by product. We will know what is it that consumers are importing abroad after they buy from foreign sellers. We'll also have transaction level data with the prices and each product code sold by transaction for the universe of local firms. And we'll have data that will tell us where is it that consumers are shopping and where do they live. This is going to allow us to construct retailer catchment areas, measure markup and assortment responses, and understand the policy distribution of effects. Okay, the outline of the talk. The talk is going to be divided into 3 parts. In the first part, we're going to do a reduced form analysis in which we're going to exploit variation in changes in tariffs across products and in penetration of de minimis across neighborhoods. With a shift share, we're then going to find that more exposed retailers are going to increase their prices in affected categories without a corresponding increase in their costs. So the story is going to align with one in which markups are increasing. A key here is that the largest price increases are not just going to happen where exposure is the highest, where people were using de minimis the most. Instead, the price effects are largest where exposure meets high local concentration. So for example, suppose you are a seller selling shoes in a very vibrant area of Costa Rica, you're competing against many other domestic sellers. Well, when the foreign outside option becomes more expensive, you're still disciplined by your domestic competitors. And so you cannot increase prices as much. However, if you're a seller and you're the only one selling shoes in your area, well, when the foreign outside option becomes more expensive, you can really increase prices a lot. So it is going to be the covariance between exposure and local concentration that is going to determine where price increases are going to be the highest. In the second part of the talk, we're going to propose a model of a spatially segmented retail markets with variable markups at active and person. The key departure from the standard active and person model is going to be that market shares will be defined over retailer-specific catchment areas so that local concentration is going to govern market elasticities and the heterogeneous price responses. And in line with what we hinted in the reduced form, when we estimate the schedule of market elasticities along the distribution of market shares, it will have a highly nonlinear upper tail. So the largest price price increases are going to happen where concentration is high. but this is going to be hiding that the large losses are concentrated in low competition kind of neighborhoods. Now, in our setting, it happens that low competition neighborhoods are also low income neighborhoods. On the other hand, if you're thinking of exposure where the minimis is the highest, well, the minimis was used more strongly in high income neighborhoods. These are the people who had access to internet, a credit card, overcame a language barrier. And so if you were just thinking of the reduced form and of exposure alone, you would think it's a no-brainer. This policy is going to be progressive. However, because the market structure channel is kind of working in the opposite direction, it will happen that a policy that appears progressive when judged by exposure alone can actually be regressive in equity. And the message that we want to get across is that exposure is not incidence. Who imports is not necessarily who pays. You need to know the market structure. Yeah. Okay. And well, I told you the median welfare effect was small, so, sorry.
I was just wondering, can you also, so in principle, some of these effects you could generate in a monopolistic competition model with variable markups. You know that you still get kind of market share and concentration style effects.
Yes, yes.
Obviously, oligopolies may be plausible because in the data you see a very small number of firms, but can you sort of separately identify those two stories inside the model as to how far would a monopolistic competition model go versus an oligopolistic?
That's a great point. It's not something we've done, but so what we think is key here is how you define the market shares. So as long as they are local, I think we can go a long way. But as soon as we depart from local market shares, I think none of these two models is going to give you an effect. And well, I told you the median welfare effect is small, so just to highlight this a little bit, the anti-competitive effects of trade are also going to be elusive in the aggregate in our environment. They will only become sizable once local concentration is incorporated. Yeah.
So the retail markets are segmented, so then I thought it would be that those places where there's like more de minimis, that those are the places that have the lower prices initially. So there, I guess I don't understand why a GE effect is going to matter if there's segmented markets. Like, wouldn't the de minimis going away relatively raise prices only more in the higher income places that use de minimis initially?
So if you go to the extreme where you are not exposed to de minimis at all, then yeah, there will be no effect. What we're saying is that covariance that matters. So you need some exposure, but also for the prices really to go up, you need the high concentration. So it basically is determined by the residual demand elasticity that is going to be faced by the retailer and how much prices react in response to that. Yeah. I'm thinking about how the retailers interact with the foreign suppliers and whether these foreign suppliers can no longer sell directly under the de minimis route, but must go to the retailers. In fact, makes it even worse for them because the retailers can potentially extract more rents from that. So just to be clear, they will still be able to sell, it's just going to be more expensive. So the de minimis route is still open, it just will become more expensive. And if you think there's the ones selling directly to the retailer, there will be some bargaining. I don't think, say, Macy's.com and so on are the ones sourcing the local retailers in Costa Rica, but I haven't checked their sources in particular. Okay. This is just a diagram to fix ideas of what I just said. I'll go really fast through it. So suppose there's a consumer good G that changes its tariff in tau G. This can be imported by neighborhoods like neighborhood 1. They use de minimis a lot. These are potentially high-income neighborhoods. Or maybe neighborhoods like neighborhood 2, they are not exposed as much, but there's still some de minimis imports that were going in. If you were just staying here, you would think, again, the policy is going to hurt neighborhood 1. However, what we're trying to add attention to is this second layer where neighborhoods like neighborhood 1 tend to be environments with high competition. And therefore, in neighborhoods like neighborhood 2 that tend to be environments with low competition, it is there that you will see the largest markup increases. Okay, let me just skip through this. I'll jump directly into explaining the data. We'll be using Costa Rican administrative data. This is going to be anonymized, but it has pseudonymous identifiers that can be linked across all the data sets I'll talk about. The first type of data is customs data. This has the identifier of the importer, both for firms, we're very familiar with that, but also for individuals. If someone goes online to buy shoes from Macy's.com in Costa Rica, when it goes through customs, this will be recorded. I'll have information like country of origin, the HS10 code, date, price, and so on. Then the second data set we're going to be using is new to this paper. We're pretty excited about it. It's going to be electronic invoice data for each individual sale in the country, both for firm to firm and for retail, which is going to have for each sale the product codes sold per purchase. These are 13 digits where the 10 first digits coincide with the HS code. So there's an immediate bridge between these product codes and customs data. We also have the prices per product, the seller's identifier, and the buyer's identifier even for retail. So for 42% of retail transactions, we know who the customer who paid for that transaction was. And that's because in Costa Rica, when you go to the cashier, it's typical that they will ask, do you want your ID on the receipt? And people like it because then it goes directly into their email. They can keep track of what they're buying. And also some stores give incentives for consumers to actually give their ID and track their transactions. And then finally, we'll have information on the buyer's residence coming from National Registry data with about 1.6 thousand people per neighborhood. And then the income of the buyer coming from Social Security data. All right, some facts on de minimis. In case you're not familiar with the de minimis regime, this allows consumers to buy directly from foreign sellers with preferential treatment. These are thresholds of value below which tariffs are waived. They're small one by one, but they're not minimal. So Paulo and Manamit find that they're sizable for the US case. In Costa Rica, they're also going to be sizable. They represent about 6% of retail sales, 60% of e-commerce, and 0.7% of GDP. Our setting is going to give us a rare window into what is inside the minimis trade. Usually these packages just go in with any registry of what they wear. So all the facts I'm going to give you today relate to parcels that are imported as non-commercial parcels under the de minimis regime, and therefore are below the threshold of $500 that Costa Rica used to have. And just for reference, the median value here is going to be $20, and the mean is going to be about $53. Which goods are being imported? Well, the top categories have to do with women's apparel. But there's also other things among the top codes, like furniture, bags, auto parts, toys, footwear, electronics, and so on. This aligns quite a lot with what is it that is most sold by local retailers. So these HS4s imported by individuals represent 65% of the value sold by domestic retailers. Like if you go to a shopping mall, a lot of the stores are also going to be selling women's apparel. Where is this coming from? Most of this is coming from the US and China. They account for 87% of the number of parcels and 80% of the value imported. Who imports? Approximately 12% of adults have imported at least once, and and those who have imported have 49% higher income than those who have not, and we already kind of hypothesized why. All right, for our empirical setting, the first thing I'm going to do is for our empirical setting, we're first going to establish explain the experiment. So in May 1st, 2021, Costa Rica adhered to the Central American Uniform Customs Code. The intent was to standardize customs processes in the region to facilitate trade operations. However, an incidental side effect is that because Costa Rica was the only country in the Union that had a de minimis exemption, it had to be eliminated. And that implied going from paying a tariff plus tax of 14%, this is VAT plus some fees, to paying a 22, it implied an 8 percentage points increase all the way to 22%. Hand in hand with this increase in the tariff plus tax paid, there was a drop, like a large drop in the volume imported by individuals. So if you just count the total number of unique importers, it fell in 65%. If you look at the total value imported by individuals, it fell between like 40 and 50%, depending exactly on where you measure it. What is it exactly that changed with the policy? So this column is imports by consumers. As long as they were non-commercial and below the threshold, they would pay no tariff, only VAT before the policy. After the policy, they are paying MFN tariffs plus VAT. And why MFN if Costa Rica has FTAs that would have implied zero tariffs? Well, because for FTAs, you have to prove rules of origin. And firms usually hire a broker for that. It involves a whole process. People don't do it to import a small parcel. In customs, we can actually see the tariff paid. Individuals are paying MFN tariffs after the policy. For retailers, however, they were paying FTA tariffs and VAT both before and after. So at least in theory, that policy should not change the costs faced by retailers. Instead, it is changing the price of a competitor overseas that is selling to Costa Rican consumers. I told you the average tariff change was 8 percentage points. This is hiding heterogeneity across codes. So these are changes in tariffs by HS4. They go from 0 roughly to 20 percentage points. And well, this is just variation across products. If you consider that different neighborhoods have a different composition of what they were importing, you get even more variation. This is the change in the weighted tariff paid by a neighborhood, which depends on the products imported and how the tariffs of those products are changing. Quite a bit of variation across space. All right, now we're gonna construct the retailer-specific catchment areas. The idea here is that each retailer is gonna serve a different set of neighborhoods, and we're gonna recover what those neighborhoods are from the customer-linked invoices. On average, 42% of retail transactions include a customer's ID. Kind of maybe reassuringly, even if we look at the bottom decile of the retailers with the least amount of identified transactions, we're looking at hundreds of transactions, not a handful. And also, like, people don't seem particularly against giving their ID. 96% of adults appear at least once as identified buyers. Of course, here, like, a question is, like, what bias is there in terms of like the kind of retailer that gets identified transactions versus the one that doesn't? So here we're plotting the share of identified transactions per retailer against some retailer observables like market share, income, and how much de minimis was being used in its catchment area. Well, we don't see like a large systematic bias related to these outcomes, which we find reassuring. I'll go back to robustness in terms of catchment areas in a bit. Let me just first finish explaining the baseline. So the customer IDs that we identify are then matched to the neighborhood of residence of the customer. And what we're gonna do with this is construct these weights that we take basically all the neighborhoods in the country, and for each retailer, we will put a weight on each neighborhood depending on the share of identified sales for that retailer that comes from that neighborhood. So basically, all these invoices with customer identifiers, we're gonna use them to recover these weights. That's the only thing we'll be using them for. And this is a visual example of what a catchment area might look like. These are two retailers in blue and red, and they have a collection of neighborhoods in the catchment area that they serve. The weight is given by the depth of the color, so they can have different weights across neighborhoods. And of course, catchment areas can overlap. So here, these two retailers are competing in the purple neighborhoods. We are constructing catchment areas in two alternative ways. I'm going to just explain it really briefly now. The first one is a PPML gravity model in which we take retailers for which 80% of their transactions are identified or more. So these are retailers for which we're pretty confident of where their customers live. And for them, we're going to run a model where we consider the probability that a neighborhood belongs to a retailer's catchment area and regress that on neighborhood characteristics, retailer characteristics, distance, and interactions of those. So we estimate this in this high confidence set of retailers and then take those parameters and project it in the entire sample to recover these weights, these alternative weights. The second alternative is very simple. To recover the weights, we just ask what share of your employees live in this neighborhood. That's it. And the idea is that employees tend to live close to the store and in residential areas, and therefore proxy for where customers are. Reassuringly, regardless of which of these three alternatives we use, the reduced from results align, and even the model estimation looks very similar. I'll show it towards the end. And so even though each of these has different sources of measurement error, results are going to be robust to the alternatives. Yes.
So, like, could this policy change have also induced a change in online sales? Like, why not then start?
Yes. Yes, and online sales will be recorded in the invoice data, and you can also provide your ID for the online sale. So we would capture that potential expansion, yes. Right. So maybe this is a little bit, like give you a little bit of light on that. So the number of neighborhoods in a retailer's catchment area, some of them will only serve one neighborhood. These are pretty small. The median is going to be 3. And then there's some that are potentially multi-establishment and have, many retailers, many neighborhoods that they serve. This is also going to be an environment with quite a bit of market power. So about 12% of the neighborhood HS4 pairs will be served by a single retailer. So you should be thinking of an environment where the right tail of the market share distribution is actually populated. All right. Yes, so in the US, the literature on uniform pricing, it says that retailers price the same. We can look at it. However, we downloaded the data. You ideally would have to look at it by day. We haven't downloaded the data at that level of detail. We will, but not as of now. All right, for our empirical results, we're first going to construct the shift share, where the shares are going to be given by this term that depends on the weight of a neighborhood in a retailer's catchment area multiplied by the foreign share of product G in that neighborhood, where G is going to be defined at the HS4 level. And then we'll have the changes in tariffs that, as I mentioned, are going to go from 0 to MFN. The MFN schedule in Costa Rica was established in the 90s, like more than 20 years before the policy change, not thinking about de minimis, of course, back then. Moreover, the MFN schedule had been dormant for most of Costa Rican trade since the early 2000s because of free trade agreements. And, shoes, clothing, etc., the things people are importing, Costa Rica has had no manufacturing in that since the early 90s. So we're going to argue that these shifts are going to be exogenous to the retailers for the sake of the shift share. Then with the shift share, we're going to run 2 different types of regressions. These are going to be long differences with 2 years as the horizon. We'll do alternative horizons later. And the first type of regression is going to be at the retailer product level, looking at things like prices, sales, costs. We're going to regress that on the exposure, on the share of the shift share. This is going to help us sort of recenter, but also control, for example, foreign reliance, and include retailer and product fixed effects. So the variation you should be thinking about is like within retailer, differently exposed product categories, within category, differently exposed retailers. We'll also consider some regressions at the retailer level, like employment or wages, where we'll also control for the shares. We cannot include the same battery of fixed effects, but we'll at least control for the main HS4 neighborhood and industry fixed effect. All right, so the first result we have is that more exposed retailer product categories are going to increase their prices and their nominal sales. Just for, give you a sense of magnitude, a 1 percentage point increase in exposure raises prices by 2.6%. And the mean exposure is 0.7 percentage points. This increase in price, however, is not going to be mirrored by an increase in costs. Here we have changes in input prices, splitting between import price that the retailer might be paying if it imports directly, purchase price if the retailer is buying from another domestic firm, and well, this price index that basically combines both import and domestic purchases into one. No action throughout, also no action in terms of employment or wages, so the retail price increases would be consistent with an increase in markups given that costs are not in jumping. I'll show you like a little event study in a little bit. The response seems pretty flat. We have to stop after 2 years because Costa Rica reinstated the de minimis after the third year, so I had to stop there, but all right. So in terms of assortment, things are changing in the direction you would expect. Exposure leads to the number of varieties per retailer to go up if the retailer is domestic, and the number of varieties sold by foreign to fall. And this last column, I find it really helpful in understanding what's happening in terms of substitution. So you would think, you would ask maybe like, if you were buying shoes from a domestic retailer abroad, now with the policy, do you buy from a domestic retailer shoes as well, or do you just stop buying shoes? And what this last column is telling us, this is by neighborhood HS4, is that the share spent by within an HS4 by neighborhood is not changing with the policy. So if you were buying shoes before, you're going to still be buying shoes afterwards, potentially now from a domestic retailer. Now the last thing I'm going to show you is that before getting into the model, is that in a broad class of barrel markup oligopoly models, it happens that a price change to a cost-neutral weakening of the outside option, like the one we have here, should be increasing in market share. So we just wanted to test if this is actually happening here. So here we're splitting the sample between low share retailer HS4 sales and high share retailer HS4 sales. And we find that while the increases in prices that we documented earlier are really driven by the high share retailer HS4 sales. We have some robustness with different specifications. For example, this was all at the HS4. We can do it at the HS6. We can do it with the PPML catchment areas, with the employee residence-based catchment areas. Looking at just at single establishments, the one-year horizons results are going to be robust, which reassuring. All right. Yes.
Talking about online sales within Costa Rica, because some stuff I might not buy at my local store, I might actually buy online. Are there online retail platforms in Costa Rica, like Amazon, but the sort of Costa Rica version of that? Because then that might be shipped across these neighborhoods you're analyzing, right?
Yeah, no, so Amazon is not in Costa Rica, but retailers can sell online. It is just only 3% of retail sales, so it's not a huge channel, but potentially it's something we would capture in the data. Yes. Yes. So how do you different that from the competitive? So here, like, yeah, you think, and I think that also related to why nominal sales are increasing, but quantities are not increasing. Quantities are falling because the increase in sales is less than the increase in prices. So yes, so you would have a demand displacement effect that will increase quantities. You would also have potentially a price increase effect that will make quantities fall. Here we're controlling for the ex-ante foreign reliance, like the share. And so that's basically going to take care of a lot of the demand displacement because you're comparing places that relied similarly on de minimis prior to the policy change. Okay, now we're going to think about the model to map exposure into equilibrium price indices and then think about compensating variations by neighborhood. So here we'll have CS preferences where the upper layer is going to be HS4s. Remember, we did not find a lot of substitution across HS4s. And then the lower layer is going to be across retailers, where you have the summation here across the summation here because we want to think about market power. H throughout is going to denote neighborhoods. This is at the level at which we're thinking about preferences. And the key problem of the model is going to be the maximization problem of the retailer that is choosing a price by product category to maximize profits. Where output, well, profits are price minus marginal cost times output, and output is a collection of what the retailer sells to all the neighborhoods in its catchment area Z. So this should give you a similar flavor of what we're doing in the empirics. Take first order conditions here, assuming uniform pricing, and we'll get a very familiar expression of price equals markup times marginal cost. However, this is not as standard, because the share here is actually a weighted average of the share the retailer has in all the neighborhoods that it serves, where the weights are expenditure weights. And this is actually, we're not defining it like it's a result. When you set up the problem like this, this is how the this is actually how the share is derived. And what this is going to do is that even a retailer, if you take two retailers that are selling the same HS4 in the same neighborhood, they might face a different residual demand, because the residual demand depends on all the neighborhood they serve. Another consequence of this is that there will be now interdependencies across neighborhoods, because the price you pay depends on the demand, on the exposure of all the other neighborhoods in the retailer's catchment area.
Here, the price increases are only because of changes in market share.
Yeah, yeah.
So my question is how to tell one apart from the other. And then we have thought, well, in the model there is something that will allow me to do it.
So I guess my answer would be we're seeing no effect on costs when we look at the reduced form analysis.
But
so.
The cost of supply, no, there are more people buying these domestic varieties, they are in limited supply, they are cost of the supply, expanding the supply of these domestic varieties is costly. It's natural their price will go up.
Okay, we don't have that. Yeah, we don't have that in the model. Okay, to make progress, okay, 10 minutes, okay, great. To make progress, we're gonna make two assumptions. I have to think more about that. We're gonna have to make two assumptions. The first one aligns with the reduced form, is that marginal costs are constant for domestic firms. The second one is that there is full pass-through of tariffs to the price of the foreign retailer. This is something that we find empirically to be true, but also in the model, because the foreign has only about 6% of market share, there will be almost full pass-through. With this, we get an expression that relates changes in prices to changes in shares. And here, this term gamma is going to be the elasticity of the markup to the share. Now, the usual route to then estimate gamma typically has to do with look at the leave-out price index of your competitors and then instrument for that. However, in our case, this leave-out price index first is very complicated because it depends on how catchment areas are overlapping. But also, we have a shock that is not a shock to marginal cost. We have a shock to market power. So instead, what we're going to do is try to instrument directly for the shares here. And what instrument to use? Well, if you take a first-order approximation of this, actually something very similar to our exposure will pop up. And so it's kind of a naturally relevant instrument to use for the shares. So let me explain exactly what we do a little bit better in the next slide. I'll just take this equation and copy it up there. So we measure prices and shares. Shares are, of course, endogenous, so we will instrument them with our exposure to recover gamma. But gamma depends on the level of the share. So it's natural to estimate gamma in beans of the level of the share. That's exactly what we're going to do. Here you have the elasticity of markup in beans of the market share. And so each of these points right here is coming from a coefficient of the two-stage least squares, just to be clear. This empirical schedule would give us many of these gamma terms. And if you look at this equation, it only really has two unknowns, little gamma and sigma. Therefore, we basically can match 2 points of the empirical schedule to recover what the elasticities are. And what we get is that sigma is equal to 7 and gamma is equal to 1.5. Because we only used 2 points, then the full schedule is going to test the model fit. Here we're adding the model in blue. And we find that the fit is quite good. It replicates this nonlinearity in the upper tail. And here, kind of the intuition we were talking about in the introduction, like we can go back to it. For low share retailers, they have heavy competition domestically. So once the foreign option becomes more expensive, they're not increasing their prices. However, these retailers that have high market power already, they become even more concentrated when the foreign option becomes more expensive. They can really increase their prices more substantially. You might think, well, how important is this range for the Costa Rican market? 22% of all sales are concentrated between 0.8 and 1. So, you know, it's a sizable share. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we're just choosing the 2 points that minimize the distance between both schedules, but it's going to be, yeah. Yeah, okay, fair. Reassuringly here, if you're thinking that, well, this might depend a lot on how we constructed the catchment areas, here I have the same schedule, but estimated in black in the middle with our baseline, in blue with the PPML gravity model-based catchment areas, and in red with the employment-based catchment areas. The schedules look extremely similar. It's not like an artifact of how we're constructing the catchment areas in particular. All right, for the welfare effects, we're going to be after estimating a compensating variation that itself is going to depend on how income is changing and on how cost of living is changing. Let's start with cost of living. The changes in the price indices by neighborhood will depend on how the exact price indices are changing, which itself is going to depend on a variety correction term, a la Finstra, and on how the price of continuing stores is changing with some side of our log expenditure weights. Just to be clear, we recovered the elasticities. I showed you how we did it just now. So we can generate prices from the model. So like everything I'm going to show you here is going to be model-based. This is no longer just plugging in data. All right, and then for the income changes, so we already saw labor income is not changing, but profits are changing and tariffs are increasing, like tariff collection. So how we're going to deal with this? First, we're going to do just a fixed income baseline, where we don't have to make any choices of how to apportion things. And therefore, we isolate the cost of living effect, which is the one we can discipline best. And then we're going to have an alternative where we rebate the profits based on how much expenditures we're increasing in each neighborhood. So in proportion to how much expenditures we're increasing by neighborhood. We'll find that there is a small median welfare effect of 0.03 of initial expenditure, 3%. But this is hiding important heterogeneity. The interquartile range is 0.09 percentage points, with losses being concentrated particularly in high concentration neighborhoods. So this is the first exercise where we keep income fixed. This is just reflecting changes in cost of living. Again, this is model-based. And what we find is that this is plotted against market share measures by neighborhood. So we're plotting the average maximum share by HS4. And we find that the high concentration neighborhoods are the ones facing the large price increases. Should not be surprising after you saw the schedule of market elasticities, but that was in the retailer product space. This is in the neighborhood space. We can then do the exercise where we apportion profits in proportion to the increase in expenditures. The main change is that now neighborhoods with high competition are going to actually be better off with the policy because their prices were not increasing that much, but now they're getting the profit rebate, so they're actually better off. While the other ones are, facing the consequences mostly of the cost of living effects. Now, who are these neighborhoods that have low market shares and that are actually benefiting from the policy? Here we're plotting the maximum share by neighborhood, what I just showed you, against the wage of the neighborhood. So these high-income neighborhoods that are actually better off also tend to be the high-income neighborhoods. So if you're just thinking of this market power channel, basically it is hurting the poor. However, let me remind you what I told you in the introduction. Exposure actually goes the other way. Exposure is highest in high-income neighborhoods, and therefore, if you were just looking at exposure alone, you would think this is going to hurt the rich. If you were just looking at market shares, you would think this is going to hurt the poor. It's going in opposite directions. And here we're looking at income, but you could really look at any observable. There's no reason why we should be looking only at income. So here we also have remoteness as another alternative. This is the distance to the closest international gateway. And we find that if you're remote, it is going to be true that market shares are high and exposure is low. Exactly the same dynamics that happen with the income. All right, have half a minute left. So let me conclude. De minimis imports act as a foreign outside option that discipline domestic retailer markups. We find that market power and strategic pricing complementarities within catchment areas are key. We find large negative effects in low competition areas, so that a policy that looks progressive from direct exposure could potentially be regressive in equilibrium. And well, moreover, this is a policy that currently has a live debate in the US. The de minimis was actually eliminated last year. It's been in the news, so, thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for inviting me to discuss this paper. Great paper. Question I care about amazing data. So my job has been easy on the one hand, but also hard on the other. So the question is a classic one. Is the importer's market discipline hypothesis? Does foreign competition discipline the market power of domestic firm? There's a huge literature asking this question. It dates back to the 90s. And the reason why it's still an open question is that measurement is typically a huge challenge. We need three things to answer this question credibly: markups, market share, and clean competition shocks. And typically, with the data that are available, standardly, none of these things are observed. Now, this paper looks at a margin and a setting that delivers all of these three things at once. The margin is the direct-to-consumer imports. It's small but important, as she said, and there's also work by Pablo and Amit making the same point. The setting is Costa Rica, which never ceases to amaze us in terms of data. And this is another example of that. It combines a natural experiment with uniquely linked customers and retailer data. So the data at one time, there's customs from to consumer. There's Norwegian level details of customers' information, and there's also Nielsen with these electronic invoices, all at once. And how does it deliver in terms of these three challenges? Now, the markups are still not observed, but they can cleanly infer from price changes. The prices move, marginal costs don't move, so we can infer markup changes from price changes. Markets, they do not need to be assumed ex ante. It's not a product and allocation or anything like that. They can infer a market from realized links between retailer and consumer. So that's also an improvement with respect to the literature. And thirdly, the shock, typically we rely on trade liberalization shocks for answering this kind of question. That trade liberalization not only shocks the price of foreign options, but it also shocks the price of imported inputs. So typically moves markups and prices at the same cost at the same time. Here they make the point and they show it clearly that the cost didn't change. So it's a clean competition shock in that sense. So what do they find? They do confirm the importer's market discipline. The foreign competition does seem to keep a check. Have a check on domestic market power, and the interesting bit is that this effect runs through local market structure, which I'll come back to. So the mechanism in a slide, as I see it, the reform, which is the elimination of the minimis exemption, raises the price of the foreign outside option. The price of these foreign competitors goes up. As a result, the market share of domestic retailers increase. And she explained really well this exposure is progressive, right? The exposure is the highest in richer neighborhoods. Why? You need internet, credit cards, and so on. So clearly the people that were mostly relying on this foreign outside option are the richer individuals. Okay, now the market share goes up, the marginal costs don't change, so markups go up. How the key empirical object, in my opinion, is this schedule of markup elasticity. So they run a sort of a similar regression. They compare the change in the price of retailer for a given good to the change of the market share, and this identified elasticity corresponds to the markup elasticity in the model. And they show that it's highly nonlinear. So this is the key. It's kind of low and close to zero for a large part of the share distribution, and then it rises steeply when the market share is high. And because of price pooling, that's the key assumption. I think Teresa sort of hinted to that, like what was the key assumption? I think it's price pooling. A retailer serves many catchment areas, but it charges one price to all. And so because of that, the prices increase, but the neighborhoods that are hurt the most by these prices increase are those that are highly concentrated, that only have access to a limited set of retailers. And so the incidence is the highest in these concentrated neighborhoods, which are also the poorest. So a reform that looks progressive in exposure is also regressive in incidence, which is a great punchline, and one that I think is backed up by the reduced form. So I think the reduced form is clean, and I'm fully behind it. So it seems that there'll be evidence that the foreign competition discipline domestic market power. So my comments are mostly on interpretation and the welfare implications. So it's mostly the second half of the paper. How do we interpret this elasticity, and how much goes into that? And I have 3 related comments, and I'll go one by one now. Starting with my most important one, which is the role of customer competition. So the markup depends on the residual demand elasticity. So the key question here is what drives this elasticity? There's 2 traditions in the literature. The first one is firm heterogeneity, the firm size channel. Elasticity depends on the relative price of the firm. In this case, this paper lives in the Atkinson-Bernstein tradition, so there's a market share, and that fully summarizes the residual demand elasticity. So market share is sufficient for the residual demand elasticity. And again, the key strength here is that it's not super standard, but in terms of theory, that's a standard Atkinson-Bernstein channel. But then there's also a second tradition in the literature, which is relatively, let's say, less popular, but also at the same time very important, which is the role of customer composition. Different customers, especially by income, differ in terms of their price elasticity. The poor customers in particular are way more price elastic than rich ones. And there is recent work by Mike and Simon showing that the role of customer heterogeneity is as important as, if not more important, than the role of firm heterogeneity. Now, I believe that this second channel can be at play here for the design of, for what has been described. Why is that? The reform not only shifted the market share of domestic retailers, but also changed who are shopping in the local stores. And those that are returning, the returning customers are different precisely because of the exposure argument. These are the richer customers, the ones that are less price elastic, and they are less price elastic than the inframarginal customers. And so there's a reason to believe that the elasticity is decreasing, not just because the firms are gaining market share, but also because they're now facing a pool of customers that is less price elastic. And so why would this matter? It goes everything into the interpretation of the reduced form elasticity. For kappa to identify the markup elasticity in the Bertrand model of Atkinson-Bernstein, the share has to be a sufficient statistics for it. And there's 2 concerns. First, if the customer composition channel is relevant, then the change in price masks both channels at the same time. And secondly, the bias may be highest in the upper tail of the distribution of shares, because these are the poorer neighborhoods, those that the inframarginal customer is the poorest one. And so, that upper tail plays a huge role in the identification, as per my second point. And importantly, this kind of non-homotheticity is not dealt with, your footnote 617, which talks about the upper level non-homotheticity. This is about the within nest of the CES, so I think it is a concern. Now, the good news is that you have the perfect data to test this. The linked retailer customer data not only identify where these customers are shopping, but also who they are. And this is unique. Nobody has this data. You do. So my suggestion is to use the data more to support your assumption, especially the structural one. And I mean, this is a very simple idea, but there's more you can do. But the idea is to take the reduced form and then add a control for customer composition. If it's true, and you know, the data allows you to measure this. If it's true that the share is a sufficient statistic, we expect this delta to be 0. So the customer composition to not play a role in terms of kappa. Yeah, you have the data to do so, so I think this is easy to do. Now, the second comment is the role of the upper tail. A lot hinges on the upper tail. The two parameters that you're estimating come from the markup elasticity at the two shares. Now, I echo what John said. You're using two shares and then using the rest of the curve to validate the rest of the model. I think that there's a little bit too little on validating the model or validating the assumption of the model. So my suggestion is to use the full curve to estimate these two parameters and then do more to justify the assumption. One thing is this share sufficiency validation. And the other thing, I think figure 8 is not great for model validation, but it's great for a test of conduct. And now, thanks to Claude, what I did is, if you try to match Cournot instead of Bertrand, you do a very poor job. So the figure 8 really validates your Bertrand assumption, but that's one thing of the model. And then another thing is to try to validate, again, the share sufficiency, as I said, and the third thing is this catchment area market. If you know, with these three validated, I think, you know, I fully believe the model. In terms of catchment area, the assumption is that the realized market fully exhausts the competitive set. And now you already do something about it because you use the post-reform catchment, which already include what changed following the reform. So I think this is already, conservative definition of markets. But again, I would like to be convinced that the ones that are not realized have 0 competitive weights. And this matters for interpretation. Like, are these retailers becoming local monopolists following the elimination of de minimis, or they're just responding to the price increase in the neighborhood, neighboring, whatever. Neighborhood, yes, okay, thanks. Now I tried to find a way to self-promote. This is it. In recent work with Ken and co-author, we're trying to test this, let's say, realized market being the definition of markets, and we rejected in firm-to-firm data, where the lock-in seems to be most plausible. So I believe that there is reason to believe that, you know, there could be something to do there, and I have some suggestion on how to do it. Some more ideas what to do, but, you know, this is not that important. So very strong paper, clean shock, unusually rich data, important question. Reduced form, very compelling. I think that could be done more to validate the model assumption a little more on, and either way, sorry, let me conclude with this. Either way, either answer, I think the paper will be stronger. If it validates the sufficiency assumption, then it's great. It's a validation of Atkinson-Bernstein with great data and effective markets. If it's who, meaning customer composition matter, then it's kind of quasi-experimental split of these two channels, and I think it's great. Anyway, so thank you. Great paper.
Maybe we can, well, first of all, thanks, Monica, for the discussion. Those were really great comments. Yeah, on the non-homotoxicities, I mean, you're correct. The non-homotoxicities in the CS, it could have been cheap to add them in the upper layer that would drop out from the first order conditions and so on. We didn't do it mainly because it would contaminate the compensating variation. It would not allow us to split the compensating variation into cost of living effects and income effects. The lower nest non-homotoxicity is much more complicated to estimate, but I think it's something that is not impossible to handle with our data, so we should definitely give it a shot. And you had a great suggestion of how to do it in a very parsimonious way, so that's definitely the first thing we're going to do. Yeah, in terms of the Bertrand assumption, just
So we thank you for doing that and trying to check the Cournot assumption. The Bertrand assumption was really something we did ex ante before even knowing how the fit was going to be, because we need the retailer to be setting the same price in every neighborhood it serves. Like if you think of a single store establishment, that's 93% of establishments, they cannot set different prices depending on where the person lives. So it was important to have, the retailer actually choosing price, but I'm glad it's great for the fit. We can maybe collect some questions before finishing. Yep.
Great, thanks. I had two questions. One, echoing what Pablo was thinking about in terms of the marginal cost channel here. I'm a little bit worried because you've talked a lot about the composition of products here, and like clothing was a big one, and I worry about like returns being costly for stores, and as the volume of sales in those that product goes up, there's, you showed us some measures of costs that did not go up, which is pointing in this direction, but it's not fully convincing for me that like clothes doesn't have marginal costs that could be moving. So I think there's some more work you could be doing there. And then related to this, I worry a little bit about the multi-product retailers. So there's multi-establishment retailers who probably are multi-product in a meaningfully different way than single establishment retailers. And your product, formulation of the pricing problem is really kind of category by category. If you invert the nests, so I'm first choosing among retailers and then choosing among categories, much more like a one-stop shopping model, which could be how I shop for clothes in some settings and maybe not in other settings. I mean, the multi-product, multi-establishment retailers could look very different than other retailers. And so I think that is something you should think a little bit about.
Maybe let me answer while people think a little bit more. But thanks for your comments. Yeah, we have returns in the data, so that's something we could check. In Costa Rica, returning anything is extremely hard. It is not like in the US, so I'm not sure how relevant that would be, but something we can check. And then in terms of inverting the nest, I mean, the choice of nest was mainly motivated by the fact that we see no changes in expenditure per HS4. So like it seems like people are actually deciding I'm going to buy a category and then choosing the retailer where to buy it. So it was an empirically driven choice, but we haven't not done the reverse. So thanks for your suggestion.
Sorry, does this change the shopping frequency? Do they go to shop more often to have the cheaper options?
We have not checked that, but do you have something in mind of why?
One way to cope with these high prices or like is to shop frequently, right? I mean, I was thinking whether people cope with this
I see.
new
Like they literally shop around more.
Yeah.
We have not checked the frequency, but something so we can also check. All right. Right. Well, thank you very much for your comments and for all the feedback.
Okay. Yeah, let me start by thanking the organizers for giving me the opportunity to present this work, and thank you all for being here. This is joint work with my colleague Wen Lan, who is in the audience in the back, and Wei Li, who is probably watching YouTube at this moment. This paper, in a nutshell, is a quantitative theory that tries to formalize the link between economic decoupling and the technological decoupling. As a broad motivation, over the past few years, we have seen a lot of events from erratic policymaking in different parts of the world to pandemic to military conflict. And all of these events have led countries to try to reduce their economic interdependence with their geopolitical rivals. The EU, for example, has emphasized supply chain diversification over the past couple of years. US and China, two sides of the big power rivalry, they each have put in place measures to curb the flow of sensitive goods from both the supply and the demand side. So these measures, in response to these measures and perhaps in anticipation of future similar measures, many firms in many countries switch suppliers from foreign suppliers to domestic ones. And because oftentimes the key input that they use, embodied technology, when they switch suppliers, it also often means they have to switch the technology path that they are following, and which in turn requires adaptation throughout the supply chain. So as two examples, the US export control on a high-end GPU from NVIDIA forced many Chinese big large language model companies to switch to Huawei-based hardware. And of course, it's going to be more than a switch of one GPU with another. Moving away from NVIDIA also means moving away from the CUDA ecosystem. So the downstream firms, they have to switch to the entire different ecosystem and have to redesign their training procedure, inference procedure, and the downstream application. In fact, one of the leading company in China market one of its key selling point as its full stack compatibility with the Huawei system. On the other side, China's dominance in cobalt refining pushes many EV makers to switch to develop a cobalt-free battery because both this type of battery, they charge at different voltage. This switch also have downstream implication. Car makers have to redesign their charging protocols and standards, charging stations, and even the vehicle design. So this example and the narrative lead to a concern that raised by observer that as more firms in more countries pursue distinct technologies and switch to homegrown technologies, the world may be slowly evolved into a Cold War style division into blocks with little trade in key input between the blocks and incompatible technological system used between the blocks. So motivated by this kind of narrative and the development, in this paper we try to build a model where technology, trade linkage and the technology interdependence shape each other, mutually shape each other. In the model, if there's a trade conflict between countries, we're going to see a divergence in the type of technology firms choose. And we then ask, does this endogenous technology decoupling in response to trade conflict amplify or mitigate the welfare cost of trade conflict? So the model we have is a model of trade and the production network with endogenous horizontal technology choice. The model has a very strong hoteling flavor to it. In the model, so firms use production input, and the efficiency of input is going to be higher if the firm user of the input chooses a similar technology as the seller of the input. So technology proximity improves input efficiency, and because of this premise that we take, firms, when they choose their technology, they have an incentive to choose the ones that are compatible with the key supplier or most efficient suppliers. Now, in this world, if there's a trade shock, firms anticipate that they are going to source from different type of suppliers, and anticipating that, they are going to change the type of technology they choose. So that's what gives us the endogenous technology decoupling. So we take the model to the data. We need to measure the technology proximity between countries and the sectors and the firms. What we do is essentially to construct the embedding, large language model-based embedding from pattern text. And from that, we can calculate or measure the distance between individual patterns and between sectors and the country. Key implication of the model is that trade shock is going to lead to change in the distance in technology between countries. We test that using exogenous tariff coming from MFN tariff change. So we map the model to the measured bilateral technological distance for quantification. And there are two main findings. The first is in terms of the importance of endogenous technology choice in shaping technology proximity we observe. About 2/5 of the variation in country technology proximity comes from endogenous choice of firms. The remaining comes from essentially the primitive, the exogenous distribution I will describe in a minute. We do two counterfactuals. The first one is to think about potential, or maybe not so potential, embargo on semiconductor export from the US and other countries to China. And the second is something that mimic the Chinese initiative to reduce the American content in the technology they use. So in the first counterfactual, we find that this type of embargo leads to welfare losses. And most important, the world welfare loss basically doubles once we take into account this endogenous technology decoupling. And in fact, almost the entirety of the US loss from this comes from the endogenous technology change. In the second case study, second counterfactual, we find for the world economy as a whole, this endogenous decoupling triples the welfare loss from the initiative. So in this model, this type of initiative could be welfare improving, could be welfare decreasing. We find it turns out to be bad and generate welfare loss. So that's the overview of the model. And the overview of the paper, so the model is a trade.
You mentioned in the motivation a Chinese firm that has a technology that's compatible to both sets of technology. Do you consider that kind of thing? Or if a technology has proximity to one, is it far away from the other? Or
yeah, that's going to be our premise here. We cannot be compatible with both type of suppliers. If you invest in these, you kind of have to foregone compatibility with the old supplier. So that's our setup. So the model, there are N regions. I will denote regions by D and O. There are S sectors. We'll denote by I and J. Within each region and sector, there is going to be a unit mass of firms, each producing a differentiated variety. So no firm entering as in this model, exogenous measure of firms, each producing a different variety. Firms differ in their technology. We denote in the baseline as theta, a position on the real line. So technology space is basically a point on the real line. And we can think of technology as a combination of knowledge from different scientific and engineering disciplines. Our preferred interpretation for this technology is it captures the technology path that firms choose. Take the automobile industry, for example. There are different ways of powering a car, from the full electric vehicle, full electric powertrain, to internal combustion engine powertrain, and like a different degree of hybrid versions in between. So these are full spectrum of technological path. More generally, our measurement will be sort of from a higher dimension rather than real line. So in that way, we can think of each technology as representing different weights of comprising of different combination of engineering discipline. For example, EV will probably EV maker, they use chemistry and electric engineering a lot more. In contrast, internal combustion engine, this type of these makers, they rely much more heavily on mechanical engineering in terms of their patenting and in terms of the knowledge they use. Alternative view of this technological path, alternative view of technology in the model is specific protocols or networks or ecosystem. Think Android versus iOS or Mac versus Windows type of system. Okay, that's an alternative interpretation. Our preferred one is this technological path. So firms in region O, sector J, they draw endowment, theta bar, things with a bar, upper bar is the endowment from a distribution. So country O, sector J has a distribution that governs the firms in that cell. Given the endowment draw, individual firms choose the technology with which they are going to produce. And if a firm wants to move away from the endowment technology, they will have to pay an adaptation cost, which increases in the distance between where the firm's endowment is and where they want to be. So it's kind of it pays for a firm have to pay to move away. And then firms source intermediate production inputs. The sourcing efficiency of a firm decreases in the distance between the technology of the firm and the technology of its supplier. So if two firms they choose similar position in this real line, then the supplier's output will be good as input for the downstream firm. Okay, and then production takes place, firms sell to consumers and downstream firms. So that's the basic ingredients in the model. And as a kind of to fix ideas, if we think about a world with only two countries and one sector, in this figure, the unshaded line plots the distribution of the endowment distribution of the two countries, and the shaded line is the distribution of the chosen technology by firms. So you can see, because in this world, firms in one country have an incentive to trade with the other country, so the chosen technology they will have incentive to move towards the middle. So that's the first point. And the second, within a country, firms also trade with each other, and this gives an incentive to compress the distribution. They move towards the middle within each country. So that's kind of illustration of how this model works. So in terms of exact setup, the model is static, but it will be helpful to think of this sequence of events in 4 stages. First is technology adaptation, and then firms source input, they produce, and finally they make sales to downstream firms and consumers. So we will present this model in 2 slides. First, we will talk about adaptation and the final sales, and next slide I will talk about input sourcing and the production decision. So what does firm do? Firm, they sell to downstream consumers, making a monopolistic competitive markup. And downstream consumer have this preference, 2-tier preference. Upper tier is top dollars across industries. Lower tier is C as across varieties from each country O, and from within each country, each of the producer omega. Okay, so that's the consumer side. Firms charge marginal cost when selling to downstream firms. That's our baseline assumption. I will discuss in a few minutes what will happen if we essentially allow firms to charge monopolistic competitive markup to other intermediate firms as well. So given this setup, firm's operational profit is given by this expression. Okay, so for a firm from country O, sector J, that has chosen technology theta, right? Let's for now denote this marginal production cost of this firm, COJ, as a function of theta. We'll define this later. So given this marginal production cost, the firm's operation profit is going to be, first, is going to be the total sales. So I is the total income in country D. Rho D, J is the share of income spent on goods from J. So that's the spending in the sector. And this part is the standard CS demand, which basically says this much is spent on the goods from this particular firm. Okay? And aggregating from all destination countries, we get the total sales of the firm, and the fixed share of that is variable profit. So that's the profit firms make from selling to final consumers. Now in the baseline, firms don't make anything by selling to other firms, so it doesn't appear. So firms' operation profit is this, and the firms, they have to pay adaptation cost. We denote this adaptation cost as a function of where the firm's technology endowment is and where it wants to move to. And this is going to be an increasing function in the distance between theta bar and the theta. So firm's problem essentially comes down to choosing a technology theta so as to maximize the net profit after paying adaptation cost. So 2 comments. Adaptation cost here, we essentially model this as scaling up with firm's production. Right? If a firm produces more, it will sell more, and it has to pay more production costs. So think of that as a variable cost of changing. It's something that scales with size. And it could be micro-funded in a model of bargaining between management and the researchers. The basic idea is that if a firm wants to move to a distant technology that the management knows little about, the researcher will be able to capture a higher share of the information rent.
So just wait a moment here, it's a static adaptation cost, right?
Yes.
Sort of thinking in the data and reality, the market dynamics, right?
Yeah.
Sort of thinking about what technology to adopt today.
Yeah.
Thinking about future expectations of trade policy and so on, and in some costs there could be these effects of uncertainty. And have you sort of thought about that at all, and how that matters?
Yes, it will matter. So here we have like the one-shot choice. This particular model has sort of straightforward extension to dynamic in which if firms make one short choice period after period, we're going to see gradual convergence following the figure that I showed earlier. But if firms start forcing the entire thing, we haven't really found a way to make that tractable. So one way, as I said, one way of thinking about this is kind of division of rent. The other way of thinking about this is kind of expense that firms have to pay. If you are moving to a distant technology point, you don't really know much, and researcher will have essentially will be able to conduct research in a more wasteful way, and a bigger part that expensed. Okay, so this is not expense, not the transfer. Our welfare accounting, when we do welfare accounting, we'll treat adaptation cost as expense. So here it's not market failure doesn't come through directly here, but what we want is something that scale up with size. We want it to be something very a variable type rather than one-time fixed, because we think a lot of this change is more expensive for bigger operations. So that's the reason for this. So given the identity distribution, firms in endogenous adaptation basically lead to the exposed distribution of each country sector. Okay, so that's the adaptation. Now, how does firm produce? So firm's production function, so think firm new from region D sector I, it chooses its technology theta, and then it produces output according to this Kappa-Dot's production function. This A is sector productivity, and the L is labor input. M is essentially the bundle of goods in sector J. Essentially, the bundle of goods inside the J that the firm buys from around the world. It's a CES bundle aggregated over all origin and all varieties, omega, with a constant elasticity psi. And for firm nu, then the cost of this variety essentially is first is the cost of omega, variety omega, cost to produce omega. There's a standard iceberg cost. And finally, there's a cost arising from these two firms that are using some more distant technology. So theta of nu and theta of omega. And that's kind of a new addition to this otherwise standard trade block of this model. Now, one comment on how we discipline this. So in standard trade models, we have this. If we parameterize this bilateral trade cost as a function of language or distance, then given trade elasticity, we can use trade patterns to pin down a coefficient associated with language or geographic distance. Here is a similar condition on trade elasticity. If we can measure the technological distance between countries and the firms, then trade patterns basically identifies how technology distance translate into iceberg equivalent incompatibility cost trap. Yeah. Yeah. So if we add multiplier, then there will be some markup. So what we have worked through is a monopolist competitive markup here. If the bilateral bargaining, we haven't worked it out. So I don't have a good answer for that. So that's basically the model. So I introduced this cost function before. So how is this cost function defined? Cost function essentially is a fixed point to this system of equations. So firm's marginal cost depends on inversely to its productivity and the wage, and then a bundle of intermediate costs that comes from basically combining these into this equation. We get a price for this guy, and the right-hand side is basically the price of that guy. So the first system of equation basically, given the distribution of firms in blue, the first system of equation pins down the cost for firms that choose different technology in different country and the sector. And the second part, second expression essentially is a trade pattern in gravity form. So how much I, as firm theta, with technology theta, buys from firms in country O with theta J with technology theta delta, well, it basically depends on how their production cost, bilateral trade cost, and the cost coming from incompatibility. That's the standard. And then the measure of firms with that theta delta. And the denominator is kind of standard, just aggregating across all potential suppliers. So a couple of remarks. First, in this model, firms are homogeneous. Beyond data, each of these firms are essentially the same, only differing from each other by data, and each firm sources from all suppliers. If you don't like that assumption, alternative micro foundation will be based on random production networks. Basically, each firm draws a set of suppliers, choosing the one that is what's best for them. In that alternative micro foundation, basically, firm size will have a Pareto tail, and each firm in sourcing pattern has extensive margin rather than intensive margin variations. So this model could be viewed as an analytically tractable alternative to this richer structure. And the model essentially, if we shut down this guy, the distribution, and we make it degenerate, we go back to the canonical, conventional quantitative trade model. Now, these two blocks of equations essentially summarize the trade and the sourcing cost. We also described earlier, firm make endogenous technology choice, right? And together, these two set of equations plus the firm's maximization problem essentially pins down a technological choice equilibrium. So when firms make choice, when firms decide which technology to choose, they have to anticipate the cost function and distribution of all the choice by all other firms. Now you can imagine this choice, technological choice equilibrium is not going to be genetically unique. If firms benefit a lot from compatibility, and if firm doesn't pay much in adaptation cost, then you can imagine all firms in the economy will be choosing the same technology, and the exact position of that technology wouldn't matter. All of these different equilibrium will be equivalent in welfare. So we provide a procedure in thinking about existence and uniqueness in this type of equilibrium. Basically, if the cost of being incompatible with other firms is not too large, and if the cost of shifting technology adaptation is not too small, then the equilibrium will be unique. So we will be kind of living in that world based on our calibration. And finally, the model from this point on is going to be general equilibrium. The labor market clearing condition is relatively standard. The goods market clearing condition is a bit more involved, since in each country and sector, each of these data basically is one good. So the markets have to clear goods by goods, and we will handle that in quantification. So one parametric assumption to make the model more tractable, we assume that the cost of technological incompatibility is essentially this constant semi-elasticity function in the distance between theta and the theta delta. And this T bar basically governs the semi-elasticity, which we will pin down. The second assumption is on the adaptation cost. This phi function, we assume phi function is such that essentially the firm's net profit is essentially this exponential of the distance between firm's technology and its endowment and times the operation profit. So that's the second parametric assumption, and we'll pin down phi in calibration. So under these two assumptions, firm's technology choice could be represented in closed form as a weighted average. So for a firm from country D set I, my technology is going to be average between my endowment technology and the average over essentially my suppliers from all sectors. So I average over their importance for me. And within each input supplying sector, I average from all countries and all technology based on their importance, the supplier's importance. So it's going to be a weighted average between endowment and the technology of suppliers. And from this, you can also see how a change in trade costs affects firms' technology choice, right? If the cost of buying from country O increases, then this particular supplier in country O will get a lower weight, and the firm will have put a lower weight on this supplier. So in a way, firm will switch away from this supplier. Okay, so that's what generate the decoupling, technology decoupling. Now, in the next few minutes, I will be talking about the model's welfare implication, efficiency implication through special cases. First is a closed economy, so one country, multiple sectors, and in each sector, the roundabout production, and in each sector, the endowment technology is degenerate. So each firms within each sector, each of them get the same endowment. All right. So the first expression is the marginal effect of changing technology on a firm's net profit. And there are two terms. the first term reflects the, if I change my technology marginally, I will either pay more adaptation or less adaptation cost. The second is going to be the benefit coming from changing technology. If I move close to certain suppliers, I will get a lower production cost and I will get more variable profit. That's captured by the second term. Now compare firm's first order condition, compare firm's condition marginal effect to that of the social planner. You can see that first the social planner, they value the cost savings slightly differently. And that's because we essentially, for convenience, we take a lot of objective functions. So for social planner, this is essentially, this first term is the profit share in income. But more important is that for the social planner, this, when firm changes technology, its impact is not just the effect on firm itself, it gets amplified by lambda I, which essentially is the dollar weight, is close enough to dollar weight of that firm in the economy. And also, social planner cares about what happens if a firm changes technology position, what happens to downstream firms who are using input from this particular firm, where the firm itself doesn't necessarily care about that. So in general, social planner and the firm, their incentives do not have to align. If we start from a decentralized equilibrium, then the firm's first order condition is set to 0, and we change the technology on the margin. We don't know in general if the welfare is going to improve or deteriorate. Now, we show that in symmetry, when the IO structure is symmetry, then what we get is firms always under-invest in adaptation. So part of the reason is that firm only capture part of the benefit coming from technology adaptation, and as a result, they always invest too little. So in equilibrium, firms are too far apart. Think about this spillover in a two-country case. So two country, one sector, still roundabout production. Okay, so suppose country 1 is on the right, country 2 is on the left of the real line. Then starting from a decentralized equilibrium, if we move country 2 a little bit to the right, close to country 1, what will happen? First, country 1 is going to benefit, right? Country 2 is moving close. Country 1 can buy things for cheaper, it will improve. For country 2, there are two effects. First, they get this price effect. Goods are getting cheaper because countries are closer to each other in terms of technology they use. On the other hand, country 2 also have to pay this adaptation cost, which offset part of the effect. But in this economy, symmetric two-country economy, the net effect is always positive. So if country 2 move from the decentralized equilibrium, if country 2 move close to country 1, then both countries will benefit from this move. So in this sense, in the economy, there's a tendency for firms to be too far apart. So finally, think about what will happen. So from a decentralized equilibrium, if there's a trade cost shock. So again, we live in this world with two countries, country 1 on the right, country 2 on the left. If there's an exogenous increase in bilateral trade costs in intermediate goods, first, there's a direct effect. So all the existing trade flows, it would now be multiplied with a higher trade cost. This leads to a first order welfare loss for both countries. And in an efficient economy, this essentially is the only first order effect, right? According to Hutton theorem. So in this model, basically, if firms' technology choice is exogenous, even though firms charge markup to consumers, the economy is still efficient. So if technology choice is exogenous, then this will be the only term, first order effect, coming from the changing trade cost itself. Now, if we allow firms to adjust technology in this model with endogenous technology choice, then there will be a second first order effect coming from the change in technology. So if we increase bilateral trade cost, firms are going to move further apart from each other, okay? And in this expression is summarized by this term, which is the bilateral cost due to incompatibility between firms. Okay, as firms move apart, this row summarizes how the bilateral incompatibility translates into welfare. And its object depends on primitives and the equilibrium object, but it's negative. So basically, what this shows is that if we add bilateral trade cost, we're going to get, in addition to the first order effect coming from trade cost itself, we're going to get a second first order effect due to firms now moving further apart from each other. So this is derived in a two-country setting. We are going to get essentially an ambiguous amplification effect to trade cost change. The lower trade cost, countries move closer, this endogenous response is going to amplify gains from trade liberalization. Conversely, it's going to amplify the loss. More generally, if we have many countries and many sectors, this type of first order effect that's coming from technology choice is going to be pair specific. So it could be positive and negative. And in the end, so that in quantification, we'll find it's amplified, but it depends on which kind of the position of countries in the space of technology. So I mentioned that the model, we talked about like when firms are allowed to charge markup to downstream firms, in that case, the technology choice is going to be a weighted average between the endowment, the average supplier technology, and average buyer technology. Most of the results on efficiency I have talked about survive in this extension. So firms underinvest in technology, and when there's a bilateral trade liberalization in this symmetric economy, industrial technology change amplifies the direct effect of trade cost change. Okay, so now let's go to the measurement. So to take the model to the data, we need to kind of measure countries and the sectors in the space of technology. We do this by using the embedding of pattern abstract down through the large language models. The basic idea is that for each pattern, we get like a description of the pattern, like 500 words or so. We put that through this sentence BERT model, which returns to us a vector of numbers of 768 dimensions. So the idea is that this vector essentially which lives in a space of these dimensions, captures the type of technology a pattern embody, and the two patterns are close to each other if they live close to each other in this space. Okay, so under this, we essentially construct a similarity between patterns using their cosine angular measure, and we can aggregate these two different levels of aggregation by basically checking this cosine similarity between patterns in different sets.
Could you check that measure as well in the sense that the pattern data set also gives you technology classifications?
Yeah. Yeah.
You kind of check that
yeah.
the embeddings are delivering bigger gaps between patterns.
Yeah. So basically, we do exactly that. We show that it's correlated with things that we think should matter, like geographic distance, trade, I/O, pattern class, also like the over time change in geopolitical tension between countries. We also do like case study along the production chain to show that it captures upstream, downstream kind of compatibility in a way that the model is model intends it to. One caveat here is that what we're measuring essentially is compatibility. It can also capture like, similar patterns. They don't have to just be compatible. They can also be competing with one another. So to kind of speak to that concern, we fine-tune this embedding model to essentially classify pairs of patterns to whether they are competition or substitution. So in a way, if two patterns are, like if a car cannot have two powertrains, so EV powertrain and internal combustion powertrain, they are similar in the pattern space, but they are incompatible under our definition. So we fine-tune the model to basically measure this competition directly, and we'll control for that in all of our regressions. So this is one example about supply chain. Downstream firms, downstream EV maker, they have their patterns are more similar to battery patterns compared to fuel supply patterns, and vice versa for cars that rely on conventional powertrain. So a key implication of the model is if we increase bilateral trade costs, we're going to see decrease in bilateral technology similarity. What we do is essentially to regress bilateral similarity between patterns in country D and the patterns in country O that are matched to each of the HS6 product, okay? And then we're going to explore the bilateral variation in tariff at the HS6 level to basically estimate this. What we find is that essentially is that the tariff lead to higher tariff lead to a decrease in bilateral similarity. We have some more collaborative evidence for the mechanism, but I will not have time to talk about this. So in terms of taking the model to the data, we quantify the model. One more assumption. Assumption 2, which is on the primitive of the model, we assume that identity technology distribution is normal, okay? And what that buys us is that under the assumption on compatibility cost we have imposed before, the exposed technology will be normal subject to a quadratic approximation to the cost function. So what that means is that when solving for the fixed point technology choice, we don't have to track this 600 distribution of endogenous choice anymore. we can just focus on a bunch of scalars, one for each country sector. Okay, so that's what makes the model tractable for quantification. So if we take the measured bilateral distance and try to rationalize that into this space, basically we pick points so that we pick points for each country sector so that we can explain as much of the bilateral distance as possible. What we get is this. You see China, the sectors in China lies in one corner, the sectors in US lies in another corner. Okay, so which shows some sort of distance, differential technological distance between countries. And in calibration and quantification, we'll be using just one dimension. So the exercise will be essentially be trying to rationalize this point on just one line. And you can see, kind of see visually, it's going to be this line. So on that line, China occupies one corner, US occupies the other, and other countries are scattered in between. And that's kind of what makes the quantification result amplification, because countries are on the two ends of the technology spectrum. If we shot these two countries, they are moving apart, and this leads to welfare losses beyond the first order trade cost effect. So we calibrate the model. Just in the remaining minute, let me just show you the counterfactual. When the US itself imposes a semiconductor export ban on China, because the US itself only accounts for like 1% of Chinese import in the sector, right? All this story we hear about, it's exports from Taiwan, the Netherlands, and so on. US doesn't really matter that much as a direct exporter. The effect essentially is zero. When all countries impose that, China loses about half a percentage point. The world as a whole loses about a quarter percentage point. And this type of loss is driven by endogenous technology. So here on the solid points are the equilibrium, are the technology choice in the absence of embargo. And the stars are the choice when there's this embargo. We see that the China target sector, the semiconductor sector, shift to the right, and other sectors in the US shift to the left. And we use this color, blue, to indicate the countries that move along with the US, red to indicate the country that move along with China. So basically, as China and the US shift apart in the semiconductor sector, so to speak, Korea kind of realign more with China. Other major countries that's shown here align more with the US. And we see this in other sectors as well. So this is the average. The lower panel is the average technology of all other sectors. You see China and Korea shift to the right, other countries shift towards the US and the left. And this is kind of a decomposition of where this welfare effect that I just talked about came from. If we use fixed technology, China loses about 40% of a percentage point. And then each layer, we first allow response in China's target sector, then response in other sector, all other sectors in China, and the response in endogenous technology response in all countries and sectors. Basically, a takeaway from this decomposition is that for the world as a whole, the welfare cost of this embargo doubles once we incorporate all this endogenous technology response. For the US, the loss is kind of small, but the loss comes entirely from this endogenous technology response. And we get a similar finding by looking at China's initiative, that hypothetical initiative that reduce American technology, which essentially reward firms if they move away from the average US technology. This effect leads to a welfare loss, and most of this loss comes from endogenous technology decoupling. So to kind of conclude, what we developed in this paper, a GE model of trade with technology compatibility between firms and suppliers. Key implication of the model that bilateral tariff increase lead to reduced bilateral technology similarity is validated using the data. And our two main counterfactuals find that endogenous technology response amplify the loss of trade decoupling between countries. That's all of my talk. Thank you.
Thank you. So thanks so much to the organizers for asking me to discuss this paper. Let me jump directly into the discussion. So U.S. exports controls cut Chinese firms from NVIDIA's advanced chips and from CUDA. What is CUDA? It's the Compute Unified Device Architecture, a proprietary software platform created by NVIDIA for their customers, actually, to allow them to interact with their technology. So moving Chinese firms to Huawei basically involves changing completely the ecosystem and also the full production process to an incompatible system. This is costly. This involves basically changing the technology. I think this is a very important question, kind of the question this paper wants to address. Do trade shocks drive countries' technologies apart or together? And does this endogenous technology response amplify or dampen the welfare effects of trade policy? And this is a very ambitious question. This paper provides, I think for me, one of the first frameworks in which these questions can be asked quantitatively. They provide a theory that is basically mostly on Morris and Shin. If you think about the beauty context idea, I want to choose who is the most, let's say, the smartest one in this room, but I won't be able to decide that unless I had to guess who do you guys think is the smartest one here in the context of technology. It's not necessarily picking the best technology. It's basically forecasting what is the best technology to me, condition what you guys choose. It also relates a lot to previous work by Arnaud, 2008. It also relates to work by Vogel and Arnaud and Costinot. Also relates to Overfield's work. It also relates to a big literature, actually, in fact. And it has implications over trade policy, and it has implications over geoeconomics. Instead of working on thinking about what a hegemon will decide to do, it's trying to quantify the decision. If I am basically decided to embargo China, what will be the implications for me? What will be the implications for China and the rest of the world? I think it's an amazing paper. I suggest people reading it. So my idea on this discussion is asking, what do they do? How do they do it? How they identify the new elasticities that they bring into this framework? And what are the implications? And I'm going to end up with questions. So how do they do it? They do like this. Let me start with a very simple, let's say, multi-sector, input-output, cayendo en parro. Look at T-bar. T-bar is going to play a role of an elasticity later. You're going to see it very clearly. T-bar equal to 0. What do we know? We have trade shares, depends on destiny and origin by sector. At the sectoral level, there's a gravity. Gravity depends on what? Suppliers' input cost. The supplier input cost depends on wages, productivity, input prices with input-output, as you can imagine. There's another component that actually you need to reconcile trade shares in the data, which is what we call icebergs. Of course, not only icebergs, these trade costs also have tariffs. And this unexplained component, which we always think about as a residual when we do an exact algebra, when we take it to the data, as we know from Anderson and Van Wyck, although they did this at the aggregate level, but you do this by sector, you will find out that this residual plays a very important role to explain the data. So what are these people trying to do? Is trying to open this black box of the residual. How much of this residual, this hyper cost, might be a consequence of firms deciding what technology to basically have related to other countries. Where does technology live today in these papers? Technology lives basically in the input cost, in this A. And how do we think about technology today? We think about technology as basically as vertical. Either you have a better or worse, more comparative advantage, less comparative advantage. What this paper tries to bring is the idea of horizontal. Is this kind of technology versus that kind of technology? Is my technology related to your technology? How do they do it? They're going to basically extend. It's kind of, imagine enlarging this iceberg cost, making it endogenous. So how do they do it? Look at the trade shares again. Now it's going to be a function of this lambda. This big lambda is going to be a function of what? The input cost, which depends on this theta tilde. Theta tilde basically represents the technology of all other potential suppliers in the world. T, theta tilde, let me show you T. I think that's easier. This doesn't work. Okay. So T theta tilde is the distance of my technology relative to everyone else that I'm supplying, suppliers my good. That has implications also over my input cost. My input cost actually might be more productive if I'm choosing a technology that is closer to my potential suppliers. And there's a distance, which basically means how costly it is for me to choose a technology relative to the rest. And theta bar, think about it in a way, plays a role of an elasticity. It's kind of the iceberg now is changing endogenously to the extent that firms decide to change their theta, their productivity relative to the others. So compatibility, input cost, more the further the supplier. So the further is my supplier, the more costly it is. I want to be closer to my suppliers to get a better technology. So firms interact with the entire distribution. This is a very complicated problem to solve. Of other firms' technologies, not just aggregate prices, buyer, identity, etc. T bar equal to 0 goes back to the simple cayendo en parro model. That's basically everything that they bring. They bring basically this theory to think about this. Bottom line, my cost depends on where do I stand. And this is exactly the important problem they try to solve. But this is not exogenous. They go now and try to solve this economic problem. How do they do it? I'm going to call it opening the black box. A firm with a particular theta is going to decide the following. The firms are selling varieties, intermediate goods. They're not charging markups of those intermediate goods when they sell to other suppliers. What they're doing is charging markups when I sell my intermediate goods to final good producers. The elasticity of demand of those final goods is going to be the same across sectors. That's why the markup is going to be a constant markup over my sales. So 1 over eta xi is going to be the profits that I obtain by selling these intermediate goods to the final good producers. But there's a cost that I need to pay in terms of adaptation to get to those profits. So 1 minus phi is basically the cost, part of my profits that I forego in order to do what? To choose the best technology. Without this adaptation cost, I would choose the best theta, and that's it. But choosing the best theta is costly. Why? Because I'm endowed with a theta bar. I wake up one day, there's a theta bar of my firm. The further I am from my theta bar, more costly it is. Takes out from my profits compared to choosing the theta that maximizes my profit. So that's a trade-off. That's exactly the trade-off, which turns out to be in these simple models. It only depends on these adaptation costs and depends on my input cost. I want to lower my input cost, maximize my profits. I want to basically reduce this, which basically is choosing a theta very close to my theta bar. Another important assumption related to this quadratic cost is that the adaptation cost of retooling or leaving my theta bar is basically a quadratic cost, right? And now phi bar, it's another important elasticity that they need to actually discipline with the data. So 2 elasticities, T bar and phi bar. Let me show you T bar again. By the way, an important point that you made in the presentation is without this theta bar equal to 0, phi bar equal to 0, what you will actually get like a continuum of solutions. It will not be a unique solution in the problem. In fact, you need this to get uniqueness and existence, something that's very important in the paper that actually they characterize and show. So the other part is the production cost, compatibility inside. I want to basically, get closer to the average of all other productivities who I'm trading with. That depends on T bar. So here comes the question. So they write this mechanism, they get a solution, which is a best response function, my productivity, conditional on my endowment, productivity, the one I choose is going to be a weighted average between my endowment and the other's productivity. The weights are going to be endogenous. You kind of see in the production function, the weights depends on the assist substitution, doesn't vary across sectors, depends on the importance of intermediate goods to production, T bar and phi bar. So the key question is how do you identify this T bar and phi bar? Because at the end of the day, identifying these elasticities basically allows you to have some quantitative implications in the model and take it to the data. Here's where they do something quite clever, and I would say quite impressive. One is the T bar governs what? Sourcing given theta. It's visible purely in the cross-section. Look at who am I sourcing with, firms across countries. Is it the case that you see this correlation that you see in the data? Now, how do I know the compatibility, if you want, across different technologies? That's where they provide a new measure of technology similarity. They use a large language model, a lot of data on patents, and try to get a measure of compatibility. Using that, they basically identify the theta bar. How do you get the phi bar? So theta bar is basically identified by the cross-section. By the phi bar basically means how costly it is for me to change, by adapting. And that's basically, you need time variation for this. This related to basically Steve's comment about, do you need dynamics potentially in the paper? Yes, they need to use dynamic changes. In this case, they're going to use MFN changes. Think about the long-run elasticity, the black box long-run elasticity that Boehm, Lechenko, and Pandala basically measure. They're using the same intuition to measure the phi bar. So here we go. We have the T bar and the phi bar. What are the implications at the end? At the end of all that iceberg cost that we cannot explain, 9.5% is what they can attribute to this mechanism. That's exactly the quantitative implication of this model. They live in this 9.5% of that big iceberg cost that we are still very uncertain and ignorant about. So then I thought, okay, why don't we actually go and take the Caliendo and Parro model, think about it with different elasticities. Would it be the case that if you give me the elasticities, I will get the same quantitative implications? The answer is no. Why? Because it's not about heterogeneous elasticities and being different. It's also that iceberg costs are also changing endogenously. So suppose you give me the iceberg costs that are implied by this theory. Put it in the Caliendo and Parro model and the elasticities. Will you get the same results? And the answer is no. Why? Because there is an externality in this model. So what is the externality? What is on price? Basically, what is on price here is the fact that, well, the inputs are all price, but the supplier position, my theta, it's on price. I choose a theta, and now it kind of becomes like, in a way, like this local public good. Everyone gets access to this technology. No, I'm not getting paid from the fact that I chose a theta that might benefit you. So that generates an externality. Okay, so how do you solve this externality in principle? And they actually talk about this in the paper. You need this ideal Lindahl market. Ideally, each buyer pays the supplier a personalized price for proximity. Imagine a world like that in which it's equal to your marginal benefit. And that's exactly how they end up basically solving the Pranos problem. So then my question was, do we see something like this in the data empirically? Well, it turns out to be that that CUDA that I told you has something in that flavor. It's the fact that once you contract with NVIDIA, you get access to this platform that allows you to communicate with their technology much more efficiently. In a way, the supplier pays the buyers this adoption cost towards its own theta, financed by hardware margins. There's other examples like mobile telecom using 3G, 5G, LTE, or for example, USB and whatnot. And more interesting, when you think about deep trade agreements, right? Harmonized standards, multi-recognition, which by the way, empirically, they also show in a different paper, that seems to be actually, raises similarity much more than simply trade policy. So the paper has a broader implication that you don't actually engage too much, that you might want to do it, maybe in this paper. And another one that somehow in this framework, trade policy, acts like a compatibility market design. Similar in the framework that what Arnaud basically discussed in the 2008 paper, in the 2x2 paper world, but now in a quantitative model with multiple countries, intermediate goods and whatnot. Deep integration supplies the missing market. That's why eventually an embargo destroys this privately built one with nothing to replace it. That's why you get much more welfare costs in this framework compared to, let's say, a standard quantitative trade model. So to conclude, I have 3 questions. Is this an important question to answer? I think it is an important question to answer. But does horizontal technology choice matter for how we think about trade conflicts? I don't know. So is this an adequate, I don't know, I couldn't find a better word, adequate theory, I don't know what it means, an adequate theory, but the bottom line to study this quantitatively, my point is, does this paper provide a model that isolates the mechanism? I think it does. And does it remain tractable for measure it? I think it does, and they do a lot in this paper in terms of measuring. And the last question is the quantification empirically disciplined? Do the data credibility pin down the parameters, the welfare results that ride on? I'll let the authors answer that question. Thank you.
Do you want to take some questions first and then respond to the rest of the
Questions?
It seems like the lack of markups on intermediate goods is important for this result, that firms don't have an incentive to invest in making their technologies more similar. Is that a reasonable assumption? How much is it driving results?
So it's going to be important. So markup allows firms to internalize part of the surplus. In the sort of symmetric case, we can show it doesn't solve the problem because when we do a monopolistic competitive markup itself, the size of markup is tied to the elasticity, which is disciplining the surplus generated. So there's an internal relationship that makes, like, in the end, at least in the symmetric case that we're able to characterize, there's still under adaptation at the firm side. Now, if we decouple these two elasticity, if markup can be arbitrary, then there's regions of parameter when the markup is large enough, firms over-adapt. So you are definitely right. Quantitatively, we don't know. So in part to answer Lorenzo's this last question, it depends on your view of the world. If beyond this model markup matters, then we need to do some more thinking about to what extent markup matter quantitatively. If not, then I think it matters. I just don't know quantitatively to what extent it matters. Under investment is going to be a feature even in the monopolistic competitive markup world. Does that answer your question? Yes, Jonathan.
I had 2 questions about equation 30, which is where you regress the technological similarity on the tariffs. So the first is you can't choose your bilateral technological similarity, right? I pick a position, and so the bilateral tariffs enter my position decision as part of like a multilateral sum. So it seems that
No, there's a bilateral trade share, and then there's a multilateral sum, but the multilateral sum is going to be absorbed by the destination fixed effect. So only the numerator of the standard gravity shows up.
I agree with that, but if we're looking at is my theta and the other guy's average theta close to each other or not, it seems like I got to pick a position, and so maybe it's correctly specified, but it seems like doing the standard errors right would be a nightmare in the sense of the bilateral tariff doesn't let me pick a bilateral position, I just pick my theta. The second question about it was that you were regressing technological similarity in T on the tariffs in T, and this is where Steve's concern about dynamics seems relevant in the sense of I'm not instantly going to switch platforms or abandon CUDA in the same time period that the tariff hits me. So it seems like you might want to think about the timing of that regression.
Yeah, so the first question, so in the model, a statement is that if there's a bilateral shock, then we're going to see a change in bilateral distance. So in that regard, the regression specification is consistent with the model. So there's sort of multilateral change, but relative to all other destinations, relative position to the tariff, the partner with a tariff shock will change more. So that's what the model says, and that's what the regression captures once we're conditioning on the destination and origin fixed effect. About this time, I didn't mention, so we have like 15 years of data. We group these into 5 3-period episodes. So this T is like a 3-year window. So for this was a bit like earlier vintage empirical. We don't do dynamic analysis for the variation from the PTA, deep PTA and the bilateral investment treaty. We look at the time horizon. It takes like around 5 years for the effect to show up in that regression, like persistence. Yuta.
Yeah, isn't the technological compatibility bilateral pair dependent? I was thinking like T function depends on the industry pair, because if you can kind of tease out these importance of compatibility, I think you can have some, idea on like in which industry pair it really matters or not.
Yeah, that's a great idea. We thought about this in something we tried before using like the shorter data. We don't have the power to tease out the difference. So that's why we stay with here. We might have now, we kind of extend the sample, but I don't want to overpromise. Yes?
Really interesting paper. I just was trying to think about the bottom line, right? So your welfare estimates for China are around 40 basis points and maybe less than 10 basis points for the US. So is the message that, don't worry about decoupling because it's going to be kind of small impacts?
Yeah, I mean, in a way, not. So we are shorting a relatively small sector. So when we do embargo, it's only one side, US export to China. We don't short the US export to Chinese consumers, only to Chinese firms. So the effect itself is small, in part because the size of the short we apply is small. So I think our view is you kind of have to compare this to the model with exogenous technology that we all know well. And what we are saying is whatever the number that says for the scenario of decoupling, it's probably vastly underestimate the cost. But in the end, the trade-off between these and the other objectives, we really don't have much to say. Thank you. All right, thank you very much. Thank you, Lorenzo, for the amazing comments. We will work on trying to increase the credibility and also thinking about trade policy. I mean, we need to engage more with sort of in terms of thinking about trade policy as a way to facilitate coordination. We haven't done this enough. Thank you. Thank you all.
want to do it? So much power.
Use the mic.
I'll be here. Yeah, I don't like holding it. Good to go. All right. Thank you all for coming. Thank you, the organizers, for putting the paper in the program. This is joint work with Keelan Burney, Arnaud Costino, and Dave Donson. So, as we all know, tariffs are back. And with tariffs, we are thinking again about this century-old question of who will be paying for these tariffs. Will foreigners be paying for part of these tariffs or not? In theory, the mechanism behind like why foreigners would pay for the tariffs is well known. When tariffs go up, the prices paid for the goods that these foreigners are exporting to the countries imposing the tariffs may go down. And to the extent they do, they will pay for part of these tariffs. In practice, however, the magnitude of these price responses are much less clear. So for example, when we think about our quantitative trade models, they will predict some large macro effects. What do I mean by that? Tariffs will go up, and we see it in these models, they will predict some large aggregate price responses through general equilibrium channels like changes in wages or the exchange rate if wages cannot move. In contrast, recent papers have been using some reduced form specifications, and they have been establishing small micro effects of these tariffs. What do I mean by that? We are looking at targeted products, products that were targeted by tariffs, and comparing their prices to others, and we see limited relative price responses. So what we're going to be doing in this paper is propose a reduced form approach that will allow us to estimate these macro effects of tariffs. And what we're going to be finding, just previewing the results, is that in line with the literature, we're going to find some small micro effects of these tariffs, but the macro effects can actually be substantial. So the strategy here, we're going to be thinking about local projections of export prices on two measures of exposure to tariff changes. One is going to be a micro exposure. What do I mean by that? It's very much like the literature. We're going to be looking at the price of a product from a particular origin that was targeted in the destination and seeing if the price responded. But we're also going to add, and that's the new contribution here, a macro exposure. And here we're going to be thinking about how prices of a country exporting goods on average respond to changes in the weighted average of all the tariffs that this country faces across all products and all destinations. When we take this specification to the data, we are going to actually use the universe of export prices and tariff changes between 1995 and 2023. And our key identification strategy here is going to build on Bohem et al. It's going to be this idea that whenever countries are changing their tariffs, they are not really thinking about these non-consequential exporters for them. They are not going to be thinking about the small suppliers of certain goods to these countries. And then we can think about MFN tariff changes and the price responses on those small exporters as allowing us to estimate the causal impact of tariffs on prices. And our main findings are going to be the following. First, I'm going to show you tariff pass-through. And I'm going to define these in more detail later. There is going to be a micro one. That is going to be the response of prices to this micro exposure. We're going to find that it is small and close to zero. And then it's going to be a macro pass-through that is going to be much larger and negative, suggesting that whenever a country faces changes in tariffs on all its exports, actually the typical price of an export of this country will fall. And then because of these macro effects, we're going to find...
That's for the US, is that?
No, this is going to be the whole world, and I'm going to talk about the pass-through is the same for everyone. Then there's going to be a distinction of which countries can actually affect prices because of their size, and I'm going to be very precise about that later on. Okay, so our second result is going to be about the implied transfers of the tariffs that we observe changing in our sample period. And we find that because of these macro effects, its transfers could be substantial. For example, when we order the countries in our sample by the size of the transfers relative to their GDP, we find that the country in the 10th percentile lost 1.4% of GDP, but the country in the 90th percentile gained 3.1% of GDP, and that's an annual transfer. So this is kind of the annual transfer that countries get every year because of the tariff changes that we observed between 1995 and the end of our sample. So before I move into how we're going to be implementing this, let me just quickly place the paper in the literature. So there is a long literature on who bears the burden of tariffs, and foreigners may pay for part of these tariffs because the price on their exports will fall. That could come from channels in perfect competition or imperfect competition. There is much empirical work on the micro effect of these tariffs, thinking about the relative price of a targeted product in a destination relative to another one. And we are going to split this literature into two waves. The first wave, which tended to find large micro effects of these tariffs, but then there is a second wave, more recent, following the changes in tariffs that we observed since 2018, that finds that these micro effects tend to be much smaller and closer to zero. What we're going to be doing here is to think more carefully about these macro effects, and here there is much less evidence. What we do have is these predictions of the quantitative models that suggest that these macro effects can be large, and that is true even when you try to calibrate the macro model to match some of the evidence on the small micro effects of tariffs. So we are going to be estimating this macro effect and then using those macro effects to answer the question of whether foreigners will pay for tariffs, and we find that they actually pay for a sizable fraction of these tariffs, and it's going to be all coming through these macro effects. All right, so let me start with the conceptual framework here. It's going to be really simple. It's more a way of organizing how we're going to be thinking about the question and then motivate our empirical strategy later on. So we're going to be thinking about the reduced form impact of tariffs on prices. So think about the vector of tariffs in the whole economy. That's going to be this tau T here. That's going to include the entire vector of all the tariffs in the world economy, and that could be also dynamic, thinking about past and present tariffs. And there is going to be a function that relates this vector of tariffs to the price of a particular observation here. We're going to be thinking about O as the origin, D the destination, G as the product, and T here. So we can think about the tariffs in the whole economy affecting the particular the tariffs in the whole economy affecting the price that we observe on an observation here. Observations being origin, destination, goods, years. And then the thought experiment is a hypothetical tariff change that will move the vector of tariffs from a level tau to a new level tau prime. And that is going to generate some changes in prices. In this very simple framework, it's going to be essentially the change in this function P tilde, and how does that affect the prices of the different varieties here. And that's going to be what we denote by this delta L and P here. Then, given these price changes, we can think about the induced transfers. And for us, it's going to be one component of welfare. We are going to be thinking about the first order impact of these tariff changes through prices on welfare. So this is going to be essentially the terms of trade of this country. So it's going to be the price of the exports of this country, the sum of the price of the exports with weights here given by the export value of each of these varieties, minus the change in the import price index, essentially the weighted sum of the price changes because of the tariffs, and here with weights given by the imports of this country. Yes?
How to think about retaliation? So when I'm looking at this, is the assumption this is the effect without retaliation, or are you going to control for retaliation with the data? Or?
Yeah. Let me tell you how I deal with the data a little bit later on. Here, it's very general, right? It's a change. I can just think about conceptually any hypothetical change in the tariffs. Of course, when I get to the data, I need to be very careful about the strategy. Give me like 4 or 5 slides, and I'll get there, I promise, okay? All right. Okay, so now comes how we are going to actually think about this impact of tariffs and try to estimate them. We are going to think about one micro effect and one macro effect. So let me start with the micro effect here. This is going to be very similar to what the literature has done. We are going to think about the elasticity of the price on a particular origin destination good triplet here to the change in the tariff faced by that origin on that good in that destination here. And the idea is that whenever a destination changes the tariff on a good, that is going to shift the demand for that good, and that will affect prices, for example, through the marginal cost of that good in that origin or the markups. What we are going to add here is this macro effect. So the macro factor is going to be this additive term that captures the average tariff change that the origin, that exporter is facing across all destinations and all the goods in the world economy. The idea here is, for example, when we think about changes in the overall tariffs that a country faces, that will affect the demand for the factors in that country, and therefore we are going to change some general equilibrium variables, for example, wages, or as I mentioned, exchange rates if wages cannot move. But the idea here is actually pretty similar to what's going to be in many quantitative trade models. So if you think about a Ricardian model like Eaton and Corton, that's going to be a force that is going to be there. We are going to be thinking about shifts in the demand for the factors of a particular country that will come not from the tariffs of only one product, but actually on the tariffs that affect all the goods that this country is exporting. And once we actually have these shifts, that will affect actually the price on all the goods that this country exports. So that's going to be a notion of an aggregate price response that is going to be featuring many models that we're trying to capture with this exposure measure here. Yes? I'm trying to understand. So this is the change in the...
These are the, as I understood, this is like the tariff that all faces in D.
In all countries, D and all goods.
But then in the data, are there going to be events where I'm changing simultaneous shocks from D, but I'm also changing my tariffs, and that's also part of my macro shock.
Sure. That's going to be when I think about the welfare, but the...
Just, I guess, for estimation, if I have events when a country joins, I don't know, like a trade agreement, it's going to be both ODs and DOs changing simultaneously. That's what I'm thinking.
Sure. And then what I guess the component that I'm capturing here is only the fact that you face as a producer, the average tariff that you face as a producer. Maybe you're thinking about, well, this country here is changing tariffs, which will also affect the prices of the goods that they consume, which is definitely here on the welfare, for sure. And that's going to be here. Yeah, it's going to be the reverse, and then when I do the accounting, I'm going to do that, but the specification is going to be based on the prices the price on the things that you export, and that's the elasticity that we'll be estimating. But then when we do welfare, for sure, we need to account for those. And that's going to be affecting your cost of consumption. That may change whenever you change your tariffs simultaneously with someone changing tariffs on you, which is related to what Steve was asking, and I'll have to deal with those things when I get to destination strategy. And, like now I'm like 3 slides away, I think. Yes?
I think the question's also related, but like, if you think about like what the actual GE effects are, you have to worry about the third countries too, like not just the tariffs between O and D, but like it's like there's some
strategic interactions. Yes, there's going to be, if you write a model, if you have a micro foundation here, you have to kind of shut down some of these forces. It's not going to be in our main specification. I'll have some fixed effects. I'll capture some of those. I'll talk about it later. But the way you can think about it is that we're trying to capture not all the responses that are going on, but the response that is associated with the shift in the demand for the factors that the country uses for producing exports. That's the idea in the model. Yeah.
Pablo's question, like you said, that's the producer's cost, but if they were also importing inputs.
Yeah, that would be here. We are not really trying to estimate that component. Like to the extent that it is correlated, we could be capturing part of the responses related to that as well. But it's definitely not in our specification right now. I think we are being less, let's put it this way, we are focusing on one channel, and there are others that could be important in general equilibrium, and I'll acknowledge that. But that's the one that we're going to bring to the table that we think, it's in the models, and it has not been something that we have evidence for.
When I'm a country, I'm a destination that I'm imposing shocks and tariffs on different trade partners, I guess if I care about the welfare of that country, so we are going to have shut that country imposing tariffs on its own trade partners. Just the U.S. imposing tariffs on the trade partners of the U.S. Shut that.
Yeah.
So here there will be only one D, yeah, in this whole experiment.
Correct.
So I'm trying to map that into this regression.
So if there is the U.S. changing tariffs, only the U.S. changing tariffs on different countries in different ways, let's say.
I want to know the answer to that one.
Yeah, that's going to be 1D, And then we are going to be thinking about which origins are going to be more or less exposed to the US in terms of the goods that the US is raising more tariffs and where the US actually sources more of those goods. And this is going to be related to how important the US is as a destination for the exports of that country. So for example, if the US is increasing tariffs, it's going to be more important in Canada than in Iran. That's one example here, just because Canada exports a lot to the US and not the other countries. Does that help? I saw another hand there. Sorry. Yeah.
Just in case how this maps through a different vertical analysis, this is pretty cool because normally we run the top three questions with a bunch of fixed effects that we try to, we use to control for unobserved supply and demand shocks. And essentially what you're telling us is some of these demand shocks are actually inherently related to the global adjustment in the tariffs. And so there should be clean, that should not be part of the fixed effects. It's learning its own right and that's part of the question.
Great, I love, because that's exactly the specification that we have. That's how we're going to do it. You're going to get origin time fixed effects, then they would be there, but then you can actually use it as a dependent variable. That's how we're going to operationalize these. Sorry, Steve.
I was going to say something related. I was just going to say that what you call the macro effect here, often in some of the other studies would be controlled for in the fixed
Correct.
effect, right, in some sense.
That's exactly right.
The big micro should still be identified.
Correct.
But the macro, the fixed effect is absorbing some of the...
That's exactly right. It's going to be let me finish this one and then I'll talk about exactly that. Great. So I described these elasticities in a static sense. We are going to actually do local projections, so you can think about these elasticities changing over time. So we are going to have elasticities, both micro and macro, operating at different horizons. And the dynamics here could come from things like, current tariff changes affect future conditions, and that will affect elasticities over time. Or you may have like some inertia because of nominal rigidities, or you can also be worried about zero correlation in tariff changes, but in that case, we can kind of think about things in a similar way, but just think in your mind that it's not about the tariff changes, but actually the exogenous innovations in those tariffs. But now going back to this point of the misintercept that we were just discussing about, so before we move to strategy, I just want to take a minute and talk about how this relates to problems like the misintercept. So if you think about specifications, standard specifications that will have an origin year fixed effect, then it's actually going to completely absorb this component. So it's not going to be operating at all there. So if you have an origin time fixed effect, you're not going to be able to think about these macro effects that are actually present in many of the models that we use to think about counterfactuals and impacts of trade policy. So that's one sense in which what we're doing relates to the misintercept problem. But then, if you just drop those fixed effects, is it true that you're going to fix the problem? No, because you're not going to have this macro exposure, and it's not clear that it's going to be related to the micro exposure. That really depends on the amount of variation that you have on the micro versus the macro, between country, within countries, and it can actually show these things. So you may have situations, and it's so hard to create situations, in which you have a zero micro effect, a pretty large macro effect, but you cannot see it if you're not running the regressions with the right exposure measures. So with that, I want to say, that what we're going to be trying to do here is estimate these beta micro and beta macro together, and then use them to measure the associated transfers that come from tariffs. We are not going to try to come up with a general solution to the misintercept problem. So Teresa mentioned that, for example, we are not accounting for things like input cost shocks. There are other things that could be very important, and I'll acknowledge that, but we are going to be trying to estimate this component of the macro responses and see how big they are. Yeah.
You've already done this in some of your other work with Ono and Dave, but I was thinking you could also use this to validate quantitative models in some sense, in the sense that you could estimate this regression on model-generated data. Right? Do the nonlinear counterfactual from the emission equilibrium in the model, and then run this on the model-generated data as well as the actual data, and see whether you see similar pattern in both cases.
Yes, we haven't done it though, but yeah, that would be an interesting thing to think about. What are how the magnitudes in the quantitative models will compare to what we estimate. Yes, Ceci.
Maybe this is the same question as Pablo. If you run this with OLS, then the error would be coordinated, so the error should be picking up structural reforms, for example. And if it's coordinated with the tariff changes.
Great. So let me answer that question now, talking about how we are actually going to operate, because then you really need to be careful about all these things, right? So let me discuss this now, and then we can come back to these if it's not clear. All right, so how we're going to do it, we are going to have these local projections for border price changes over different horizons. So we are going to have a microspecification, which is exactly what we're talking about just now. So that's going to be the price change for an origin destination product here over a particular horizon. And that's going to be the elasticity over the, we are going to compare the price change to the change in the tariff on that same variety here. And then we are going to have origin time fixed effect. So in this micro specification, the macro component that I've been talking about is going to be completely absorbed by the origin time fixed effect. And then we can have other controls. And here we are going to have things like destination sector year dummies, which will capture some of the discussion that we had about competition effects and so on in prices here. But they will be accounted for in this level. And then we're going to have a macro specification. It's going to be like a second step that is going to use as dependent variable the origin time fixed effect from the first one. So you can think about what we're doing. We're trying to come up with a micro specification that matches what is in many papers that have been estimating this micro effect. We are going to we're going to estimate the micro effect that way, so it's going to be comparable to what they do. We're going to extract the common component of the price change for an origin year, and then use it to estimate our macro effect. And then that's a dependent variable, and the regressor here is going to be the average tariff change that this country faces across all destinations and years. So that's a specification. And of course, we had these discussions about the error term here. How can we claim causality? Maybe these are simultaneous changes in tariffs. Your partners are changing tariffs as well. We should be worried about that for sure. So that's what we are also worried about that. So we built on this strategy by Bohem et al., trying to exploit the idea that there is exogenous tariff variation whenever countries change MFN tariffs on the suppliers that are small for that country. What is the key idea? Well, the small suppliers are experiencing shocks, but these are shocks that are not really making the countries that are changing the MFN tariffs respond, because these countries are small for them. So that's the key idea. So we are borrowing on what they did and assuming that, there is a component of these tariff changes across destinations that we can use. So we are not going to be using PTAs. I think there was a discussion about that before. So we are going to use MFN tariff changes and only focusing on the variation that it generates on the small exporters serving the markets that are changing tariffs. How we do it, we are going to follow Bohem et al. So we are going to have two sets here. We are going to define a set of origins that face MFN tariffs. So we are going to see in the data whether the origin is facing MFN tariffs prior to the changing tariffs here and after, actually, right before and right after. And then we are going to classify origins as small suppliers based on the pre-tariff change period. We are going to exclude origins that are among the 10 largest suppliers overall to a country and within goods. Yes?
I was just thinking about heterogeneity. In the model, the magnitude of effects should depend on the size of the market and the size of the exporter, right? You might expect the terms of trade effect to be particularly big when the exporter is small and the market is very big. And that could be sort of correlated with this measure of small suppliers, right? It's not quite the same as this is small suppliers within the market.
Yeah. So I'll show you some results later on, if I have time, that actually we don't see much evidence that these results are changing or very dependent on the size of the country that is suffering the tariff shocks. We also looked for that because we were worried about things like that, right? We haven't seen much, but I'll show you more when we get there. All right, so then what we do with the micro specification, then it's going to be OLS, but only within this set. So we are really exploring the fact that MFN tariff changes will be higher on some products other than others. And then we are going to estimate the micro effects. Give me just 1 second. And then we are going to have the micro specification. We are going to have an instrument here, which is going to look very much like our exposure measure, but then we build it only on the subset of small exporters. So it's essentially saying I'm going to instrument the overall tariff changes that a country faces with the component of it that is associated with only markets in which that country is small. That's the idea. Adrian.
Just to understand the identification, so here, if it just so happens that you have global macro shocks the same years as like the big players are changing their MFN tariffs, that's a potential confounder here.
Yes, and we do have some controls to take that into account, not in our baseline, but for example, when I extract the time fixed effect of these tariff changes, then I'm not going to be subject to that. We also do it within destination, so only exploring the destination across different goods. Things get less precise as I go through narrower variation, but the results will remain. But yes, definitely, you're entirely right. Yes?
Is there any reason you have to do it with 2 steps? Couldn't you just
We can do it together. I think we did it with 2 steps just because it's a little easier to think about it. We did it in 1 step, and actually with the right weights, it's the same. Okay, so let me turn to measurement here. The data is actually pretty standard. We are going to use Baki data to measure border price changes as the changes in the export unit value for each of these triplets here. We are going to do with goods defined at the 6-digit HS92. Tariffs, we are going to use the global tariff database from TETI and its trade war extension here to go a little bit further in time. Then we are going to have a sample when we put this together that has 214 million observations that will have valid information for border prices and tariffs, and we are going to drop some extreme values here, very much like what the literature has done. So let me just kind of unpack a little bit what this instrument is doing. So we have this instrument of the small exporters. So what is actually generating variation? So what we did is to actually do a variance decomposition of our instrument, thinking about which countries are actually generating variation that we use for estimation. And it turns out that among all the countries that we have, 87% of the variation will come from these 5, okay? And these 5 being, the first one is India. And why is that? It's basically the trade liberalization of India in the 1990s. So the tariff changes are so big that actually that affects other countries that are exporting to India. Then is the US. The US did not change much its tariffs, but it actually implemented the Uruguay round, and it's so big that because it is big, it affects lots of other countries. Then comes Thailand, that also has a trade liberalization very much like India here. Then China is big too because of the WTO accession commitments that it implemented in the 1990s. Then it comes a bunch of other developed countries like the UK, Japan, Germany, and they are here because of the Uruguay round tariffs as well and their size. But only these 5 actually account for 87% of the variation. So what we are seeing here is essentially we are looking at some trade liberalization episodes on a handful of countries and what they do to other countries that are small exporters to them. And we think that that is actually kind of a reasonable variation to use because we're not really thinking that India, when it was changing its tariffs, was thinking about what, I don't want to say a small country and people get offended, some smaller country in the other side of the world, what was happening there, okay? All right. So with that, let me change now gears to think about results. So we're going to first answer the question of whether tariffs actually affect border prices. We're going to estimate this pass-through at the micro and the macro levels. So this is the micro pass-through. So just to remind you, we are looking at the price response of a particular ODGT to the tariffs on that ODGT. So this is the elasticity of the price to the on tariff on this targeted product here, conditional a bunch of fixed effects. And we do find consistent with the literature that these micro effects are small. And we are doing so all over the world. So it was like what people have documented, for example, for the US, holds in general for many other countries using a very different source of variation and different period here as well. And we see that it's kind of all around 0. And actually the average of the effects after the tariff shock is around minus 0.06. So it's slightly negative, but pretty close to 0 here. Then this is our macro effect. So this is our macro specification. We are going to look at the origin year fixed effect as a dependent variable, so the common component of the changing prices for that origin across all destination goods in a particular period, and how it responds to the average tariff that the country faces. And we do see that there is a sizable decline after the tariff change. There is a little bit of an increase before, but that is coming it's coming from zero correlation tariffs. When I control for that, it disappears. Somewhere here, I think I have time, so you see. But without that, what you actually see is that there is a sharp decline in prices after countries suffer these shocks of MFN tariff changes in the destinations in which they are small suppliers to. And you may actually, I think there was some discussion with Steve about which countries are driving these. So we can actually do a decomposition of the first stage and see which countries are actually being shocked by these tariff changes. And it's true that, you know, some developed countries don't lead to much variation. So our variation comes a lot from some larger developing countries and some smaller developed countries. So I think in the top 5, it's Argentina, Brazil, and then New Zealand, Indonesia. So these are kind of the top 5 here. So it's kind of, you know, part of what's going on. Give me just 1 minute. But then you can actually do things and say, well, let me cut small countries and see things change. So this is our estimate when I change the origins and drop a bunch of small countries, and then it starts to get less precise because you have less countries, but the result is kind of similar here. There was another question. Yes?
So I didn't understand what's in the control. My concern is, again, that the cases of some of these studies that you pointed out, Brazil specifically, was going through trade liberalizations at the same time as India.
Yeah.
So what's in the
So the idea here is that you're thinking about countries that are more exposed to India and countries that are less exposed to India. That's the thought experiment. Let's say that was only India. That's what I was telling Pablo before. So what you're going to get is like the countries that tended to export a lot to India are going to be more exposed, and whether their prices of their exports drop or not. So that's the idea. And then if you're worried about, for example, your own trade liberalization, we could add some controls. We did some of it with your own tariffs. We didn't see much, but I don't have it here, but I can definitely do more on it. But the thought experiment is, well, are you doing something different whenever one of the destinations that you export to changes their tariffs, and you tend to be a small exporter to that destination? They are MFN tariffs. Yes.
So just a little word about the model of MFN tariffs, right? So imagine the U.S. is setting an MFN tariff for oversold shoes. They're thinking about OECD countries, or they're worried about imports from Vietnam. So that would be an example.
So
you're not thinking about.
Sure. So what we're saying here is that we look about small exporters, both within a product and overall. So you have to think about that they're thinking about shoes. They're not thinking about the 15th exporter of shoes. They're thinking about the top 10 that account for a large share. So both are here. I agree with you, but we have actually, that's why we have both actually. And that's kind of what Paul Hammer already did. So we are following them on that. Yeah.
Can you help us with the intuition of the compliers that you have based on the small exporter thing? They're small exporters, that is driving this variation, but if most trade is driven by the large exporters, like,
Yeah.
then should we, the actual,
Yeah.
is this what we want?
So, great question. I think the way I'm going to think about that question is going back to what Steve said. Is this elasticity actually really varying a lot across countries? And that would be, if it is, maybe I'm not really capturing something that is meaningful for the countries that we care more about. And then that's what I was trying to say. I have another figure here. Let's say that I start cutting countries in a different way. I'm going to use all the countries facing tariff changes, or I'm going to only focus on the small ones. That's the top one. So as I go from the top to the bottom, I'm going to add more. I'm going to add more and more variation because I'm not only focusing on the small exporters. I'm focusing on all of them. And you can see that, you know, maybe you don't believe much the causal estimate here at the bottom, but at least as we change this cutoff, it's not like we're changing much what's going on. And as I mentioned in the map, it's not like we have only really tiny exporters. We do have, you know, some larger emerging markets driving a lot of the variation, and some of the smaller developed countries too. So with the combination of the fact that we have that as those are the compliers, and the fact that it's very robust to dropping small countries and changing the cutoff gives me more confidence that at least that is not making the results very different. For example, as I add larger countries, actually the estimate is getting bigger. It's not getting smaller, which would be the main concern, at least for me, that, you know, the small countries respond much more than the big countries. All right. I'll take, yeah, sorry.
The micro effect is also ID, or is
it's more or less within the sample of small and effect. So it's really comparing one product to another because everyone faces the same type in that product. Yeah. Sorry, I'm running. Yeah.
I was just
when India cuts its tariffs, it also cuts its quantitative restrictions and exchange rate restrictions. And we were going to load the effects of that onto the tariff.
We have not looked much at it. It's a great question. We'll look more into it. Yeah. Adrian?
In most models, I would have thought that the macro effect would be some amplified version of the micro effect with some sort of G elasticity. But starting from a micro effect of 0, how do you think of the macro effect being?
So actually, if you write a Ricardian model, Eaton and Corton, the micro effect will be 0 because you're comparing products and whose prices will only be affected by the wage, which is common on the country, and it's a marginal cost of every product. And actually, the macro effect is pretty large. So your Eaton and Corton model with a single factor is going to get you a micro effect of 0 and actually a macro effect that is pretty substantial. I'm running out of time. I'm happy to take the discussion, but we can talk about it later. All right, let me use my last 5 minutes to show you some more results, and I'm happy to take more questions during the discussion. Okay, so let me just give you a sense. We're talking about whether size will matter here. So here's one way of thinking about the economic magnitude of the estimates that we have. So let's try to think about the following experiment. Destination D raises its tariffs uniformly on everyone, okay? And then I want to think about how does the export price of destination D changes relative to the average export price in the world economy. That will depend actually through our very simple linear model here on the sum of the micro and the macro pass-through parameters that we estimate times the share of that destination in the world imports. So it turns out that what happens is that the countries that will matter more and that will have an ability to affect their terms of trade will be the larger countries like the US. So for the US, every time that the US changes its tariffs by 1%, it's going to improve its terms of trade by around 0.2 of that tariff change. But then other countries that are small are going to reduce in proportion here. So for China, it's going to be 0.15. For Germany, it's going to be 0.1. And then all this effect is really coming from the macro because it's a sum of the two coefficients. The macro coefficient is much smaller. Then it's all coming from the micro. If you did this with only the micro coefficient, it's going to be this much flatter red line here. I don't have time, but I do like this plot. You can look at the countries that are more affected by the US. They depend on whether you sell a lot to the US. So, like for example, Canada and Mexico, they are really hurt by the changes in US tariffs because their exports are really concentrated on the US. Okay, so I prefer to spend time on that and less on the robustness, but you may be worried about that. So we did think a lot about it. So let me show you how we are going to show some of the robustness here. So we are going to look at the average coefficient that we estimate across all the horizons. The red one is going to be our macro coefficient. The blue one is going to be our micro coefficient. And the bar here is just a 95 confidence interval that we get. So the first batch that we do is changing the micro specification. So for example, we are going to do the micro specification with HS6 fixed effect. So we do not estimate the micro effect anymore, related to what David was asking here, but the macro effect remains the same. So there is a little bit of a trade-off, which fixed effects you put on the micro, what you can estimate, but the macro effect remains. We can add PTA countries and actually use variation from the tariff changes of MFN compared to PTA, and in that case, actually the micro effect doesn't change much. The micro effect gets a little smaller, but also a little more precise. Then we can think about changes in the macro specification. We can add lag tariffs. I already talked about it. Accounts for serial correlation. The coefficient actually gets a little bigger. We can have country fixed effects such that this is an specification changes already. So the country fixed effect is actually a linear time trend. So persistent changes in relative prices across countries don't change much what's going on. We talked with Adrian about the source of variation. I can visualize the tariffs from a time fixed effect, a destination time fixed effect. Therefore, I'm only exploring, for example, variation across goods within a destination. So it's whether India is reducing more tariffs on, apparel or machinery. So things look the same. Again, less precise because you have less variation. We can change the definition of the small MFN good. We can, small MFN exporters. Things don't change much, as I just talked about. We can change our sample to drop small countries, drop the most influential observations, have a balanced sample. In this case, things get less precise because you have, I'm throwing away variation. So that's what you expect. So, but, the summary is the following. Looking at this picture, I want to it's like our main conclusion is that this micro effect seems to be small throughout, but the macro effect seems to be much larger. And you can throw lots of things on this specification. It's less robust, but we do get some variation here. Now I'm almost out of time, so let me just kind of like show you what we do with the transfers. So here's the idea. We are going to look at the transfers that were generated by the tariff changes that we observed between 1995 and 2019. So it's this period in which all countries are reducing their tariffs, and you see a reduction in the world average tariff and also like tariffs all over the place. So we're going to see who gains and who loses. This is the map of the transfers. Blue here means that a country won for this period of trade liberalization, and red means that a country lost. What are the big winners here? Well, the biggest winner, also because of its size, is the US, not much as a share of GDP, but in monetary values, it's $33 billion, $99 per person. China is the biggest loser here, $172 billion, around $122 per person. And you see a lot of variation here. That's where comes the percentiles that I talked to you in the beginning. P10 is minus 1.4, P9 is 3. Then everything comes from the macro component. You know, micro is small, it's all coming from macro. This is a scatter plot of the total transfer on the macro transfer, and it's all coming from the macro transfer. Now, just to conclude, and I think it's a way of, I'm already over time, we can think about China and the US, and what was their experience in this period. China, so the US is a small gain throughout. The peak is 0.12% of GDP. It's around 2017. China is actually a loss throughout. The first period of loss is coming from China's own reduction in tariffs, the WTO commitments that worsened China's terms of trade. And then we see the trade war period in the end. If we just do the trade war, what happens is that the US would have won 0.15% if nobody had retaliated. China would have lost 0.6% of its GDP. But with retaliation, the US flips and becomes a loss of 0.03%, and China recovers a little bit, but not much. So this is the sense in which there is a prisoner's dilemma. The US may try to improve its terms of trade because of its size, but retaliation actually in 2019 made the US worse off. And I'm going to conclude with that. We have this positive question of whether tariffs affect prices and whether foreigners pay. Our answer is that they seem to pay, all through the market effects. I want to be on record saying that there's nothing to do about normative. Should countries do it or not? We don't have anything to say about that. We have standard reasons for why we may be skeptic about it. It could be about foreign retaliation, like in the US-China trade war that I showed you, that made the US worse off. We also are not trying to account for tariff distortions that may be also relevant to reduce welfare gains. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you for inviting me to discuss this very interesting paper on whether foreigners pay for tariffs. So let me just, oops, here we go, dive straight in to say, talk about what I like about the paper. So first of all, it goes after a question of first order importance. What are the terms of trade effects that work through general equilibrium? This is the Holy Grail. And what they do is they use real data. They actually use the tariffs that were implemented around the world, and they apply this to the universe of trade over a long time period. They also take the endogeneity seriously, as they explained, Rodrigo explained, that they're just using the small MFN exporters. And then they, produce very interesting results. First of all, they confirm the zero micro coefficient found in the US by various co-authors, and as we said, that those micro estimates have the fixed effects, so can't get at the macro elasticity. They find that this macroelasticity is very large and significant. Okay, so let's get to the search of the Holy Grail, Rodrigo and his co-authors. But, as we know, in every Grail quest, the map has a few gaps that need to be filled, booby traps to be avoided. So my comments here are going to be aimed at getting them closer to reaching the Holy Grail. I'm going to mostly focus on the identification and interpretation of the macroelasticity. So what's their approach? We just saw that the first, just as a quick review, the first part is the micro elasticity with the fixed effects that the literature has been looking at, and then just to focus on the row, that's the origin time fixed effects. So what they're going to do is take the estimate of that and put it in the second stage and estimate the macroelasticity. So, Rodrigo already explained how they deal with the endogeneity. The first step is just of the small exporters, and then in the second stage that they're going to instrument using the instrument of those small ones. So so the beta macro is very large. It's on average minus 1.4, and it's actually even larger in the first 1-2 year horizons at minus 1.76. So what does that mean? Well, a value of -1 means that the exporter prices fall one for one with the average tariff, so foreigners pay 100%. They get greater than, the magnitude is greater than 1, so foreigners pay more than 100%. So this is a very, very large number. Oops. Okay, so I'm just going to kind of lay out the mechanisms here, which I'm going to use then to structure my comments. So it's the standard mechanism, the textbook mechanism that we all know and think about. So lower tariffs in country D, increased demand for imports from country O. This increases the demand for factor services and for O's currency, raising wages and appreciating O's currency. Both of these raise the price of O's exports, and that's where we get the terms of trade improvement. Now, in their specification, their focus is on how the price is a function of tau OT. So just to remind you, tau OT is not the tau that the tariff that O sets. It's the tariff that O faces in all its destination across all products. But I've added some extra terms in here. It also affects that have come up in the discussion. Also affects is a function of tau D, the destination, the wages, and the exchange rates in the destination. But these in themselves are also a function of the tariffs. So. So the beta macro is estimated off the change in the OT alone, but then everything else in the equation is going to sit in the error term. So whether that's a problem or not is basically depends on the correlations with this. So this is what I'm going to talk about in terms of when it could be a problem and when it isn't. Okay, so what does the IV solve and what it doesn't? So here's just repeating the first equation and just laying out what's in the error term. So we've already discussed the reverse causality. They address that, so I'm not going to spend any time on that. So I'm just going to jump to my second dot point there. It's the, so for correlated x's, the exclusion requires that the covariance between the instrument and the x's in the country O, the origin country, and the destination country are equal to 0. Now, because the equation is at the OT level, we can't just put in OT fixed effects because it absorbs what we're trying to get after. You can't just put controls for like wages, exchange rates, GDP, because they're all endogenous. You can't just go and put lag variables, because the tariff schedules were announced years ahead, so the lag variable is going to embed the response. So that's not going to help. Okay, so which X's bias the macro? So if the X's are uncorrelated with the tariff exposure, that's not going to be a problem, no bias, even, if they're in the error term. An example I put there is Brazil's fiscal policy. But, as everybody was kind of hinting at, X's, there are X's that move together with the tariff changes, and they will then bias the estimate. When China joined the WTO, it also bundled those tariff cuts with a whole range of other reforms, including non-tariff barrier removals, FDI liberalization, privatizations. The same thing in India. There was, when they were cutting tariffs, there were lots of bundling with other reforms. Those reforms then produce import demand booms in China and India, and then the XD rises exactly where at the same time that the Tao is falling. So these booms raise the export price of the countries selling to China and India, and then the regression would attribute those rises to the tariff cuts. So here the covariance between the instrument and the X's are not equal zero, and that would bias the coefficient upward. And in fact, I'm reproducing where they show the variance is concentrated exactly in these, some of these episodes where, the exclusion restriction is kind of least plausible. Okay, there are also X's that are caused by the tariffs themselves. So this may not be a bias, but it does affect the interpretation of the results. Beta macro, in this case, is not a structural parameter. It's bundling the market adjustment with the policy response. So, when you change tariffs, if monetary and fiscal policy respond because of labor market effects, that's going to move the policy rate, the interest rates, which will affect the exchange rate, which affect the prices, and will be in that beta. Also, to note, like the trade prices in their trade data, the Bachi, they are in US dollars, and they've been converted from the foreign currency, so the policy-driven currency movement is going to feed into those export prices. And, the direction depends on, how the policy responds. The policy response can amplify or offset. So, rate cuts to support employment, the currency depreciates, foreigners pay more. If the rate rises to defend the currency, then the foreigners pay less. So the policy response differs across the regimes and episodes, and this kind of makes out-of-sample counterfactuals a little more difficult to do. Over this period, the tariffs are actually correlated across countries and over time. So two points I want to mention here is, one is the reciprocity. So, when liberalization was negotiated, so when one country lowered its tariffs, it was in exchange, often for other partners also lowering theirs. So the beta macro is going to, capture those tariffs that O faces, but also absorb the tariffs that O sets. And then its own liberalization is going to move its export prices too, right, through its wages, exchange rates, and through the cheaper imported inputs that came up earlier. Also, to note, the tariffs were phased in. They were announced. The estimation treats each tariff change as a one-time random walk. But a cut in the tariff predicts further cuts within the response window. So here, let's take the 4-year horizon. So if you have a 4-year export price change being regressed just on the 1 year, well, that's going to, and then if there was some schedule that the tariffs would keep falling over that period, then the coefficient's going to also contain those kind of future changes. So they do a whole bunch of stuff for the lags, but not for the future announced ones. Okay, turning to like the size of the coefficient, can the exchange rate deliver a large beta macro? Well, we have countries that are both fixed and floating under a hard peg with sticky local wages. The dollar export prices can't fall quickly. The burden falls on quantities, and the terms of trade can only adjust as slowly as the wages do. So this is a testable prediction that they could do in the data, that you would expect that the beta macro should be large for the floaters, but small for the slow for the peggers. But if it's just as large for the peggers, then that would kind of tell us that it's not the exchange rate channel. We also know that a large part of trade is priced in dollars, and that the exchange rate pass-through, the border prices, is well below 1. So even for the floaters, the channel is muted. So a coefficient of minus 1.6 within 2 years, that would require, I think, a very implausibly large currency movement. I think the response is way too fast for factor price mechanism. So the estimated effect is full size within a year or two. Yet, the paper BOEM, which they use the same methodology, takes 7 to 10 years to adjust. So wages move even more slowly. Wages move even more slowly by studies by Raphael and others that show that labor market effects of trade policy can take, a decade. The other thing to note is that the two trade wars move the dollar in opposite directions. So, we had an appreciation in 2018-19 and a depreciation in 2025. So the exchange rate link, it doesn't have a stable sign. So it depends on the policy, expectations, capital flows. And in fact, aggregate US import prices, excluding duties, rose during 2025. The foreigners were not lowering their prices, when you look at the aggregate prices. And you would think, like, with such a big increase in tariffs, that you'd be able to see that in the aggregate data. So whose response does the beta macro actually measure? So this came up about the heterogeneity. I mean, the theory suggests that the beta macro should differ across countries by exchange rate regime, by invoicing currency, by exporter size. We know that the literature shows that, the markup adjustment is, the small firms are close to 100% pass-through, whereas large firms absorb it in their prices. Whereas the thing is that the whole sample is the estimation is off the small shares, and not having the large shares. So, but then that is used, across all trade shares to do the transfer calculations. All the regressions are weighted by export values. It'd be good to see the unweighted. If the weighted and unweighted differ, then the signal's heterogeneous effects or a misspecification. Okay, I'm running out of time, so I'm not going to discuss the transfer measures. I'll jump to my conclusion. I'll just hand this over. But I want to get to how to get close to the Holy Grail. Okay, so I have to admit I don't know where the Holy Grail is, but I'm going to give you some ideas on maybe how to fill some of those gaps in the maps and avoid some of those booby traps. So one thing is just show the mechanism directly, perhaps regress the wages and exchange rates on the instrument. Do they move with tariffs? Do the independent measures like the aggregate export price indices show the same response as the unit values? Split the sample by the exchange rate regimes. Correct for the phase-in, for the Also, another thing you can do is test the untreated destinations, because according to the factor price mechanism, a factor price channel is origin-wide, so the prices should fall even in destinations that had no tariff change. So, you could look at some of those things. Check for the heterogeneity, like in terms of what the theory predicts. Okay, I'm finished, I promise. Okay, so summary. So it's a very timely and important research question. It fills a gap in the literature. They provide direct evidence on the terms of trade effects of tariffs. Until now, this was just inferred through the structure of quantitative models, and that they show the macroelasticity is high, leading to large welfare effects. And here they are with the
Question or two? Yeah, go ahead, yes. Are there questions for those?
All right, are there more questions? All right, okay, Amit. Can you speak a little louder?
It would be useful, just related to this last point that Mary brought up, it would be useful to look at other outcomes such as the wages or PPIs.
Question?
Yeah, I mean, just a personal comment. I just want to say, I think it's a fantastic paper in the sense that it's really approaching a really big picture question. And that, it is a core issue that you guys are trying to tackle. And I do want to think, relative to the discussion out here, I hear a lot of, call kind of thinking about the way you're going about it, but the big picture, I think it's really important. I am very concerned about the size of the macro effect. If you just kind of ballpark it, China's terms of trade or unit value price should fall by about 30%. And, that's a question about, is that plausible relative to the models that we have? And Mary brought up some important points to think about. The third thing is think about Ignorant or Christian Wool's job market paper about just using a little bit of theory to kind of pin down and precise added destination, place more restriction on the macro effect, and perhaps we can get a better sense of what's going on.
Great. I have Paul.
I thought the macro people were puzzled by the small effects of the tariffs coming from the pass-through literature, which typically finds very far from full pass-through. So can you speak to that? I guess Mary's point was your identification is focusing on small guys for which there's full pass-through, or is it that the shock is different, or is it a macro shock? Can you kind of help us?
Great. Lots of great questions. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Mary, for this discussion. You gave us a long list, but let me tell you what is in the list that I think we already had thought a lot about really quickly. So, for example, your main concern about what destinations are doing, we do have a key robustness on that, where you exploit essentially what lots of people have done, whether India lowered more tariffs on one product or the other, and things are essentially the same. So, to some extent, we are exploring what lots of people have done. We are just being very clear about that and using that to see what is happening in other countries rather than what's going on inside India, for example. But that's one of the robustness. The general we use more, but things are similar. On the things that are endogenously responding, I would say that, in some sense, we should do way more work to document what's going on with other variables. I think it's very important. We wanted to start where our literature, or the literature that we're talking to is. Let's think about the prices. That's the main channel in many of our models, transmitting what's going on across countries. And that's why we started. We look at the trade data, the prices that people have used in a slightly different way. Having said that, we do take serial correlation very, very seriously. We have some controls on that. We can think more about the implementation and going forward. But when you account for the serial correlation, it's very clear there is not much of a pre-trend I would expect to see there. If I'm not seeing it, I'm less concerned about those effects. Now, indeed, actually, when you look at the tariffs, and it's very much like Bohem et al., there is mean reversion. It's not like the tariffs are building up over time. You see them going up and actually going down a little bit. So it's not quite that. It seems at least the typical events are ones in which things are building up. Now, on the exchange rate and other responses on prices, we are really interested in that. We have been thinking a lot about it. We did have some results on the float versus fixed We didn't include it because they were a little noisy, but it's not like it's clear that you can reject much what's going on, but we do see that lots of the responses seem to be weaker when you look at the local currency. And we are thinking about that, so it's definitely a direction that we are thinking a lot about it. And we do see endogenously other variables seem to be responding, like the interest rate. So, but we're taking that as being part of the reduced form response. As you put it, it's not really a structural object here. We are capturing all the margins in which countries can use to adjust. Now, on the large versus small, we did do a lot on that. So I show you some of it. Doesn't seem to be very much across countries, but indeed, in the model that we wrote, which is not that different than the typical one out there, the size matters through the macro exposure that we have. And that's why it's okay to think about a constant elasticity, and that's precisely what the micro foundation delivers. So it's not that size will not matter, but it matters through the exposure and how you affect other countries. So we are capturing that through our specification, and that's how our macro-funded model does. Now, taking on the point of Mike and Paul, just to wrap up, I know that I'm going to be shot at, so I'm not looking that way, until I'm done. So on the size, yes, it's a big response. So we're trying to unpack that. There are also big confidence intervals on that. So, part of it, you cannot reject smaller ones. You can reject 0, but you cannot reject much smaller ones. But also, we're extrapolating a lot. It's not that we don't have events in which all countries in the world raise tariffs on a particular origin. We are looking at events in which China did, and it's going to be a small fraction of countries' exports, like, I don't know, like 10%, whatever, right? But that's the event that we're doing, and we're extrapolating things a bit. So we don't have the event in which everyone raises tariffs on you to see what happens to you. Now, there was some discussion about control groups. The macro regression in the end is a regression about relative countries, right? And it's what our models say. We want to think about relative prices across countries. There is a NBER. So that's kind of essentially how we should be doing these and think about these relative effects. Now, on the importer side, just remind, our macro specification does have destination sector time fixed effects. So hopefully it will capture some of these effects that may be going on simultaneously. We did put some destination exposure to see if that actually affects what country is doing, but condition on the macro exposure that we have, we didn't find much evidence of that. So I'm sure that I didn't cover all of it. I'm happy to chat more about it later.
We have a short break.
Good. All right, great. Thanks for having us on the program. So Ina actually couldn't make it, my discussant, so I think we're just going to do extended questions at the end. So if you have dying questions, you will get the opportunity. So this is tariff pass-through into retail prices, measurement, replacement, and shrinkflation. My co-authors Liang Bai, King's College London, and Sebastian Stumpner at Banque de France. Right, so the key question here is basically trying to disentangle the incidence of import tariffs, right? So the big question that is the theme of the 3 talks this afternoon, who pays for import tariffs? Right, the existing evidence from the 2018-2019 U.S.-China trade war has been fairly conclusive that U.S. importers seem to pay fully for import tariffs applied to Chinese goods, often as measured at the border. And so basically the sort of conclusion to reach here, roughly speaking, is something like the tariff elasticity of import prices was basically 1 in this episode. Right, but how are these costs distributed between U.S. intermediaries and consumers? This is a somewhat trickier question to answer, right? In this case, what we care about is the tariff elasticity of retail prices and comparing that to that elasticity of border prices. Right, here the evidence is more scarce and in fact somewhat inconclusive in the sense that it looks like retail prices didn't change at all. Right, the few papers that we have looking at this seem to suggest that really the retail price elasticity was effectively 0. And so when you combine these two and think about the elasticity of prices at stores to tariffs versus at the border, it's tempting to conclude that intermediaries like retailers basically absorb the entirety of this tariff shock. Right? If they paid a higher price for the goods they imported, they didn't adjust their retail prices. It's tempting to assume that they therefore swallowed those costs. Right? The key here, though, is that really we can only infer that type of result from this discrepancy in these 2 estimates, and really we can't observe this directly. So the sort of starting point of this paper is, are there other reasons why those 2 estimates might differ? And really what we're going to argue in this paper is the answer is yes. A lot of this comes down to how you measure prices at the border versus at stores. And once you account for these sort of differences in measurement, in fact, we're going to show that it looks like retail prices did increase exactly in line with full pass-through. And we're going to show that basically U.S. consumers bore a significant share, if not the entirety, of the incidence associated with these import tariffs. Right, so more specifically this paper, I might just switch to the hand mic. Is that on? Yep. It's going to estimate tariff price and quantity elasticities at U.S. stores during the 2018-2019 U.S. trade war. We're going to make use of scanner data in the U.S. We're going to link that to barcode country of origin as well as the applied tariff rate at the sort of module level within Nielsen scanner data. We're going to find a tariff elasticity of average price per unit weight at U.S. stores of 0.29. In doing so, we're going to mimic unit values that you see in customs data. So we're aggregating above a barcode, but to a definition of a product that's going to be a firm category country retailer level. So an example is like L'Oreal shampoo produced in China, sold at Walmart in the United States. At that level of aggregation, that's where you get this 0.29 unit value elasticity of tariffs. We're going to argue this is consistent with high, if not complete, pass-through into border prices, because you have to scale the retail price elasticity by the inverse foreign cost share of retail imports. Right? So a good that's imported, when you pay the price at the store, of course there's a bunch of post-tariff value added associated with that price. We're going to estimate that ourselves, but also compare and benchmark with the literature on this. And basically we're going to show that it looks like the foreign cost share within retail imports in the United States is in fact quite low. Something like between 30 and 40%, we're going to find something like 32%. And so our unit value elasticity of 0.29 lines up basically exactly with what you would expect if those pass-through at the border went fully into consumer prices, but you just have to scale by the foreign cost share. So the elasticity of 0.29 is consistent with what we find at the border. It's also going to be consistent with what we have already found, or previous research has found, at stores. We're going to show that actually if you just disaggregate to the barcode level in our data, you also find no effect of tariffs on changes in specific barcodes over time. Stores don't seem to be changing the price of barcodes. They replace barcodes with higher priced alternatives. Right, so the key point here is when you aggregate to unit values, you can capture this barcode replacement mechanism. If you only look within a specific barcode over time, the result does not show up. By moving between different levels of aggregation, we can show this result exactly. And in fact, we can replicate zero price effect within barcodes, a unit value elasticity of 0.29, and then argue that through the foreign cost share, this is equivalent to full pass-through at the border. So that's going to be a sort of summary of what we're going to show in this paper. Any sort of immediate questions on this? No. Yep.
So I understand why you're using unit values, right? I understand why you're using unit values if you don't have barcode data, you don't have pricing quantity. But if you have pricing quantity data, right, the CPI is not computed using unit values, it doesn't use that index number. And kind of economic models of how you measure price changes when there are changes in quality or goods or
Yep.
goods don't end up with unit values as the measure. So
Yeah.
it's just not clear.
Sure. So the immediate motivation was just how do we align what we're finding with what people have estimated at the border. Right? So the point here is that at the border, these are unit values. So if we just aggregate unit values with retail data, does that help bridge the gap between these two existing estimates? And the result for us is that it does. The second question I think is related to what you're asking is that a welfare relevant change in prices as unit values change? Sure, okay, well here comes down to how do you define a product, right? Really that's the key problem that we're trying to get at here. Our point is that defining it as a barcode is perhaps not correct if stores replace barcodes with new barcodes that are higher prices as a means of passing through cost shocks. And we're going to try to show that that is in fact the case. Yeah? Yeah. That's right, so we're not arguing the Feenstra method, we're saying that you have to define a product before you implement the Feenstra method. And that's where the rub lies. Is that if you define it as a barcode, but I'm just replacing barcodes with identical alternatives, but with a higher price. No, because that calls that a variety gain. Our point is that it's not a variety gain. It's the same product. You just replaced it with one that has a slightly different barcode and a higher price.
It doesn't matter. No, it doesn't matter. The method works as long as there's some common barcodes. Anyway, go ahead.
Okay. Again, the argument we're going to make is that you have to define what a product is first, and that's how this is going to work. All right, so related literature, again, seeing about the price effects of recent tariff episodes, right, pass-through into border prices, pretty sort of convincing at this point that this was full, if not high. Pass-through into retail prices, a bit more scarce, the evidence on this. Again, we're going to argue that so far it seems low, if not in some instances zero, and that's sort of the gap that we're trying to explain. There's product turnover, measurement, and shrinkflation. Again, there's papers like Nakamura and Steinson that have thought about this. This idea that if you have product replacement, how do you sort of accurately measure welfare-relevant prices? Again, so we're not the first to bring this up, but applying it in this setting, we think we're sort of the first. And similarly, measuring the foreign cost share, again, there's actually quite a large literature that's tried to do this. We're also going to provide our own estimates, but they're broadly sort of in line with what some of these papers have found. And then lastly, we're going to think a little bit about heterogeneity and pass-through by firm and retailer market share. I'll only get to that sort of if I have time at the end. So data sets that we're using, the Nielsen IQ retailer panel, most of you are probably familiar with this, weekly price and sales data at the store barcode level, something like 3 million barcodes, 50,000 stores, 30% of all US mass merchandise sales volume. Again, barcodes don't usually tell you where they're from, so we link this with label insight data, which collects the text on the packaging of all these barcodes. In the United States, these barcodes have to have some statement to the effect of where they came from, made in, product of. The statement there is sort of the last country in which it underwent a substantial change in value added. These are all these sort of fast-moving consumer goods. We're not too worried about sort of lengthy value chains in this context, but just so you know, that's sort of how it's defined, the country of origin. We have the firm name and information from GS1 as well. This is the firm that creates barcodes. We're going to focus on a balanced panel of stores with non-zero sales in all months of 2015 to 2020, so 30,000 stores, 68 individual retail chains. So the per year average sample is something like 220,000 barcodes, 13,000 firms, and 2/3 of all recorded sales in Nielsen that we can link to a country of origin. So it's something like 20% of all US mass merchandise volume that we have this data for. Now, of course, we also have to figure out the tariffs that are applied to each barcode, right? So in this case, Nielsen uses these product modules that basically don't map to anything automatically outside of Nielsen. And this is where my co-authors come in very handy. Their paper in 2019 already built this concordance between Nielsen product modules and HS6 classifications. We augment that for this paper to HS8 classifications. So we're going to create these product categories which bridge HS8 and product modules, generates M to 1 and 1 to M matches. When we do the analysis, we just limit to the subset of categories for which the underlying HS8 belong to the same tariff wave of the first US-China trade war. Tariff waves 1 and 2 have poor representation in scanner data, right? These were mainly sort of intermediate goods, capital goods, so we're not going to be focusing on those at all. Waves 3 and 4A have a lot of consumer goods embedded in them. But of course, the wave 4A tariffs decrease in early 2020. There's a limited sample before COVID-19, so we're going to focus on wave 3 tariffs. Never tariff product categories will be our control. And we're going to use wave 4A tariffs as sort of qualitative evidence. All our results go through in the same sort of magnitude, but we just feel that with wave 4A, there's an increase in tariffs and then a sudden decrease, and then COVID. And so it's a bit trickier, it's a bit noisier, frankly. So just sort of an example of data set taxonomy that we're using here, right? You have a single UPC. This is going to be in razor blades. For production, we have the sort of company. We have the country of origin from label insight. We're going to map this into a tariff list, which gives us sort of applied tariff rates. And then we have from the scanner data, price, expenditure, retailers. And we also have the household scanner data. We don't really use this right now, but thoughts on how we should or could use that would be welcome at the end. So again, getting back to sort of data aggregation, we're going to think about two different levels of aggregation, right? The first will be these retail unit values, so expenditure at a firm, category, country, retailer, month, divided by size adjusted quantity sold. We also think about within barcodes, so expenditure at a barcode retailer month divided by quantity sold. Just for sort of notation, right, barcode I is going to belong to firm F. It's in category C and produced in country J, sold at chain R. Just for notation, we're going to collapse these firm category countries, FCJ, into a single K index, which we call a product. Right, so basically our observations will be KRT, that's this product retailer month, or IRT, which would be a barcode retailer month. Barcodes being more disaggregated than products in this case. When you think about this sort of product definition, you know, the median has like 2 barcodes within it, the mean's around 5. And actually within a firm category retailer, you have something like 3 barcodes, that's the median, 8 for the mean, and approximately like 1.5 countries, that's the mean within a given firm category retailer pair. Try.
Relocations by country, I was sort of thinking about the redirection of trade from China through Vietnam. Is that something you can pick up in the barcode data?
I think we could, we haven't, but certainly, you know, if we have these brands, we can think about which brands are starting to reallocate barcodes through different, in some sense, this version of the paper, or this paper, is not focusing too much on the quantity side of things in terms of how that quantity response occurred and how it manifested as some of this diversion. But we could. It's there in the data. We could look at that.
It's also potentially going to introduce a selection issue, right, for the ones that don't change. If you look
Yeah.
at category, country, product.
Yeah, no, that's an excellent point. Yeah, right. So is it that they're just reallocating those barcodes to a different origin? Yeah, okay, that's a great point. Yeah. All right, so I think this is the only equation that I'm going to show you in this slide deck. This is going to be our sort of estimating equation that we're going to go with throughout here. It's sort of akin to a triple difference identification strategy in that we're going to have fixed effects that are at the country time, category time, and retailer time level. Right, so if we have some outcome at the product level, let's call this just unit values at some product K at retailer R in month T. Right, we're going to have the tariff rate that's applied to that category, country, month level. We're then going to have just sort of level fixed effects to control for level differences. That's at the product retailer level. And then we'll have retailer time, country time, and product time shocks, as well as some seasonality controls that really just sort of make the event studies look a bit nicer. And of course, we can do this as an event study, and we'll look at that. And the 2 main outcomes we're going to think about here are going to be prices. So when it's aggregated, those are unit values and then quantities sold. And then within barcodes, we call that within barcode prices and quantities sold. That's going to be the different levels of aggregation that we're going to think about here. So here's on the left-hand side looking at unit values, and on the right-hand side is going to be aggregated quantity, again at this product retailer time level. Right, so for wave 3 we're going to have 2 tariff changes. The first is going to be a 10 percentage point change in September 2018, and then in May 2019 a further increase at 25%. Right, so the key point here is on the left-hand side you see the sort of fairly flat pre-trends, an initial increase, and then an even further increase as tariffs go up even further. On the quantity side, it's a bit noisier, but you do see a sort of steady decline over time as well. If I showed you wave 4, it looks very similar. It's just noisier, frankly, because again, you get a tariff increase right around here, and then a decrease a few months after, and then you get COVID. This is sort of reassuring in that it checks for pre-trends. Also, we don't have a lot of weird activity happening during COVID, which is not surprising given that we have country time and product time fixed effects, but it's still reassuring in that we're going to use 2020 still as part of our sample. And it doesn't look like it's behavior within that window that is really shaping our estimates. So just putting that back into sort of regression estimates, right? So column 1 is going to be our sort of headline result. This is just how do these unit values change. The elasticity is going to be 0.293. The quantity estimate is going to be negative 0.457. If we drop 2020 but think about wave 3 only, we get fairly similar estimates. Again, just sort of trying to reassure you that you don't have to worry too much about COVID here as a shock. And then if we do wave 4, which is going to be columns 5 and 6, it's similar. The price effect is actually a bit larger, but certainly within the same sort of window. And the quantity effect is larger, but noisier as well. Right, so across waves and thinking about COVID as well, it looks like we find sort of fairly similar effects, especially on these unit value tariff elasticities at US stores. Right, so to put this in context, right, we recover a tariff elasticity of retail unit values, that's 0.293. With the lack of pre-trends, it's plausibly causal effect of tariffs on US retail unit values. And as far as we sort of know, sort of first evidence of tariff pass-through to US consumer goods prices in 2018 and 2019. And that's great, and we might have sort of ended the paper there, but first a question.
Yeah, I mean, I understand what you're doing for data reasons, but clearly there's Chinese value added in products manufactured in the US in some of these cases.
Yep.
Of course, that's important in interpreting your differencing.
Yes.
And similarly with the Eric Flan et al. Paper about, unaffected products can have their prices moving.
Yep.
I mean, there's an issue here, and everyone agrees that.
Yep, so I was going to talk about this a bit later when we think about why are the barcode level estimates smaller than the unit value estimates. One argument could be that in the background there are difference in difference estimates that are not adding up in the same way, right? You have unaffected goods that are also, their prices are changing. I'm not going to go through it in the slides. In the paper, we do a lot of work on this, right? Basically, like, there might be some SUTFA violations in the background here. We show that doesn't seem to be the case, and it seems that the main reason for this is that basically in these consumer goods, the Chinese share is rarely very high, right? So we don't see that all the US goods prices also go up. We don't really see that goods from other countries' prices go up either. So we do a lot of these differences to try to tease out what's actually going on here, and it looks good so far. But any further suggestions on this, and we could talk after, would be actually helpful on that. All right, so in some sense, this would be, we find 0.293. We could say that pass-through was 29% to US retail unit values, and that might sort of be the end of the paper. But of course, it's a bit concerning in that this estimate basically lies between the existing estimates that we have. Right, we find sort of full pass-through at border prices. So far, estimates at the stores have been basically zero. So how do we make sense of the fact that we have this estimate that lies somewhere in between? Is it just different data sets? What's sort of going on here? And this is where it comes back to the two sort of mechanisms I talked about earlier that we're now going to work through. We're going to argue this is consistent with full border pass-through if the foreign cost share of retail goods is small in the United States, which we're going to try to show that that's true and that it aligns with other papers. And then it's consistent with null within barcode elasticity if pass-through is achieved primarily via barcode replacement, which we're also going to show that that seems to be the case. Yeah.
So in that table you just showed, could you go back to David's question about using the price? And I guess you're saying it's a different product definition, but you still would have the retail price. You said that in your data slide, right?
Yes.
So you could just put the log of the retail price there?
But, so about retail price, you mean like the barcode specific price? Yeah, we're about to do that in like 3 slides. Yeah, exactly. And we're going to show that that price does not change.
It doesn't change.
Yes.
And even if you aggregate it, like, is a unit value?
Yes, so if you take just where we get those unit values from, just disaggregate that to barcodes, and then do the same thing within the barcodes from which you found that aggregated unit value effect, the price effect is zero. Okay, so we're applying tariffs at like the HS8 China month level. That's like basically all the tariffs that are changing here. Now there may be exemptions. One of the things that's nice about using the wave 3 and wave 4 is that for consumer goods, we've looked into this. Looks like exemptions were not as much of an issue. But sorry, what else do you have in mind? Like,
Just conceptually,
yeah.
should the aggregation be on both sides? Like each, if you're saying that the important thing is to define the product correctly, then that runs through the whole thing.
Right, but so we can put a barcode exactly into an HS8 through our mapping. And so it's the same tariff that applies whether it's aggregated to the unit value or within a barcode. Does that make sense? Maybe we can talk about it. Okay. Yeah. Right, so we're going to sort of work through this now with the foreign cost share to start with. Right, none of this is like new or altogether interesting. People have thought about this before, but we think in this particular context, it hasn't really been brought up that much with these tariffs and this 2018-2019 trade war, right? So the final posted price of an imported retail good includes post-tariff value added. I don't think that's a particularly shocking statement, right? There's international distribution costs, markups along the way, et cetera. And to a first order approximation, the tariff shock is mediated by this foreign cost share. Right? For any sort of foreign cost share, whatever you record at the border is just basically that border times the foreign cost share. That's what you get at stores. Right? Now, of course, that's a first order approximation, but in a sort of simple way, that's one way to organize our thinking on this, is that basically you always have to scale what you record at the border by the foreign cost share. And that's what you should expect at stores, irregardless of sort of whether retailers or intermediaries are absorbing any of this incidence. And so really the retail and customs unit value tariff elasticity, they're only really equivalent, you should only expect them to be equivalent if you are implicitly assuming that the foreign cost share is 1. And so that sort of begs the question of what is the foreign cost share? Right, so available estimates suggest that the foreign cost share is probably something like 30 to 40% for these consumer goods. Right, so this Berger et al. Paper is sort of fantastic. They look at consumer goods in the US. For the scanner goods that we can link to what we have, it looks like 30 to 40% is roughly their foreign cost share estimate. Right, for these US wine imports from the EU, it looks like it's like 38% from the Flan et al. Paper. We calculate this ourselves using 2017 data and our scanner data. Admittedly, the estimates are a bit noisy, and so we're not going to sort of lean too heavily on these. We find 30% in general, 32% for Chinese goods. So this is at the lower end of what's been found previously, no doubt about that. But we're still sort of somewhat in the range of what people have found, and we're going to go with something like 30 to 35 or 30 to 40% as what we think the foreign cost share is of U.S. retail imports. Yeah.
Sorry, I just have a clarification. I might have missed you. I said this with the control group. Are you comparing imported goods with other imported goods, or are you comparing?
Yeah, so also American goods are in there, and so we still have country period shocks. That includes a U.S. period shock.
No, but what's the sample that you're comparing? Are you comparing imported goods that were hit with a tariff to imported goods that were not, or are you also comparing it to goods that are produced domestically?
Yeah, also goods that all of them are in there.
But you're
domestically,
you're not separating.
That's right. This is one of the tests that we run based to Colin's point on, is there domestic production cost changing that is affecting this? And so we can also then just strictly keep imported goods. And in general, we get similar effects.
Show that, are you?
I'm not going to show that. That's like in the appendix right now. But yeah, that was.
Okay.
Yes.
And when you talk about the foreign cost share, that's the share in what?
So this is going to be, basically we just take the unit value in customs data and just divide that by the unit value for the same sort of HS8 country that we see at US stores. Right, so it's just the border price divided by the retail price. That's the only way we're sort of defining it there. Is that good?
No, I'm just thinking that there could be different, it's related to Colin's point, I think.
Yes, okay, yeah.
We just need to explore the variation in the data to see what a tariff pass-through depends on the number of alternatives in vehicles given by H6 that might be coming from other countries or domestically available.
Yeah, no, okay, I think there's like a lot to explore there that we could do. I mean, when we go into heterogeneity later, we're thinking about like heterogeneous effects by like buyer and seller shares and things like that, but that's not really the same thing at all. I think, yeah, doing more on what is the China share in some of these categories? How does it differ? We haven't done much on that, and we should. That's a fair point. Was there another point over there? No? Okay. Perfect. Right, so basically if you take our wave 3 estimate and sort of our foreign cost share estimates at face value as sort of exactly as they are, right, then the conclusion you reach is that pass-through was almost exactly 100%, right? Our estimate of the retail unit value divided by the foreign cost share is basically just 1, which would suggest that pass-through was full to consumers. U.S. consumers bore the entire incidence of these tariffs. Now, that's like an optimistic reading of our estimates. I think the foreign cost share estimates are a bit noisier than that. We also have this wave 4 estimate that's 0.38. So I think the more general statement would be that if you think the foreign cost share is somewhere between 30 and 40%, you take our estimates for wave 3 and wave 4A, it looks like there's little evidence that intermediaries absorb this tariff cost, and it looks like U.S. consumers bore a considerable share, if not the entirety, of this tariff incidence. I think that sort of weaker statement is probably more accurate given the set of results that we have. But still, again, there's little evidence that intermediaries just absorbed this tariff cost shock. It looks like it was passed through to a large extent to U.S. consumers. Right, but now we have to think about, okay, how can it be that then there's these sort of estimates of zero pass-through into barcode-specific prices? Can we also match that in the analysis that we've done here? And the answer is that we actually can, and we're going to sort of work through that now. The distinction we made here is that in terms of measurement, border estimates capture unit value elasticity within products. Store-level estimates tend to be within variety price elasticities. And there's sort of a simple reason for this as a data constraint, is that usually if you're just like scraping prices, all you have is prices, right? You don't have the underlying quantities sold as well. What's nice about the scanner data that we have is that we have price and quantity at the barcode level, which allows us to play this game of bouncing around between different levels of aggregation. All right, and of course, the point we're trying to make here is that these two estimates are not necessarily the same if the set of underlying barcodes changes in response to a tariff. All right, so we're going to use the exact same triple difference identification strategy, but at the barcode retailer level. So we had the product retailer level before. If you just switch that K for an I, we're going to do the same thing with category time fixed effects, country time fixed effects, retailer time fixed effects. We're going to estimate within a barcode retailer and then compare those estimates to within this sort of aggregated unit value retailer as well. And sort of compare those estimates, so we get within product and within this aggregated unit values. To sort of fix ideas, we're also going to think about two different sets of underlying barcodes. We're going to think about a continuing set of barcodes. These are barcodes that are present throughout the entire sample. And we're going to think about the full set of barcodes, which allows for entry and exit. It's going to be by these sort of two comparisons that we're going to tease out that a lot of this effect is coming through product replacement. All right, so there's a lot going on in this table, so let's just sort of fix ideas to get organized. First, column 4 and column 8 are our headline estimates that you've already seen. All right, so that's going to be within product. Column 4 is unit values, column 8 is quantities, and we're using all underlying barcodes to construct those measures. We're not conditioning on whether that barcode was continuing or not. Column 1 is going to be within a barcode, but for the continuing set of barcodes only. We do find an effect of tariffs on prices. The elasticity is something like 0.14. But once you expand to all of the underlying set of barcodes, that's column 2, there's a very precise zero effect of tariffs on prices. That's within barcode for the sort of full panel of barcodes. We're not conditioning on whether they continue or not. Now, if you think about sort of columns 1, 3, 5, and 7, 5 and 7 look similar, 1 and 3 look similar. That's because we're just doing within barcode and then aggregated, but for the continuing panel of barcodes. And so really you'd expect those to look similar. That's not a surprising result. It's just a bit of a sanity check, right? Up to some expenditure weights, 1 and 3 should be the same and 5 and 7 should be the same. So that's just reassuring in the sense that aggregation doesn't matter all that much if you're only focused on the continuing panel of barcodes anyway. What really does seem to matter is when you compare columns 2 and 4, that's on sort of this underlying set of full barcodes. We don't condition at all in the barcodes. We include the within barcode estimate is quite precisely 0, and the unit value estimate is that 0.293, which is our sort of headline estimate. All right, so here's sort of, we think, the sort of key result that's going to tell us that it looks like this is coming through product replacement rather than changing the price of barcodes over time. And specifically, we can match sort of what Cavallo et al. Found in their estimates as well for this period. Yep. Yeah, so our argument is that it's a new barcode.
But it's the same product.
Yeah, so here, yes. Yeah, so here's the issue is that that's going to be like the crux of the matter, right? Is this really the same barcode that is just being replaced over time? And we're going to try to show evidence that we think that that's true. We're never going to fully be able to show that, right? Like part of the reason why stores probably do this, we think, is that it's hard for anyone to keep track of whether it's the same product or not, right? And that's also going to be true for us as economists trying to study it. And so in some sense, it looks like it's product replacement that's driving this. It seems to us that within these fairly narrow product definitions, it's probably they're just replacing with higher priced barcodes. But admittedly, there's always going to be something of a question in the background here, which is, are these products really the exact same that they are swapping in and out? And I don't have a sort of a great answer. We have a few different checks that I'm going to talk about on why we think this is what's happening that I'll get to in the next couple slides. But I mean, that's, yeah. Yeah, and we're going to see that the average package size is going to drop, basically. That's going to be the other part of this, too. We're going to get to that in like 2 slides.
You just threw away the lead, right? The whole point is, if it's a 7-ounce bottle instead of an 8-ounce bottle, so far you've been saying it's the same product, but that's a new barcode, and that's not the same. It's different because it's a 7-ounce bottle, not an 8-ounce.
Sure, I've been thinking about all the other characteristics of the barcode. Yes, okay, but a fair point. Yes. Sorry, yeah, okay. I forget that I haven't actually talked too much about the shrinkflation story. We're going to get there now. Basically, it's going to be that all of this is happening through, or not all of it, a substantial share of it is happening through package sizes decreasing within these narrow products. And that's going to be part of the smoking gun for us, that this is a replacement channel. And basically, it's going to pass through prices by dropping the size and keeping sticker prices fairly similar.
When you say replacement, it sounds like substitution, but that's not what's happening. It's just relabeling and
Yes, exactly, yes. Perhaps I'm hedging too much, but we want to be a bit careful because it's hard to sort of fully state that, but yes. Not yet. Thank you. Things that Claude is not so good at. Actually, maybe, I don't know, actually.
Presumably you could correlate the rate of product replacement with the tariffs, so do you find that there's more...
Yes, so exactly, and this is...
Look at the market share of the entering products and the exiting products, do they look similar?
Exactly. And so this is actually, I'm not going to show this here, but one of the tests that we have is we see that tariffs generate exit, which you'd expect, but also entry. And the sort of the churn rate goes up. And this is sort of for us a real smoking gun, that this is not just barcodes exiting and there's some, composition change. This is like an explicit policy by these firms and retailers to replace goods. Yes, thank you. Right, so lastly, or further to this, we're going to think about, okay, for these unit values then, sort of what is happening here, right? You can change the numerator, you can change the denominator, right? You could change the sticker price, or you can change the average package size. We're going to do a sort of exact decomposition of these and think about, okay, how are retailers changing prices through unit values if they're not just raising the prices of barcodes themselves? And so on the left-hand side is going to be the sticker price. The red is for the full panel of underlying barcodes. The blue is for only this continuing balanced panel of barcodes, but it's aggregated up to these sort of unit values again. Sticker price on the left, average package size is on the right. The point here is that basically in the continuing panel, you don't see a whole lot happening. That sort of matches what we saw earlier, right? There's some increase in sticker prices, some perhaps decrease in weight, but we'll show that that's not sort of statistically significant. But for this sort of unbalanced underlying panel of barcodes, you see both this sort of sticker price effect. They are replacing with more expensive barcodes, but fundamentally they're also replacing them with smaller package size. And so putting those into sort of a regression framework, right, we're going to have all the odd columns will be for the continuing panel of barcodes only. The even columns are going to be for this sort of aggregated product level, using all barcodes.
Sorry, can you just tell us again how you define continuing? Is it that the barcode has to come, be inputted every month?
Yeah, that's right.
From the same country?
Throughout the sample in every month at a given retailer, it must have non-zero sales in every.
Right. So that presumably is a small sample, right?
Okay, it's not that.
I mean, we know. Imports are very lumpy, and they don't come in every single month from every single country.
Sure, I think right, so for barcodes that are in the continuing panel, they're high market share barcodes on average, right? So there's basically a set of barcodes, you can see this almost within every product, that are almost always there. And then you have a bunch of churn happening in the smaller barcodes around the sort of periphery. So in this case, you're worried that this is like too restrictive of a definition, basically?
Just worried about goods being there one month and not the other month, and then again the next month that they're not really new products, right?
All right, okay, so we could think about it as, are you within the first and last month that you had any sales, and just don't worry about the churn that goes day to day. Yeah, we could do that as well. That's a good point. All right, so the key point here is that again on the sticker price you get sort of a 0.15 tariff elasticity, and the average package size negative 0.14. Admittedly, that significance is somewhat marginal. But we're going to think more about that as well. We're going to think about, okay, if it is this story of shrinkflation that's going on, where sort of half of this effect comes through reducing package size, then we should be able to sort of tease out which categories are more amenable to that mechanism, and then show that they did in fact use shrinkflation to a higher extent. And that's exactly what we're going to do. Right, so basically just coming back to some of the points that were brought up earlier, we're just going to split all these modules or categories into those that are sort of high size variants and those that are low size variants using 2017 data. And then we're going to check whether do the high size variance categories make greater use of shrinkflation as a means of passing through these tariff costs. And basically we're going to show that that's true. So here, these estimates are additive. You have your baseline that's for the low size variance categories, and then you add on this high size variance effect. So these estimates in row 2, the significance is tested with respect to the baseline estimate. Right? So the point here is just that if you look at weight and average package size, almost the entire weight effect is coming through these high size variance modules. And in fact, they seem to be substituting sticker price increases for average package size decreases. Right? So the idea being that if you have a module with a high size variance, those are specifically the modules that these retailers and firms used to try to pass through costs through this shrinkflation channel. How much time am I at here? Like 5? Great, okay. All right, so to sort of summarize, what we're finding, there's a lot of sort of estimates that I've thrown around here, right? If you consider a US consumer measuring prices before and after this tariff change, if they sort of walk down an aisle and look within barcode price changes over time, but they just have a random subset of barcodes that they look at, right, they wouldn't find any price change. If they then sort of subset it to only barcodes that continued throughout their time visiting this store, the tariff elasticity would be something like 0.14. If they're a bit more sophisticated, they think about some sales-weighted average sticker price just being the price that's sort of on the label, not normalized by weight. They would recover something like a 0.15 tariff elasticity. And if they're like a real dyed-in-the-wool economist and they measure unit values by walking through the store, they're going to find something like a 0.29 tariff elasticity. And then the key sort of point from the beginning of the paper is that you scale all these estimates by sort of 1 over the foreign cost share to recover something that looks more like pass-through rather than just a store price elasticity of tariffs. The last thing we look at here is just as a quick exercise to think about heterogeneity by buyer and seller shares. Right? We have a sort of unique setting in which to do this. We have a clear tariff change. We can identify which products or barcodes are hit with tariffs versus those that are not. And we can also calculate these buyer and seller shares quite cleanly as we have the scanner data, and as a seller we think about a firm from the barcode. As a buyer we think about a given retailer. And so we're trying to think about how does this pass through change according to buyer and seller market power. Right, so again, all these estimates are going to be additive. So that first row is just going to be sort of our baseline. That you can think of that as like a small producer selling at a small retailer. Right, we're then going to add in just a dummy for it's like an above median retailer share in firm sales, and then an above median firm share in retailer sales. The key point we're going to find here is that really a lot of this pass-through is occurring with firms that have a high producer-seller share at small retailers. And in fact, for large retailers selling small goods or small firm goods, the unit value elasticity is basically 0. Right? So in a sense, there's considerable heterogeneity across retailers and producers in terms of how they pass through this cost shock. And basically, it's all this idea that when there is this monopoly power, you see this much higher unit value elasticity. When there's some monopoly power, a lot of these high retailers are basically are not passing through these costs at all. And so if you're a different consumer going to different places, again, if you're buying goods of a small producer at a large retailer, you basically saw no change in the unit values of the goods you purchased, and vice versa, you would have seen an elasticity that's almost up to like 0.4 if you're getting a high firm seller share at a small retailer. So just to wrap up, we're going to match barcode scanner data with country of origin information and tariff data, estimate the effect of these 2018-2019 Trump tariffs on U.S. retail prices. The retail unit value elasticity we recover is 0.29. We argue it's consistent with high, if not full pass-through at the border once you scale by that foreign cost share. It's consistent with null within barcode estimates using retail data, and that's going to be through this product replacement mechanism. And the price effects will be larger for firms with high seller share, lower at retailers with high buyer share. And I didn't mention this, but if you go back to that previous table, the high buyer share, really they reduce the use of this shrinkflation mechanism. So it seems like large retailers don't want to make use of that channel. We don't have a great argument as to why that is, but open to discussing that. And basically the sort of punchline of the paper is that for consumer packaged goods, it looks like US consumers bore a considerable share, if not the entirety, of the tariff costs in 2018-2019. And perhaps more importantly, the discrepancy between retail and border price effects does not necessarily imply a high intermediary incidence, as I think has been sort of assumed over the last couple of years. So that's it for me. Thank you so much. And yeah, I guess we just have open floor questions now.
Yeah, just a question about how much of this shrinkflation you should be attributing to the tariffs. And the issue is, suppose that they do go from 16-ounce shampoo to 12, and the per unit cost goes up. And again, the 16 exit, the 12 enters. How much of that should be attributed to the tariff? And what I have in mind is that even beforehand, if you saw 2 bottles of shampoo, one 16 and one 12, the per unit price is going to be different.
Yep.
And so you should only be getting the incremental difference? Is that the way you're measuring?
Okay, yeah, I think, but one of the things to keep in mind is that for that continuing panel of barcodes, we do the same weight changes, and we don't really see anything happening, right?
That's how you say that it's a different question.
Okay.
Again, look, a year before
Yeah.
the tariffs, somebody has a 16-ounce bottle and a 12-ounce bottle. The per unit price is going to differ between those. So if somebody else shifts from 16 to 12, it should go up because you always charge more for 12 on a per unit basis than 16, and maybe also because there's some shrinkflation going on.
Okay, I mean, that's where, okay, so you're saying that basically it's just always going to, you're just switching. You're just switching and the price is going to mechanically change.
And maybe you're attributing both of them to the tariff.
You mean per ounce, not per unit?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Sorry if I said.
Sure. I mean, I guess at the end of the day, it comes down to, okay, if that happened in units that were targeted by tariffs and not in units that were not targeted by tariffs, I mean, whether we attribute it to the tariffs or not, I find that a bit of a tricky question. I mean, if I'm going to raise your price because of something a tariff made me do, is that not still tariff pass-through? Yeah, I mean, it's a fair point, but yeah, that's sort of, I mean, that's kind of the dilemma that we come back to on this a lot, right? And it's related to this idea of, are these the exact same barcodes or not being switched out?
The recent return, the 25% escalation,
Yeah.
was supposed to happen in January 2019, but later got delayed to May 2019. Do you see any actions in January 2019 where the escalation was supposed to happen?
We haven't looked, but that's a fair point. I mean, we could go back to the event studies. I don't think there's a whole lot there, but if you saw something you think, I'd be happy to talk about that. That's a good point.
This may be a little bit in the weeds, but on the right-hand side, why don't you just interact foreign cost share with the tariff, and then I don't have to play this game of trying to multiply by 3.33 like the coefficient.
Yeah, and so we've done that, and basically it's this positive relationship that you would expect. Technically, it should be an estimate of 1, right? We don't find that, and we argue that part of this is actually just measurement. So the dream here would have been to do exactly what you said. When we look at our foreign cost share estimates, they're just way noisier and in some sense less reliable than I think we would have liked. So we're working on this of can we do this in a better way and clean it better? We think there's some attenuation bias here, but we do see the positive effect you would expect. The estimate's something like 0.6 instead of 1. And so we're sort of confident in this. We think it's a nice check that the foreign cost share estimates make some sense. It doesn't deliver the sort of clear story you would expect, and we suspect that some of this is measurement. But yeah, it's a fair point.
This may be beyond the scope of this paper, but I was wondering, thinking about the mechanism and the channels, you're telling us that there's a cost shock, and instead of changing the price, you change the barcode and shrinkflation. And if you think about many cost model nominal rigidities, there's a cost of changing price, but then there's higher cost, I suppose, to changing the barcode and the products. I wonder if you relate or engage at all with maybe this means customer inattention, something like that.
Yeah, so, okay, yeah. Yeah, this is a great point. So one of the issues we have is that when we try to think about high size variance and low size variance modules, remember that comparison to think about who's using shrinkflation and who isn't? Could you use that to then think about, are there differential quantity effects? The problem here is that those models could just differ in other ways. So we don't have a great test of this. I think it's very qualitative. But we do find some evidence that basically, it's a bit odd. The quantity elasticity is the same when you calculate the proper quantity elasticity, but the units sold, if you use shrinkflation, you're not punished as much by consumers on how many units they buy. So it almost looks like, at least from a very qualitative perspective, it's like a managed decrease in sales by these firms. It's almost like they're willing to take the full quantity hit, but they would rather preserve the number of consumers buying their goods. And so they just decrease the package size themselves in order to try to maintain that customer base. And when you actually look at, there's a few experimental studies looking at this, right? How do consumers respond to package size versus sticker price? And it seems like it's something like consumers are half as responsive to package size changes as they are to sticker price changes. If you take all of our estimates seriously in that comparison of high size variance to low size variance, you back out something similar. So we're somewhat reassured by that, but admittedly that's a pretty qualitative analysis at best. And it's also the question of can you just do this forever, right? Can you just keep reducing package size? Obviously the answer is no. I mean, is Achilles in the hair or something? Yeah. So yeah, I mean you can't, so I think there's obviously a nonlinear effect here that we can't really get into, but it's obviously in the background. I don't think we're going to be able to do that exactly, but we could do a lot more on, like you mentioned earlier too, just all of the different heterogeneity that people have looked at border estimates, and try to think about how that maps into what we have at the store level. Because there's a lot of data that I agree that we're kind of leaving on the table here that we could look at. So I think that's a really good point. We just haven't done a lot of that yet, but that's excellent. I'd like to talk about that more if you have time.
So a bunch of these comments about sort of pre-existing behavior or sort of value consumers, I mean, one thing you can do is take the tariff changes and then just look at those characteristics. So for instance, for Don's point about the fact that there's per unit differences in prices ex ante, the ex post per unit differences in prices of the new product should be bigger than the ex ante. And you can do this for a lot of them to kind of argue that it's not just that we always see quantity discounts, it's that we see differential quantity discounts.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's a great point. Also, like, thinking about the foreign cost shares that we estimate, I mean, theoretically, there's no reason why we couldn't estimate those at like the retail chain level as well, right? We have those unit values. So I think that's also something we could do and start thinking about, if there's just initial differences across retailers in their average foreign cost share, can we use that variation to also think about this? Yeah, that's definitely on the list.
I wanted to revisit David's question earlier, which was about,
Yeah.
the bigger debate here is about tariffs on, say, CPI inflation or PCE inflation. And of course, neither of your measures are those objects. They're
Yep.
something different. And I wonder to what extent you replicate the CPI or PCE methodology and tell me what tariff passing in that space looks like. Because I think that's really, in some sense, the missing piece. That's the debate. And you're showing us something interesting about the data and the variation, but I think you want to bring it home to like tariffs on CPI or something like that.
Yeah, no, I think that's a fair point. Yeah, again, so for us it would be, if you define a product as this more aggregated level, and then you apply something like a sort of Feenstra correction, then what do you get on on the price effects? We could easily do that. Yeah, yeah, we could do that. That's a fair point. Should we call it?
Let's call it.
All right, thank you so much.
want to take it away?
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks to the organizers for including us in the program. This paper, Foreigners Pay America's Tariffs. It's co-authored with Colin at the Federal Reserve. And just as a disclaimer, this represents our views and not that of Census and the Federal Reserve. And just I want to give an apology to our discussant, Teresa. We were hoping to get another census disclosure before this came out, and we didn't, so we're using some older slides, which does not exactly represent the paper that we gave her to discuss.
I'm discussing a different paper, so it'll be...
So I apologize sincerely for that. Don't work with census data if you're a grad student. It's not. So with that, what is the point of this paper? It started a little bit with, I think, puzzlement and what I think is a series of really interesting, good work on the 2018 tariffs, which found that prices at the border seemed in the data to go up for one with the tariffs. And there's plenty of us in the audience that have found this. But it was a little bit of a puzzle with me because I just show one article right here. This is a contemporaneous article from Bloomberg, but you see lots of articles that say, we cut our prices, or we absorb some of the effect. And these are a lot of surveys, but they're all anecdotal. So what's going on there? And it's also kind of, I thought, a little bit of a problem, because it seemed to be inconsistent with the idea of the US being a relatively large open economy, or the idea that firms are setting markups and prices kind of in this endogenous bilateral manner that some other people have shown about. And this got me started thinking. There's this paper by Bornstein and Peters, which I think earlier was also cited, and it showed this idea of pervasive quantity discount. So what do I mean by a pervasive quantity discount? This is the idea as you buy more, you pay less per unit. Again, the Bornstein and Peters paper is on consumer prices. It's looking at the difference between buying the same item at Costco versus a single unit at Walgreens. But the idea seemed to be more generalizable than that. It seemed to be more pervasive out there. So we're going to use this to try to reconcile the idea of this inconsistency. So what we're going to think about is look at all incoming transactions in the United States. And we're going to try to say that transactions and their prices often reflect some sort of returns to scale. Now, this is not the classic returns to scale in a global sense of production. This is at the bilateral transaction level. So as you buy 10 units versus 1 unit, you're going to get some sort of discount. So transactions are going to reflect this increasing returns to scale. This could mean that markups could fall, even though prices look like they're stable in aggregate. And so foreigners are going to absorb some price effects if you believe in this returns to scale. Otherwise, price pass-through would actually be more than 1-to-1. And this is going to change how we think about incidence. And so we're going to revisit some classic incidence formulas. Producers' share of the welfare burden is going to fall from, or going to increase from 0% to about 50%. Simultaneously, we're going to actually show an increase in the overall welfare costs of these tariffs from kind of preliminary estimates that kind of are based on the first set of results looking at full pass-through. We're going to see they're about twice as large as we thought before, and this is from the destruction of these scale economies. Firms are no longer realizing this Costco discount, so to speak. So, taking a step back, what does pass-through measure? And this is kind of the fundamental question, but with uniform pricing, that is a single price charged to all consumers. If import prices kind of move 1-to-1 with tariffs, most classic models that we use in trade, I'm not going to say this is all models, but most classic models, are going to say somewhat imply that the buyers pay everything and there's also a deadweight loss on top of that. And with uniform pricing, that mapping of this aggregate price is going to break down a bit. When we think about transaction data, we're actually going to show in our data that buyers in the same product market actually could face different unit prices that depend on how much they buy in that transaction. And
aggregate pass-through is not generally well-defined as a welfare object in these cases because you need to figure out some sort of aggregation. How do you aggregate these individual prices up? So we're going to try to make a statement on that. So what this paper is going to do is we're going to rebuild these welfare incidences from this transaction level prices. We're going to actually try to measure what do these non-uniform prices look like. That's an empirical question, and we're going to look specifically looking at US imports. We're going to show discounts are going to reflect largely scale economies, not just markup discrimination. That's an empirical finding that we can find. Then we're going to revisit, I think, point of these last three presentations, what do tariffs mean in this context? And in this case, looking at a very partial equilibrium model of supply and demand. We're not doing general equilibrium here. We're not even accounting for retaliatory tariffs by China. We're just looking at what tariffs the US charged on imports from abroad are. We're going to say the producer welfare share of the burden is about half. And we're going to revisit the tariff cost. And this is going to be really about the destruction of some sort of scale economies. And again, I want to emphasize, these are not aggregate economies of scale. These are scale economies at the bilateral transaction level. So what do I mean by this? And this is going to be a little bit of a motivation. This is a screenshot from Alibaba. This is a pretty common B2B marketplace. Yes?
Just in terms of your slide on the welfare, I guess one thing I'm puzzled about is that if the price that foreigners charge the US doesn't change, isn't that what we care about in terms of determining the welfare effects? Because you're saying, well, but there were these quantity discounts that was offset by the markup. Like, why does that matter for our welfare?
That's, hopefully you'll see that in exactly 2 slides. Oh, okay. This is a great question. That's a good question. It's going to, let me give you a little bit of flavor of the data, and then I'll go into a more, I think, clear theoretical setup.
We're talking global welfare and not just US welfare. I think that's
yeah, and that's why I'm going to show you in a supply and demand. There's this bottom chunk, which is producer surplus. Now there's a question, do we also care about wages, which is another question which we come to. Yes, yeah. We're going to come back to that in a second. Just to give you a flavor of the data, this isn't the data we're using, but this is what the real world looks like. This is a random screenshot from Alibaba.com. And what you're going to see on the top right-hand corner is a price schedule, right? If you buy 100 units, you pay 10 cents per screw. If you buy 100,000 units, you pay 1 cent per screw. This seems to be very pervasive. I had a research assistant go and collect 100 of these schedules from the 100 leading manufacturers on the website as of 6 months ago, and have plotted what I'm going to call a normalized price schedule. So I take the minimum order size, and I normalize that to 1, and I take the minimum price, and I normalize that to 1. So what this shows is there's 100 lines here. They're all step functions because that's what the data looks like. But as you buy more, you can get some sort of elasticity. I know it's a step function, so how do we interpolate that elasticity? You can do it different ways, but broadly in this data, as you double how much you buy, prices decrease by about 15 to 20%. And that seems broadly consistent. This isn't some hidden artifact. We have some other data that shows similar things in different contexts. Just to put this in context with consumer goods in the United States, this elasticity is negative 0.4. So that's the Bornstein and Peters one. We have a slightly smaller elasticity, but it still seems to exist in this case. Now, let's get back to how we want to think about this. There's going to be a few slides here. How do we want to think about this? How do we want to think about this in welfare? We have both consumer surplus and producer surplus. But before we do that, let me just simply, think about this in a partial equilibrium world. Perfect competition, prices reflect some sort of cost. In imperfect competition, prices reflect some sort of cost, but also some sort of endogenous markup, where marginal costs or marginal revenue are equal. But how do we want to think about non-uniform prices? So then we have some sort of price schedule, price for some sort of Q. It's going to be a function of the cost of that queue and some sort of markup for that queue. Now, we're going to do this in a local sense. Many of our results are going to be local results. So we're going to do these local elasticities. Prices are some sort of choke price. You can normalize as the kind of like a pre-tariff price, plus some sort of elasticity gamma. So this is how does price change as you buy more. And then you can decompose that into two components. Is it cost-based, gamma C, or is it markup-based, gamma mu? And this is going to be starting where we think, gamma mu is going to matter for producer surplus, for example. So there's two types of variation here. In blue, I've highlighted what I'm going to call level variation. That is, if you hold your quantity constant, how do prices or how do markups change? But there's also scale variation, which is if you also change how much you buy per order, how much do prices change, and how much do markups change? So we're trying to do something. We're going to try to understand scale so we can understand levels. And so just to put it a little bit into more of a concrete notion here, take a shock. Classic shock we're going to have here is a tariff. How does price change? Price can change in two ways. The level could change, but also the scale could change. And I'm not sure we want to necessarily conflate the two for both producer and consumer surplus, though. For just one, you may only need one.
Just wondering, is there another margin, the number of transactions during the year? Or because if I face this very strong discount, I might order any order screws once a year, and I'm going to go a massive order, or some buyers might group together, or a wholesaler might put a big order and then so many buyers to get.
Yes, 100%.
Data as well,
Yes, that's actually a very important margin. It was going to be the number of transactions. It's also going to be kind of like an over-identifying test of some of what's going on. We should see action in that margin, and we're going to show you some evidence of that.
I was going to ask, so don't you then also need to bring in warehousing? Because if you split the orders into fewer transactions, you need to hold larger stocks of them, and that's finding your capital. Costly as warehousing.
Yeah, so we're going to have the margin of how many you buy. We're not going to fully internalize the warehousing cost part of the welfare. So that might be an omitted thing in our welfare calculations.
So, am I understanding correctly that you're thinking of return to scale within a relationship?
Within a relationship.
Why would you think about within a relationship return to scale? You may think that for a firm, the cost of a transaction should depend on the total quantity that I produce or sell, rather than individual.
Yeah, so I don't have it in this slide deck. It's in an appendix. But one thing we do is we do a variance decomposition. So the vast majority of U.S. trade transactions are repeat. So I think the typical modal relationship has 100 transactions within the same buyer-seller HS code. And there's a large variance in the prices. That variance in prices accounts for more of the overall variance than between Walmart versus Target versus your mom and pop.
No, I understand, but my point is to decompose markup versus cost. One way could be for cost, but what matters is the aggregate quantity.
We're going to test that. We're going to show you. Yeah.
The relative quantity is actually what matters.
Yeah, so that is actually one of the tests we're going to do to discipline whether it's markup driven or cost driven. We're going to look at relationships that are very intense. That is, one has a lot of market share versus the other, versus relationships that are one-off. We're going to see if there's a different price schedule for those two.
I'm sure this is too simple. There's some demand curve. The price doesn't change. How can the quantity change?
The pre-tariff price doesn't change, the post-tariff price.
Yeah, this is before. I have not introduced tariffs into the world at this point. I mean, I have introduced it at that. We're going to take changes later, but at this point.
The landed price, though, is changing or not changing?
It's going to change, but we're going to identify gamma off a pre-tariff world with invariant tariffs. So just, you know, I think, you know, Steve and Mary's paper has had a very nice supply and demand graph in it. We've replicated it in the top right-hand corner, which is, I think, very intuitive. This is what we thought the world was in this first wave of tariff papers. You've got some sort of downward sloping demand line, and you have some sort of horizontal supply curve. And the idea is, empirically, we noticed that tariffs cause prices to go up for one. So we now drew a top line, which shows that there's a new price. That difference is essentially just the tariff. And now we can literally draw a bunch of one square and one triangle. The square is a transfer from consumer surplus to the government, and the triangle is literally deadweight loss. And they did a very convincing job trying to measure those two things under the assumption of this flat demand schedule. But if you have a demand schedule that's downward sloping, things could be a little bit different. In particular, we've drawn this demand schedule with the assumption that prices at the origin are invariant. Now, if prices at the origin are invariant, and we have this downward sloping demand schedule, we should actually see the change in price be greater than the change in the tariff rate. So what we see here is we move from this point to the top point, but we're also buying less. So since we're buying less, prices are going to jump up mechanically. I go back to the Alibaba thing. If you go from buying 1 million screws to 100,000 screws, prices are going to mechanically increase. So you should see over pass-through. The fact that we don't see over pass-through means we're going to live in a world where there is some sort of change. Now, is it a change in the slope or the change in the level? That's going to be an empirical question. I've drawn this as a change in the level. But you're going to have some sort of compression of the underlying price curve to get 1-to-1. So the point that we're going to show today is we're going to try to measure this. We're going to try to do a best job in measuring this in this world. We're going to see how quantities change. Average order size is going to be a huge margin in here. We're going to try to measure this average order size and see how that changes. We're also going to try to see what's going on with these slopes. Are they changing in level or are they changing in slope? These are all empirically measurable objects. Hopefully that we can convince you of that. So to put this in a little bit of a mathematical sense, before I get to Mary's question on the welfare, we're going to talk about two different objects that are related to each other, but I think is going to put a little bit more structure on what we're doing. One is what we're going to call the observed pass-through. This is what maybe not everyone in this room has calculated, but a good chunk of this room has calculated. We take the data on tariffs, we take the data on prices, and we run some sort of regression and get this elasticity. This is the observed pass-through without doing any sort of correction. The second element is what I'm going to call rho tilde, which is scale-free pass-through. It's really looking at what happens to the intercept. And there's a relationship between the two in this. And there's two elements, and this gets back to kind of Mark's point of quantum responses. One is we care about the slope of the price schedule. So that's going to be one thing that's going to attenuate it. The other is how much did tariffs actually change average order size? We can measure that. We can see that in the data. We can use the same techniques that we've used before to figure out how much did the average order size change because of tariffs. And so if gamma is less than 0, which we think it is, I show the Alibaba data, I'll show you hopefully what's convincing in census data this exists more broadly. And if potentially tariffs reduce order sizes, which is something I'm going to show empirically, that interaction term is positive, and you're going to get this rho tilde, the scale-free pass-through, is going to be actually less than the observed pass-through in the data. So now getting to welfare. How do we want to think about it? There's actually two things we need to think about. One is, why is this price schedule decreasing? Is it about markup? So the Bornstein and Peters paper I talked about earlier, it's a macro paper, they think it's about markups. That's fine. I'm not against thinking about some markups. And then you're going to be on what I'm going to call the right-hand world. And what I'm going to point out is we do care now about China's producer surplus in some sense, or profits. I know it's a little weird to think about Chinese firms with state control and all that in terms of producer surplus, so we're going to do a little bit of robustness later on adding wages back in, and we can do some sensitivity analysis. But for now, let's assume that. So if tariffs are imposed, you're going to see not just the deadweight loss triangle, you're also going to see some destruction of producer profits. Now, if this decreasing slope is driven by costs, it's going to be a little bit different. Not only are you going to see the loss in markups as before because of the quantity reduction, you're going to see an additional wedge. And that additional wedge is going to be destruction of kind of an economy of scale at the transaction level. Now, I know it's not natural to think about economies of scale at the transaction level, but my background is kind of like looking at wholesaling, looking at transport. And we just saw an earlier paper that said we really can't say much about what this trade cost is. I think a lot of that is at the transaction level, and so we're gonna see that. Now we're gonna try to empirically show which one is happening, but we're gonna also be able to bound it by looking at both extreme polar cases.
Since this is about welfare, can you help us relate what you guys are doing to Monica's paper co-authoring on oligopoly and oligopoly? From that, correct me if I'm wrong, we've seen this relationship for the U.S. and for Colombia and other places. So is this not about, like, welfare will depend on the pain, like, it will depend on, so what are, how can you relate to what you're doing?
I can relate yes and no. And so don't want to get into the nitty gritty. This is taking a little bit, most of these papers are looking like within the relationship. We're going to aggregate all of those relationships. So that's one thing we're going to do. The second thing we're going to do is we're going to use the relationship and look within the relationship to identify some of these curves directly. So this downward sloping supply line, we're going to use within the relationship variation to identify what's going on there.
So it's not technology, it is market power?
Well, we're going to let the data speak to it, and I'm going to give you a few things to show what is driving this variation.
I'm confused with the Alibaba explanation, because I thought that was really about price discrimination.
Yeah. So that's the markup channel.
But you're attributing now is mostly about the cost.
Well, I'm going to give you, hopefully I'll convince you whether you're looking at, I mean, that's still 4 slides away, that it's primarily driven in this channel than the first channel. The second, yeah. I don't think it's, we don't find evidence that's price discrimination. We test looking at variation in the data. We look at the same seller selling where they have a larger market share versus where they have a small market share, and we don't find that this downward slope changes. We do find huge differences in vertical intercept, but we don't find differences in the slope.
Yeah, but the market share is not really about the curvature itself, right? The quantity discount is really about the curvature.
Yeah, so why don't I'll hopefully get to that, but that's going to be part of the explanation.
So there are some products, presumably where there's no quantity costs.
Mm-hmm.
Do we see more than 100% pass-through in those categories? That's what you're
I don't have the census disclosed results to give you that number at this point. But yes, but there's going to be some variation. I'm going to give you some taste of that, but I don't have that in here. So the first thing I'm going to do is recover gamma. So why do we need gamma? We need this for the buyer surplus side. And so what we're going to look at is we're going to look pre-tariff. We're going to look at 2017 using the longitudinal firm trade database, the U.S. import trade database. And we're going to look at within a 10-digit code, within the same buyer, the same seller, the same HS code within the same year. And there's actually quite a bit of variation within that. In fact, that is the vast majority of data. About 80% of the sample is left in the data when we cut down to this. Now, this regression could be a supply curve or it could be a demand curve. So how do we figure out if it's a supply curve or demand curve? That's like, the classic IO or even trade thing. So we're going to do two types of things. First, we need to find some sort of high frequency shock to say, why am I buying 1 million units today versus 500,000 units today? Now, in the data, you see this quite a bit. So one nice thing is you can get bill of lading data. Many of us worked with that. And you see Walmart buying 1 million rakes in 1 month and then 10 million rakes in the fall before everyone needs to rake their lawn. Right? We need to figure out some sort of consistent way of doing that. And the second thing is we need to figure out a way that this is not driven by some guy in China, but it's actually driven by Walmart demand. So one issue is a supplier shock, some sort of simultaneity. We're going to assume that these seller shocks are seller product month specific. Now, they're not seller buyer specific. They're just like there's rakes being made by this factory in China. So we're going to directly control for time varying seller fixed effects. So that is month seller HS10. There's a second thing that's going on here, which is we could also have some sort of unobserved quality. Right? Things are sold in some sort of efficiency units basis. And so we still kind of need an instrument. So what's the instrument we're going to think about here? We're going to have a buyer. There's going to be multiple, we're actually going to use multiple variations of this instrument, but let's say a buyer has multiple sources. The amount bought from other sellers in the same time period could be somewhat connected through correlated demand. We do a bunch of robustness and variance on this. The point is, if you're buying a lot, if you exclude this focal seller, that could be a good instrument for what you're looking at.
It might be a small point, but if you control for the mode that it comes, because you can have that with narrow pairs, they can go between air and ship.
Yeah, I don't have that here, but we do have a version with mode. It's not been disclosed. So we're going to do a few different ways of looking at this. We can also look at this instrument by just looking at within the same relationship, exclude that particular sale, and so forth and so on. And we're going to do this with an HS6 code. Right? We could do this across all products, but each HS6 code, because there could be a very, very different elasticity across codes, as Brian pointed out. And we're going to focus, the OLS is the first column here. We find an elasticity of negative 0.34 on average. I was hoping to get a very nice histogram, which Census is still not given me yet. But this is what we have already, so we're gonna work with that. In the last column, we find an average elasticity, this gamma, of about 0.239. Now, that's a little bit more than the Alibaba number I gave you, but it's well within the realm that we've seen before. So this means if you increase how much you buy by 10%, you pay about 2% less per unit, not an overall.
Just quickly, I see it on the price discrimination side, but on the marginal cost side, I would have thought a lot of these goods go by container, and there's a separate company doing the shipping, and so the shipping company is going to fill up a container with rakes and TVs or whatever to fill the container, and that's going to determine the sort of minimum efficient scale of transport costs. I'm just wondering how you're sort of thinking about the marginal cost for the rake producer, if it's not using containers and why it's relative size.
This is really identified off the difference between 2 and 3 containers. And so it's we're at the very bottom end and the very top end, we are not clearly identified, right? There's a whole host, like we never see something out of sample on the right tail or the left tail. Most of this variation is going in a very tight band. The question is, do we want to extrapolate our results to even bigger tariff changes than what we see?
Maybe I missed it, but why can't you do buy or sell a product fixed effects and just identify all the transactions in that very narrow band?
That's what we...
You haven't listed separately.
Yeah. So we do it different. Okay, so we can do that. I don't have that result here. So I'm going to skip a lot. We do quite a bit more here, but broadly we find elasticities that are in a band between negative 0.2 and a negative 0.3. We find actually similar results in domestic data with different product codes with robustness. We even do a version of structural estimation using a variant of the Feenstra 94 estimator where we put CES demand in the system. But we still need to know one thing. Does this reflect costs or markups? And so we really need to figure this out. And this is a good question. Convexities in logistics could result in this. Or a markup view, right? This is classic second-degree price discrimination. Coming from IO, I thought it was, my prior was it's going to be second-degree price discrimination. Now, we do a host of different things here because we can't really directly test any of this. What we can do is we can look at market shares. We can look at various different things. Pricing power should alter the curvature of the market schedules. So if you look at the IO literature, there's this really nice review article by Stoll, which really says you can only see second-degree price discrimination if people have enough market power to price discriminate. So we're going to directly test for that. We're going to do that in two different ways. We're going to do that within variety. We're going to look at big guys, big sellers versus small sellers within the same HS code, and big buyers versus big small buyers.
Sorry, could you remind me of what I need to know when it's cost versus markup? It's like Mary's question. So we don't need to know for the welfare perspective of the
Buyers,
US
yeah.
buyers. You do need to know for the welfare perspective of the producers, but you don't need to know it for the pass-through, right? Like to correctly at what the actual process
Yes.
is. So it's just for the Chinese.
This is just for knowing what the Chinese burden is. So in the interest of time, I want to focus on just two pieces of evidence here, the within variety variation. And one natural thing to do is look at vertical integration. I'm just going to give you one flavor of what we're doing here. Right? Intra-firm trades are going to somewhat circumvent markup issues. But we find essentially looking at this regression specification, which is the exact same as before, except just adding an interaction term with an indicator variable. Is this within the same relationship or not within the same relationship? It's a precise zero. It's in fact the most precise zero that we find in the data. We do a whole host of other things looking at bargaining power. We look at market share. Just as like, the Alvarez paper and co-authors, we look at market shares, we look at relationship size, relationship length, we look at the size of buyers, the size of sellers, big buyers versus big sellers. Broadly speaking, market power does shift the level of prices. All of these things have huge effects on the level of prices, but they don't change the slope. And that's what we really care about, the slope. The other thing we do look at is we also have one direct cost measure. And that cost measure is the US does report cost inclusive freight versus cost exclusive of freight. We're going to just focus on that aspect just for now. And this is where mode really plays a role. So we have to do all these regressions by mode. But we can regress, freight, technically freight and insurance per unit on order size. And we find a freight elasticity that's even larger than the elasticity that we've already found. Now, there's a problem here. Freight is 5% of the cost. We cannot, this mechanically cannot account for all of what's going on. But it's an important thing to know. It at least seems like some of the evidence, there is some convexities in the shipping technologies and the transport technologies that seem to be pushing in this direction. So we're going to primarily think of this as a cost parameter. We're going to bound it. We're going to be able to bound it and say, what if it's not a cost parameter? But we're going to think about this as a cost parameter as the main baseline results. So that gets us to the punchline. Who paid America's tariffs? We can translate these estimates to figure out what's going on. We're going to just use gamma to get rho tilde. And I don't have to introduce this to this room. We're going to look at the series of tariff waves starting in 2018. They target many things, but primarily target China. On average, the applied tariff on Chinese imports rose from about 3% to 10% over this time period. Actual customs collections increased by about $30 billion. And the literature has clearly established that the border import price rose 1-for-1 with observed tariffs. But we're going to have to do a few things here.
Do we have any evidence or a figure that shows us how different products with different gammas, how the tariff incidence vary across them?
Yeah, I skipped over that result. That's evidence too. In the interest of time, I'm going to skip over this, but there's quite a bit of evidence in that. Yeah, there's a wide variety of this, and it correlates to things that we think it should correlate to on average.
I come back to this maybe in the Q&A, so you can defer if you want, but the same way you dismiss market power in that regression, did you try to have controls for things that should relate to increasing return to scale? Because it's kind of an unfair test to
Yeah, so how much did you buy overall in that year?
No, but reverse. So if you have controls that we expect for the increasing return channel, will you find a strong beta?
Such as?
I don't know, like transport. I don't know what you have in mind with the other channels.
So we did transport here. This is literally transport costs, right?
Anyway, I mean, as I said, I'll come back to this later.
Okay. Yeah, I'd love to see if you have some nice tests. I would love to implement that in. So we have to do some aggregation from individual unit prices up. What we're going to do is take our little regression results, take every price we see in the data, and net out the quantity discount to think of what it means for some standardized unit. Then we're going to create an aggregate unit value index as in the spirit of how most people have calculated it. We can do this either using quantity weights or value weights. What I'm going to show you are value weights today. Are quantity weights today, but it holds with value weights in addition. Then we're going to consider this pass-through for standardized size within an origin destination HS triad. This is generalizable to any price index. We also do a CES version where we take standard CES demand elasticities and do the classic CES Feenstra style price index. And so panel 1 is going to look at aggregate monthly variation using monthly data from 2017 to 2019. The first column replicates broadly what we have found. A 1% increase in tariffs leads to a 1% increase in prices. On panel 2, we look at aggregate long day changes, which is just from 2017 to 2018, and we find the same result as before. A 1% tariff increase increases everything by 1%, prices by 1%. Columns 2 and 3 show the two different versions of our price indices. One is this kind of crude price index. The other is the CES style price index, which could be theoretically consistent if you believe demand is CES. We're finding very similar results, and that is about half, maybe 60%. So that means if you kept your order sizes the same, on average, we would have only expected a 60% increase. So that means there's a 40% markup compression. It's very consistent that there's some sort of bargaining going on in the background. This is consistent with a lot of other results. On the last 4 columns, these are more standard results, but I want to focus on the last one, which is the number of transactions in the second to last columns, which is order size, average order size, Q divided by T, aggregate Q. And in both of these cases, order sizes fall by more than 1 to 1. So a 1% tariff increase is a 1.5% change in the order size, and the number of transactions falls. Over the longer horizon, that's the real margin. It's the number of transactions falling over time. So we're going to need to put this back into incidence. I'm running a little low in time. We're going to use a Weil and Fabinger local incidence, and then we're going to also do a global version, which allows for kind of CES entry of varieties, as well as the Harbinger triangles correctly. We need to do a few things. We need to first consider that the slope doesn't change because of tariffs. We're going to have data that shows that. And then we're going to have to make two big things. We have to think about cost pass-through. What happens to costs in China because of the trade war? We're going to bound everything with 0 for now. And then we're going to have to make a statement on markups. We have no data on what the markups in China are. We're going to take the literature that finds an average markup of about 1.3 and just do robustness around that. And so with that, we're going to have the first line, which is what we think is a cost-driven. Right? So the buyer loss, locally the buyer loss is about $16 or $17 billion per year. We're looking at the difference between 2017 and 2019. We're going to put everything in annualized 2017 dollars, just for reference. It's about $16 billion, the loss. The producer share, if it's cost-driven, is about $23 billion. If the producer is entirely driven by markup discrimination, then it would be about $20 billion. So it's actually not that big of a difference, those two polar cases. That's kind of bounding our results. In either case, producer burden isn't 0. It's somewhere between 50 and 60%. Now, there are a few other things we need to do. We need to think about the intensive margin. This is how do total orders, there's a lot of people who are exiting the marketplace. That matters for 2 reasons. One is if you think about like a CES thing, there's a variety loss. And for producers, they sell all those goods, and you add it all up, you get about doubling both losses, government revenues $30 billion, then you get this huge deadweight loss that drives kind of our results and is significantly larger than we thought beforehand. So just to kind of wrap up here, we provide a framework for welfare incidents that accounts for this non-uniform pricing. We observe that pass-through is not a sufficient statistic for welfare, but in general, we find that incidence is now more broadly shared, but also total welfare losses are larger than we thought before. And with that, thank you.
Okay, I don't know if I'll be able to stand sedately behind the podium, but I'll try. So thanks so much to the organizers for asking me to discuss this paper. I think I learned a lot. And I know I'm the last person of the day, and you guys have heard a lot about tariffs, so I'm going to keep you engaged and, I hope, engaged and amused. So what do I want to say? This is a really important question, okay? Like, this is the question. We have a whole day about it, and in fact, check it out. Here is Richard Baldwin texting about this optimal tariff thing. He's saying, look, U.S. welfare fell from the tariffs. And then Harrigan comes along and he says, actually, here's this new paper by Sherratt and Collin, and it says that maybe, U.S. welfare could have risen because actually pass-through was not complete. The foreigners bore some of this cost. And I just want to point out, here's Steve Moran saying, I told you tariffs are great. Why don't you people take your models more seriously? So that's my interpretation of all this. So here's my view, and I think this kind of relates to some of what Mary said. Can I move this thing away? Well, I guess not. So the way I read it, and by the way, I did not actually read the paper you just saw presented, so there may be some differences in numbers and whatnot, but just... I apologize. This is on so just bear with me. But here, like their baseline welfare number was U.S. buyers... Yes, they lost, but with the U.S. government revenue, U.S. actually gained. Foreign sellers were hurt. There were two channels of the foreign absorption. One was this new channel, which is theirs, which is this idea of the scale economies, that the exporters were pushed up their average cost curves, and then also that they lowered their markups. That's their scale-free pass-through estimate. And crucially, I think even in their second quantification, when they say, okay, suppose that scale was actually markups, it's not, real costs, the way he interpreted it, I mean, the U.S. welfare calculation doesn't actually change. Okay, and I think this kind of gets at some of what, an answer to Mary's question, and that I think was also up here, which is, what Sherratt said is that for their perspective is that the welfare relevant metric is the rho tilde. That's the scale-free pass-through. Okay, and so what's going on here is that, the foreign guys are absorbing the loss of quantity discount scale feature. So, there's this caveat, it's partial equilibrium, all that, no retaliation. I don't care. I think that this is still really important for us to understand because a lot of our models have these implications that I guess Trump had in mind. So, here, let me give you just an overview because this is a really ambitious paper. There's a lot going on. I actually think it's kind of like two papers. There's a whole first part of the paper, which is all about the scale, what they call scale economies. And then there's the second part of the paper, which is about, okay, how do understanding those scale economies potentially change the way we think about pass-through. So here's my writing out of their equation. There's the estimated pass-through that we've seen from Mary and co-authors, and then from Amit and co-authors. That's what we see, but then there's what they think is the relevant welfare metric, the scale-free pass-through, and then it's, combining with that mask, which is taking that, what they call the scale elasticity, the response of price to changes in quantity of a particular transaction size, and this is crucial. And then how did quantity change in response to tariffs? And so they've got the two results, and the second result being, I think this is kind of what's crucial, this is not just a channel for why it looked like pass-through was complete when they're saying it wasn't, but it's also that this mask was borne by foreign exporters. So how does the paper proceed? There's these 3 steps. So first, they're going to estimate the within buyer-supplier HS10 scale elasticity, their gamma hat. That's just going to be using 2017 data, okay, before the tariffs. And getting this elasticity right is crucial for everything that you then want to say about the pass-through. Then they're going to estimate responses of the duty-inclusive price, this rho hat and quantity, epsilon hat, to tariffs. They're going to use 2018 data. And I'm actually going to show you something different from what he showed. He just showed you the aggregate stuff, but in the paper, they have, again, transaction level regressions like this, which I think are kind of the more important way to get at the channels that the paper has in mind. Then from that, by the way, I'm plugging in the numbers you see up there. It's all highlighting. From that, they can back out scale-free pass-through, and it's like mechanical, right? That is exactly offsets. I mean, it's like a decomposition. They can do it 2 ways. They can just take the observed estimate of the 0.956 along with their scale elasticity estimate, the quantity response estimate, and then it's just going to be the residual is scale-free. They do a same idea with aggregate data. They get some different numbers. There's a lot going on with the aggregate stuff, so I'm going to probably not have time to talk too much about that. So my comments and impressions, there's 3 key assumptions here for why tariff incidence is going to shift to foreign. So one is that scale elasticity they estimate prior to the tariffs, that could almost be paper number 1, that needs to not be due to any quality mix or heterogeneity in products or contracting frictions. All right, that would really mess up the interpretation. It's got to be constant across transaction size. That's really important for when they did the aggregate stuff, and invariant to tariffs. And it's got to be that tariffs induced smaller transactions and that the ensuing scale costs were borne by the foreign exporters. Okay? And then there's some kind of potential inconsistencies worth considering. You didn't talk too much about it, but Mark, you did ask, or Steve, somebody asked about, there must be some other cost. Why wouldn't you just have really big orders in order to get the best quantity discount you could get? And there they have in mind, in the back of the paper, is this inventory model where you're trading off, right, those holding costs of the inventory. Well, I say that model, it cannot generate anything like the size of the quantity responses they see. And so I think, that's something worth thinking about, but I'm going to really just focus on 1 through 3. So crucial, first part of the paper is estimating this scale elasticity, right? What do? They regress price on quantity. I mean, he did say, okay, obviously we need an instrument and all that, but you are reading this and you're getting these downward sloping supply curves, and you're getting downward sloping supply curves as this pervasive feature of, all goods and transactions. And I don't know, I'm getting ready to teach the MBAs, and I was thinking supply curves slope up, so I was just got a little worried. But they're gonna get this negative 0.29. Here, I did in my worry, and just to also do a blast from the past, I thought that'd have the oldest site up. It's 1927. I guess Rodrigo beat me with 1844. But here they're showing, this is a really important question, back to that. What will be the effect of a tariff on imports and prices? The answers all depend upon the elasticity of demand of the various commodities in question. And then here, did you know in 1927, this guy is finding that the greater the quantity of pig iron sold, the higher will be the prices. And he's saying clearly this doctrine of the uniformity of the demand function is, some flaw of the static state, and dismissing all theorists. And the guy writing this paper, working, he's like, before we accede to that discouraging thought, let's maybe think about, could this be a supply curve? Now, they, of course, do think about that here. So we have advanced from 1927, okay? We do now know we can't just regress price on quantity, and the IO guys have done a lot. And they have some IVs, and he talked about those a little bit. I guess I just really would like to know more about where the identification is really coming from and examples of within the same buyer, supplier, very detailed HS10 product, like why would there be variation in terms of these unit values across transactions? It's not clear to me that it would necessarily be a scale story, and quality heterogeneity seems like an obvious, incredible alternative explanation. And in fact, their table 7, they find it's the highest for products that have more price dispersion, which is exactly kind of relates to Amit's quality ladders, so it kind of is pointing towards quality. And then, by the way, I'm not citing any of my own papers here, only my co-authors. Here's Felix and co-authors. With wine, they find what looks like a quantity discount, and then they control for the very detailed product characteristics, and that just totally goes away. And so what do they basically find in that wine paper is that cheap wines ship in bulk. So I do think that that's kind of something we'd want to be careful about, especially given that this seems to be so pervasive across products, and maybe that's not so credible. And here's just another example, the Corolla hatchback or the GR Corolla made in the same Japanese city, like all your controls, but they're going to have very different prices. It's different product, even though it looked the same. 2, is a constant scale elasticity kind of consistent with the story? So throughout, they're pushing this as like a real cost, and they're telling us it's like a fixed transaction cost. But if there's really a fixed cost per transactions, then for a 10K transaction, they said, well, we can benchmark like the 0.29 with the median transaction. It's going to give us about a $4,000 fixed cost per transaction. But then obviously for a really big transaction, then you have a really small implied scale elasticity. So it was a little bit hard for me to see how that was kind of internally consistent. Now, third point is, do the tariffs actually reduce transaction size? So I think this is like really crucial, and this is where you want to exploit that microdata a bit more, because here is what I found would be the most compelling evidence, but what they're doing is they're regressing. This is still at the transaction level, okay? It's not the aggregate stuff. So you've got the log P, the P tilde is where they've adjusted using the scale elasticity to give you the scale-free price, and then Q is just the quantity. So they get quantity going down. This 0.6 is really important. Remember, I showed you, it's what they plug in to back out the rho tilde estimates. But this is the levels and levels regression. It's not a diff and diff, okay? And it's 2018 monthly data of continuing transactions. And, you might have concerns that we're not controlling for pre-trends. These tariffs, some of them were anticipated. Firms were getting exceptions all the time. Like maybe they're using applied tariffs. So like maybe you're comparing the transactions that got the exemptions to the ones that didn't. It's just, there's a cleaner way to go and do this. There's also the front loading and the concerns with this trade war that I think you'd want to address. Also in there, well, no, I'll just go to that. So here also, past work, so PNTR, Pete Schott and co-authors, thought of a different reason why firms might split up their transactions across, or their purchases across different transactions, which is that firms want to induce quality and effort by their suppliers. Okay, and you can have different modes of sourcing, and they actually found that after PNTR, when tariffs went down, you got smaller quantity per shipment, you got more frequent shipment, weeks between the go down, so more frequent shipments and higher unit values. And so they didn't show us about the frequency here, but those two facts seem kind of different from the results that they got in the levels specification. So I think it would be nice to kind of reconcile this a bit more and having a specification more like this. I'm just going to say there's a couple nice papers showing that the extensive margin is what really responded in this trade war, and in particular, this really nice paper using Chinese data by Fan et al., where they only find incumbent price cuts of about 5.7%. And what they actually find is the reason that it doesn't look like there's pass-through is that the ton of exit by low-priced Chinese suppliers. Okay, and then that exit, of course, is loss of low-price variety, which, you know, I think is going to be like crucial in thinking about the actual burden for the U.S. I didn't really see a lot of evidence that the diseconomies of scale are borne by the foreign exporters. It's mostly just something that's stated. So I think, again, that really for the incidence question, back to Mary's question, like I think that is going to be really important to show. And since I'm out of time, I'm going to leave you with food for thought over dinner. So back to working. There was one more question I had, but we'll skip it. Back to working 1927, you know, we've learned not to regress price on quantity, but he also notes at the end that it is evident that the mere statement that the demand for a commodity has a given elasticity is meaningless. And he goes through these 4 things that you need to be concerned about, which one is more supplier demand or more variable, and whether shocks to supply and demand are correlated. And so I think, you know, IO has really shown us lots of methods for not regressing P on Q. And now, in thinking about this very important question of tariffs and pass-through, maybe we should address this second point in this old paper. So I'll stop there.
Take some questions. Yeah, take some questions. That was a great side of things, and we're trying to identify quite a few of those things as we speak. John.
It seems like you were trying to avoid imperfect competition in your analysis of this stuff, but I don't think you can talk about this topic at all without imperfect competition. Okay? The first diagram you showed us with the supply and demand curve, as you've drawn it, that equilibrium is unstable. That's kind of a problem.
Well, I don't think it's unstable, but we have not specified what competition looks like, how prices are set. We have not derived a formal, well, in this paper, we have not derived a formal competition and demand system that would generate that equilibrium. We're just taking this and moving on from it. We're saying if it exists like this is what happens. But fair point.
I mean, you may expect this question from me, but I think I expected you to engage a little more with the issue of how you tell about costs, the scale versus market power. Like in our paper, we have a model of market power, but we show that decreasing return to scale is part of the story. If you want bargaining with a velocity power, you need the supply to be half the sloping. And we do pass through, and we show that it is indeed a cost channel that seems to explain most of the cost within relationships, and it's not markets, but it doesn't mean that market power does not affect it within buyer, supplier, product, dispersion in prices. And in those regressions, we find that longevity, number of products that are transacted, and so on, all the things that you use in that regression matter for explaining this variation. So, I mean, I don't see how these two things, so I think I would like to see more. I'm biased, but I think it's important because I don't see how you can decompose cost in markets without a structural model, especially given that you are imposing return to scale at the bilateral level, which, as I said, is not intuitive to think about. You may expect that the aggregate quantity, as a seller supplying to multiple buyers, the aggregate quantity matters. So in that sense, that's what we do to identify the markup dispersion. But if you do that, if the quantity at the bilateral level matters for the cost as well as markups, I don't see how you can tell them apart without a structural model or without a formal model of imperfect competition. That you said it's beyond the scope of what you do, but actually I don't think it's
Yeah, so there is actually two, I think there's a couple of parts to this. One part is we can identify for every relationship both a gamma and an intercept. And what we find is relationship length, how much you buy, how big the seller is, how big the buyer is. These classic bilateral relationships have a huge effect on this intercept. So conditional on buying 100 units, if you're a big buyer versus a small buyer, there are very large differences. So we're agreeing with you. What we're trying to say is a little bit nuanced, which is the slope, the discount you get for increasing how much you buy, doesn't seem to change much by these varied attributes. I think those are two slightly different things. Now, we can talk about how it matters for composition. I think Teresa raised some really good points on kind of entry and exit and how we think about that. That should matter for that, right? But I want to say it's not that we're saying they don't matter. They don't matter for the slope. That's what we're trying to say. I think they're slightly different points. Yeah.
Maybe you've done this already, but I think that a lot of the comments that Teresa was making, I thought you would easily dispel by just showing non-parametric version of this PR.
Yes, waiting disclosure.
All right. But there's a related challenge, I guess, which is probably mine and Jack. But if there's correlated measurement error, so it's measurement error in the Qs, then you're going to get a negative.
Yeah. So there's a measurement error in Qs. That's another reason why we need an instrument. We do a whole host of things that I want to release from Census that I think address these things. But just to kind of think, one thing that we're going to hopefully pull out is kind of do this in non-parametric. You look at top half versus bottom half. Look at the tails, drop the tails. There are a few things that we can do in that sense.
Yeah. I think you want to be as close to the Alibaba screenshot you showed us. So like as you go in units of, I don't know what the units are, like how big these transactions are. So chunk up the data in units of 100 and look for discounts when you go above 100 units. So comparing 99 to 101. No, isn't that?
Oh, you want me to do within bin?
Yeah. I think that's
yeah, so we take the data and
big versus small, not that.
We can talk later about the exact, what we're going to pull out. I haven't pulled anything, it's officially not pulled out yet, but that is our hopeful end goal, is to get much closer to that, which we do not have here right now. I think there is. Okay, thank you. I don't want to hold you from dinner.